Chapter 2988. After cultivating to the 11th order, this monster beast would definitely have its own intelligence, even if it did not transform. It would know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Xianxia's gentle finger attack that exploded its giant claw immediately made it feel a fatal danger, so it immediately turned its head without hesitation. Its entire body was covered in sand and dust. As if it was using the divine technique to escape, it fled into the distance like the wind. Xianxia was in a good mood after finding the black puppy, so he did not chase after it. He did not put the 11th order monster beast in his eyes, so he did not stop it when he saw it running away. "What's going on with you?" Xianxia held the black puppy in front of him and looked at it carefully. He did not understand what was going on. It could even swallow the Demon King, but it was being chased by an 11th order monster beast. If Xianxia had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Thinking back, when Ganyu was possessed by the demon spirit, he had said that the black puppy had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, but he did not say that it was the cub of the Return to Ruins. Thinking about it, the black puppy's bloodline was very likely to be impure. When it was facing its favorite food like the demon race, its divine technique would definitely be activated. However, when it was facing other enemies, this ability would not work. It had once swallowed Manager Liao in the reincarnation world, but when it was fighting the princes and princesses in the palace, its performance was very normal and did not use its ability to swallow. Now it seemed that it was being chased by the 11th order monster beast because it could not use its divine technique. This impure bloodline was very troublesome. However, Xianxia did not care too much. It was good that the black puppy was capable, but it did not matter if it was not. After all, he did not need a dog to rely on its power. The most important thing now was to figure out where Zhu Qing had gone. Xianxia lifted the black puppy and put it on his shoulder. He did not summon his Flying Emperor artifact and flew straight up. For the next 10 days, he continued to search the desert, but to no avail. 10 days later, an oasis suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Suddenly discovering such a bright place in a place full of yellow sand and dust, Xianxia's mood became wonderful. There seemed to be a small village in the oasis, and there were many auras of living beings there. Xianxia swept the area with his divine sense, and immediately knew that there were no masters here. The strongest one here was just a Dao Source Realm master, and the rest were even weaker. He landed on the oasis and came to the side of a clear pond. He washed his face with the water, and the little black dog jumped into the pond and swam around happily. When he looked up again, he saw a few children standing next to him, staring at him curiously with wide eyes. There were both boys and girls among these children. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment here, but their clothes were rather simple and crude. There were even many patches on their clothes. Moreover, their complexions were not very good. All of them were as thin as skin and bones. At first glance, one could tell that they were malnourished. Among them, the older ones should have already started cultivating, but their cultivations were pitifully low. Their eyes flashed with curiosity as they stood a few dozen meters away and looked at Xianxia timidly. Xianxia smiled at them, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the head of one of the girls and asked in surprise, "Little girl, where did you get this thing?" This girl was relatively older than the other children and had a bow on her head. What made Kaiyang pleasantly surprised was that the material used to tie the bow was none other than a very familiar colored ribbon. This was Zhu Lai's Emperor artifact ribbon. Previously, in the Endless Void, in order to prevent them from getting separated, they used this Emperor artifact ribbon to connect with each other. In the end, it was cut off by the void on the other side of the barrier. Xianxia had a piece of it, but it was useless, so he threw it away. He did not expect to see another piece here. This was obviously not the one he threw away. After all, it was too far away from here, so this little girl definitely could not have picked it up. In other words, this piece of ribbon was either thrown away by Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. This discovery further confirmed Xianxia's previous guess. Sure enough, everyone had returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. When Kaiyang suddenly opened his mouth to speak, All of the children were startled and retreated a few steps. "Let me have a look at this thing. I'll return it to you later." Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the ribbon flew into his hand. Looking down, Xianxia confirmed that this was indeed a piece of the Emperor artifact ribbon. Although it was an Emperor artifact, after being broken into several pieces, it had lost all its spirituality and was no longer of much use. If not for this, the power of this Emperor artifact alone would have been enough to crush this little girl to dust. Xianxia nodded repeatedly, but when he raised his head again to ask something, he saw the children suddenly scatter, probably frightened by his sudden action. A moment later, accompanied by the cries of the children, dozens of cultivators of varying cultivation suddenly rushed out from all directions and swarmed towards Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 3 layers of people, all of them looking at him vigilantly with unfriendly expressions. Xianxia laughed involuntarily, knowing that his actions were a little rash. Turning his gaze, he fixed it on the face of a middle-aged man and asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" This middle-aged man had a second-order Dao Source realm cultivation and was the strongest person here, but for some reason, his face looked particularly weathered. His Dao Source realm cultivation did not prevent the flowing time Great Emperor from leaving a mark on his face. The other villagers were also the same. Moreover, Kaiyang also discovered that something was not quite right from their expressions. Their eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Hearing Xianxia's question, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, this one is the one in charge of this green water manor. May I ask sir's name?" Although his cultivation was not as good as Xianxia's, he could see that the young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. His tone was very respectful, for fear of bringing a fatal disaster to Greenwater Manor. "My name doesn't matter. I just want to ask something." Xianxia raised a ribbon in his hand and said, "I saw this thing on that girl's head just now. I just want to ask where she got this from, but I don't want to disturb her. But I didn't want to disturb them. Can you help me ask them?" The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, there's no need to ask her. You know?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I got this from a red-haired young man." Red-haired young man. Xianxia was happy to hear this. He did not need to ask carefully to know that it was Zhu Lai, so he quickly asked, "Where is that red-haired young man?" "He has been gone for a long time." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "About half a month ago, he suddenly came here and then waited here for half a day. Another woman came to find him, so the two left together." Xianxia quickly asked, "What did that woman look like? Did she also have red hair?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, those 2 people seem to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than you." Yes, they're stronger than me." Xianxia was full of smiles, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. Although he guessed that Zhu Qing should be fine when he found the little black dog, now that it was confirmed, he still felt relieved. Red hair was a sign unique to red dragons. Zhu Lai had obviously come to this oasis, and then used the dragon race to contact Zhu Qing. After she came, they left together. The middle-aged man said again, "This ribbon was thrown by that red-haired young man before he left. The child is not sensible, so she casually picked it up to play with. If this thing is useful to sir, please take it back." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. I'm just asking some questions. You don't have to be nervous." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the ribbon immediately flew to the little girl. The little girl looked at Xianxia and then grabbed the ribbon in her hand. She held it in her hand like it was a treasure and did not let go. After confirming that Xianxia did not have any ill intentions, the group was relieved. They also felt that Xianxia was very strong. If Xianxia had any ill intentions, they would not be able to resist. "Where did that man and woman go? Can you tell me?" The middle-aged man pointed and said, "That way." Xianxia looked into the distance, and then cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." He turned around and called for the little black dog, and then picked it up. Then his figure flashed, and he chased after Zhu Qing and her brother. Seeing him leave, the group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the figure in front of them blurred, and the young man came back. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Sir, what else do you want?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I thought about it. You helped me, so I should return the favor. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. The middle-aged man shook his head. It may be a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. How about this? If you have any requests, just tell me. I can satisfy you. As soon as he said this, the group could not help but become restless, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The steward's expression changed, but after hesitating for a long time, he still shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but we don't have any requests." Xianxia smiled and said, "Judging from your expressions, you must have some difficulties or even life-threatening. If you don't answer my questions, it means that you are being suppressed or you don't have confidence in me. Are you being targeted by some master?" "It's not like that." The middle-aged man shook his head again, looking a little nervous. "Sir, you should leave quickly. The people you're looking for have been gone for half a month. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with them." Xianxia ignored him and looked at the little girl who had picked up the ribbon, saying, "You helped me, so I'll help you now. Tell me if anyone bullied you. I'll teach them a lesson so they can never bully you again." The little girl was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Really?" The little girl said, "Then can you go and kill that big snake? It often comes to eat people. My little brother and little sister were eaten by it." "Big snake?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Chapter 2989. 10 days later, in a city, Xianxia leisurely appeared. After so many days, he finally figured out where he was. Western Territory. In the star boundary, the Western Territory was the most barren and barren. He had been in the star boundary for so many years, but he had never set foot in the Western Territory. He never thought that he would accidentally come to this place when escaping from the reincarnation world. He didn't know if this was the will of heaven. 10 days ago, when he left the oasis, Xianxia went to kill a monster beast serpent. That monster beast was a 12th order monster beast, comparable to an ordinary second order Emperor Realm Master. It seemed to regard the people in the oasis as food and would eat one or two of them from time to time. Even if the people in the oasis wanted to escape, they couldn't. Anyone who dared to leave the oasis' 10-kilometer radius would die without a burial. A 12th order monster beast was a terrible nightmare for those people, but it was nothing to Xianxia. Killing it in passing would be considered as returning a favor. Xianxia didn't return to the oasis and left directly. He believed that in a few days, the people in the oasis would discover that the serpent's serpent had been killed. He chased after it all the way, but didn't find any trace of Zhu Qing and her brother. Presumably, the two of them had returned to Dragon Island or went to their own high heaven palace. Thinking of this, Xianxia was no longer in a hurry. Along the way, he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and experienced the unique customs of the Western Territory. It was quite carefree. It was rare for him to come to the Western Territory, so Xianxia wanted to find a secluded place to set up a territory crossing space array. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to come to the Western Territory in the future. But after searching for a few days, he couldn't find a suitable place, which made him feel helpless. Although the Western Territory was barren and barren compared to the other 3 territories, it was only relative. There were still many famous mountains and rivers, as well as sacred cultivation grounds with rich spiritual energy. The famous Assassin Hall was located in the Western Territory. The Assassin Hall was the overlord sect in the Western Territory and was also the sect of the Great Emperors. Its founder was none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. Compared to the other Great Emperor's sects, the Assassin Hall was without a doubt the most mysterious one. This was because even the native cultivator in the Western Territory had no idea where this sect was located or how many people there were in it. However, this did not hinder the Assassin Hall's supremacy in the hearts of the Western Territory cultivators. If the Star Soul Palace was the sacred ground in the hearts of the cultivator in the Southern Territory, then the Assassin Hall had the same weight in the hearts of the cultivator in the Western Territory. The Great Emperors were experts among experts, and a Great Emperor proficient in stealth and assassination was even more terrifying. There was a rumor in the Western Territory that there was no obvious difference in strength between the Great Emperors, But if one were to ask them to name the opponent they were most afraid of, it would be none other than the great Emperor's Night Shadow. This was not an honor that just anyone could obtain. The city was not small, so Xianxia directly found a tavern and went inside. He found a table by the window and sat down. The waiter immediately came over to greet him warmly. "Sir, what would you like to order? Do you have sword wine?" Xianxia asked. The waiter chuckled. "Sir, you found the right place. There are thousands of taverns in Starpoint City, big and small, but there are only 10 that sell sword wine, and this little shop happens to be one of them." Xianxia generously waved his hand. "First, 100 jugs to moisten your throat." The Western Territory was not only famous for the Assassin Hall and the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, but also for the sword wine brewed by the Wine's Word Manor. The brewing process of this sword wine was extremely complicated and time-consuming. It also required the assistance of experts proficient in the way of the sword to fuse their understanding of the way of the sword into the wine. Every jug was extremely precious. However, this sword wine was very beneficial to the cultivator. Drinking it over a long period of time could increase one's cultivation. It was especially beneficial to the cultivator who cultivated the way of the sword, as it could help the cultivator comprehend the way of the sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this sword wine that the Western Territory generally had more experts using the way of the sword compared to the other 3 territories. When Xianxia and Zhu Qing first met, Zhu Qing kept pestering him, which annoyed Xianxia immensely. In order to get rid of her harassment, Xianxia had asked Zhu Qing to go to the Western Territory to try some sword wine. Originally, he had only intended to make things difficult for her, but unexpectedly, Zhu Qing had really managed to obtain some sword wine. Recalling the unfamiliarity and rejection at the beginning, and now that they were husband and wife, Xianxia could not help but sigh. The heavenly way was unpredictable. The heavenly way was constant, and all karma was a natural cycle. Zhu Qing probably never thought that the two of them would end up like this. Now that he had personally come to the Western Territory, the first thing Xianxia thought of was sword wine. If he could bring back a large amount of this thing, it would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Palace. Xianxia's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star should not be very strong, so when he brought them to the star boundary, with the assistance of sword wine, their cultivation would definitely be much easier. Perhaps he could go to the Wine Sword Manor and find a way to reach a cooperative relationship with them. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so as long as he could meet their requirements, Xianxia believed that the Wine Sword Manor would not refuse his proposal. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, but suddenly, a sneer came from a nearby table. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Sword wine is such a fine wine, yet you actually want 100 jars? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxia turned his head and looked over, only to see a bare-chested brawny man looking at him sarcastically. This brawny man had a bulbous nose, a toad's mouth, and was extremely ugly. A necklace of skulls hung around his neck. Xianxia did not know what kind of beast these skulls were made of, but each one was the size of a fist and exuded a cold aura, further accentuating his ferocious appearance. Although his appearance was not impressive, what surprised Xianxia was that this brawny man was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were 2 other people at the same table with this brawny man, both of them first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Xianxia could not help but furrow his brow at this discovery. According to his observation, this Point Star City should not be too big, so it did not make sense for so many people from the Emperor Realm to be here. In fact, in addition to the 3 people at this table, there seemed to be 2 other people from the Emperor Realm in this hall. Their divine senses were quietly surging as they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Xianxia clearly felt that something was wrong. These people from the Emperor Realm seemed to be waiting for something here. When their eyes met, the brawny man slammed the table and said sternly, "What are you looking at? You country bumpkin. What a bad temper." Xianxia snickered inwardly, too lazy to argue with him. However, the 2 people from the Emperor Realm at the same table quickly said, "Master Xiong, please calm down. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of this country bumpkin. Let's talk about business." That's right, that's right. The other person quickly agreed. The brawny man with the surname Xiong coldly snorted. Yang Kai's show of weakness seemed to have made his vanity explode. He glanced at Yang Kai with disdain, then picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp with a complacent look on his face. Seeing that the disturbance had abruptly subsided, the waiter next to them broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Sir, have you come from afar? You have good eyesight, young man." Yang Kai smiled softly and did not deny it. Generally speaking, the waiter who worked in this kind of crowded environment would have a pair of excellent eyesight. Basically, they would be able to guess the identity of a person at a glance. Not to mention, there were some subtle differences between his clothes and the cultivator in the Western Territory, making him even more travel-worn. If the waiter could not even see this, then he would be too unqualified. The waiter smiled and said, "Then you can't blame the customer. I want to let the customer know that this sword wine can only be produced in the Wine Sword Villa. The annual production is limited. Although this little shop sells sword wine, the quantity is not much. So, 100 jars this little shop can't take it out." Yang Kai understood and asked, "How many jars can I buy?" The waiter awkwardly said, "1 jar. Only 1 jar." Although Yang Kai was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still surprised. It seemed that sword wine was not something that could be casually drunk even in the Western Territory. He really did not know where Zhu Qin got it from, but he did not care too much. He nodded and said, "1 jar is fine. I want the best one." As soon as this was said, the strong man next to him sneered again. "The best sword wine is something that you can drink? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You really don't know how long your face is." The other person at the table also sneered and said, "The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds. Master Xiong, why do you care about him?" The strong man shook his head and said, "This king looks down on these embroidered pillows who think they are elegant, but in fact they have no ability except for appearance. This kind of people, this king will beat one when I see one, and if I see two, I will beat a pair." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and just looked at the waiter and said, "What's the point?" The waiter became more and more embarrassed and explained, "Sword wine is divided into 3 grades. This small shop usually only sells low-grade and medium-grade sword wine to customers. There's a jar of high-grade sword wine every day, which can only be obtained by participating in an auction." Auction. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He knew that this was a means of attracting customers. He immediately asked, "Today's auction?" "It was already auctioned this morning." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then give me a jar of medium-grade sword wine." "Okay, please wait a moment." Seeing that Yang Kai was so easy to talk to, the waiter was relieved and turned around to leave. Yang Kai turned his head and looked out the window. Seeing the stream of people shuttling back and forth below, he wanted to go to the Wine Sword Manor more and more. At this moment, some whispers entered his ears, and one of them said, "This time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is bleeding a lot. They have issued a wanted order. Whoever can kill that little girl will be rewarded with 10 million high-rank source crystals. If they can capture her alive, the reward is even more amazing. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." The voice came from the table next to him. The 3 people were all from the Emperor realm and thought that their voices would not be heard by others. But they did not know that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he could hear them clearly no matter how low their voices were. A reward of 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals was something that even the people from the Emperor realm could not resist. After all, a top sect in the Northern Territory like the Fire Dragon Palace only had 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, and this was the entire income of the sect, so it was even less if it was divided among individuals. In comparison, 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals seemed a little scary. Chapter 2990. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person chimed in, who told that little girl to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. How could she survive after provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion in this territory? She would have died sooner or later. That person said, "That woman is really interesting. She could have killed anyone, but she chose to kill the young pavilion master." Although the old pavilion master had countless wives and concubines, he never had any descendants. It wasn't easy for him to have a son in his old age, so how could he let it go now that he was killed? If not for that, the reward wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, that young pavilion master wasn't a good person either. He relied on his status and the old pavilion master's indulgence to bully men and tyrannize women. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his background was powerful. Who knows how many women he defiled? I heard that the reason he was killed this time was because he took liberties with that little girl. The brawny man surnamed Xiong's eyes lit up when he heard this. So, that woman's looks aren't ordinary. The first person laughed. Of course, the young pavilion master has played with countless women. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could he take a fancy to any ordinary woman? To tell you the truth, I once saw that woman from afar. She was an outstanding beauty, just like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. If I could marry such a woman, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to cultivate in the future. How could a hedonistic young master like the young pavilion master be able to control himself after seeing such a woman? Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, that woman's cultivation was also not ordinary. This one wasn't sure he could defeat her, so he could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. This king also likes beautiful women. The man surnamed Xiong grabbed the wine jar on the table and took a sip. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely bold and unrestrained. A wicked light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This king wants to see what kind of beauty that woman is. She's just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master. If this king sees her, she won't be able to escape even if she grows wings." With Master Xiong taking action, that woman definitely won't be able to escape, someone flattered. The brawny man, surnamed Xiong, laughed. After this king captures her, I'll play with her carefully before handing her over to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for the reward. That's good. If Master Xiong really manages to capture him, please let this little brother bask in the glory. The brawny man with the surname Xiong chuckled and said, "Brother, your appetite is a bit heavy. You like my leftovers? It's just for fun. It's not like I'm going to marry her. What's the big deal? All right, then it's settled. I just don't know if the information is accurate. Is that little girl really going to pass through here?" The news is confirmed without a doubt. That woman is very bold. After provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, not only did she not hide her whereabouts, she even killed her way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It seems that many people have died at her hands. Point Star City is the only way to get to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If she passes by, she will definitely reveal her whereabouts. We'll just wait here. Didn't the two of you notice that there are many people from the Emperor Realm in Point Star City? They're all here for that woman. Humph. They think they can compete with me? They are simply overestimating themselves. It's fine if they don't interfere with me, but if they do, don't blame me for being merciless. Master Xiong is right. How can these pieces of trash compare with you? While they were talking, the cultivator with the surname Xiong suddenly raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was tasting the medium-level sword wine sent by the waiter. After just one sip, he frowned because he found that this sword wine was a little different from the ones he had drunk before. It was not on the same level at all. Although there was sword intent in the wine, it was extremely shallow. It rushed into his meridians and flesh and was easily dissolved by him. It did not have the slightest effect. The sword wine Zhu Qing gave him last time seemed to be of a very high grade. He frowned as he held the wine cup and suddenly felt bored. At this moment, the open wine jar on the table was suddenly sucked to the side by a suction force. The brawny man with the surname Xiong laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, sword wine is not something you can drink. I reluctantly solved it for you. You don't have to thank me." The sword wine at this table had already been drunk, so when he saw Yang Kai ask for a jar, he snatched it without any explanation. As he spoke, he picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, his emperor chi rolling as if stimulated by the sword intent in the wine. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. This brawny man with the surname Xiong had repeatedly humiliated him, but Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him, so he did not expect him to snatch something from him. Xianxia did not care for this jar of medium-level sword wine and did not intend to drink it again, but it was a different matter if it was snatched away. Good wine. After drinking the sword wine, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was stimulated by the sword intent, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush red as he wiped his mouth and shouted happily. The other two people at the table looked at Kai Yang with ridicule, their eyes filled with ridicule. Yang Kai's face was cold as he snorted, "Kind people are bullied, kind horses are ridden. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but a piece of trash like you came to provoke this young master. It seems you want to die." Hearing this, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was startled for a moment before laughing. "Boy, what did you say? This king didn't hear you clearly. Say it again for me." Saying so, he deliberately turned his ear towards Yang Kai, as if he really wanted to hear what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai sighed. "Some people are frogs at the bottom of a well, but they still think they are so great." The brawny man with the surname Xiong's face became cold as he stood up and said, "Boy, who are you calling frogs at the bottom of a well?" The two people at the same table also stood up abruptly and urged their Emperor Qi, one of them snorting, "Boy, don't talk nonsense here. This is not your backwater village. It's fine to say something wrong, but it's not good to lose your life. You're the ones who will lose your lives." Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, preparing to teach these three a lesson they would never forget. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud bang suddenly came from the distance, followed by a few screams that resounded through the sky, as if someone was fighting. Emperor Qi surged, world energy trembled, and principles appeared everywhere. In the next moment, a pink figure suddenly sped past. Yang Kai was sitting by the window, and when the figure passed by, he smelled a faint fragrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure, her hair fluttering in the wind, and her pink gown fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed far away. Following closely behind this woman, streaks of light sped past. "Bitch, how dare you run? Since you dare to show your face in Point Star City, you won't be able to escape this time. Chase after her, don't let her get away. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." After a while, hundreds of people chased after her, including those from the Emperor Realm and many Dao Source Realm cultivators. Obviously, they were just there to join in the fun. Yang Kai was stunned in place, his head a little dazed as he stared blankly at the departing figure, rubbing his eyes hard. "It's that little girl." A cry of surprise came from the side. "Let's go." Another person hurriedly leaped out. When the brawny man surnamed Xiong heard this, he was no longer in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. After glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, he stomped his big foot on the ground and directly broke through the roof to chase after her. The tavern was in a mess in an instant. The waiter rushed over after asking about the commotion, but he suddenly felt like crying. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this time. He hurriedly threw down some source crystals and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. A group of people swarmed out of the city, not paying much attention to his sudden appearance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure that was escaping in front of them. All of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they chased after her. For these people, that woman was equivalent to 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai joined the chase without saying a word. It was not too eye-catching, but there was only one question in his heart. Did I see wrongly? Just now, when the woman flew away from him, her speed was too fast. His attention was still on the people at the next table, so he did not pay too much attention to the woman's appearance. He only caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes. It was this glimpse that made his heart tremble, because he felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, and it was someone he had not seen for many years. If he was not mistaken, then it was too unbelievable. He did not dare to be too sure, so he planned to blend in with the crowd and observe carefully before making a decision. He did not want to embarrass himself if he recognized the wrong person. What's more, this woman was in a bad situation now. If he did not do well, others might misunderstand and think that he had ulterior motives. Outside Point Star City, the woman's speed was extremely fast, turning into a pink stream of light as she sped away. Behind her, a group of cultivators chased after her relentlessly, all of them treating the woman as a delicious cake. It did not take long for the difference in cultivation level to be revealed. The Dao Source Realm cultivators who followed her fell behind one after another. Only those from the Emperor Realm could barely keep up with the woman's speed. There were not many people, only about 10 of them, and most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. However, this was already a force that could not be underestimated, especially for the woman. Even though they were not close, Xianxia could sense that the woman was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was precisely because of her cultivation level that Xianxia was not sure if he recognized the wrong person. After all, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If this woman was really the one he knew, how could she have such a cultivation level? A First-Order Emperor Realm Master obviously did not have much chance of winning against so many pursuers. But very quickly, Kai Yang discovered that something was not right. The woman fleeing in front of him did not seem to be panicking. Her aura was deep, and it was obvious that she was not using her full strength. Instead, she seemed to be fishing. When this thought surfaced, Xianxia could not help but laugh. He wondered if he was overthinking things. As they chased, they soon left Point Star City. In a wilderness 5,000 miles away from Point Star City, the woman who had been running away suddenly stopped. She stood quietly in the void, leaving the crowd with a beautiful back view. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling everyone who looked at her. The dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm who were chasing after her also stopped. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. The woman did not seem to be running away. Instead, it seemed like she was leading them into some kind of trap. Thinking of this, everyone quickly checked their surroundings, fearing that there might be some kind of spirit array or powerful helpers. Chapter 2991. After sweeping the area with their divine senses, everyone relaxed. There were no traps or spirit arrays hidden here, nor were there any traces of masters lying in wait. On the contrary, the young woman's posture with her back to them was very annoying, making them feel like they had been underestimated and extremely resentful. An old man with a rosy nose sighed, "Little girl, why did you provoke that wind and cloud pavilion? You've brought disaster upon yourself for no reason." Although this old master does not want to bully the weak, the reward is simply too good to be unmoved. Listen to this old master's advice and surrender, otherwise it won't be good if you get hurt in a fight. His tone was earnest and well-intentioned, but when he spoke, his eyes were rolling around. It was obvious that he was thinking of something devious. The others remained silent, but all of them were secretly circulating their Emperor Qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. The old man continued, "Little girl, you have no chance of winning. Stubbornly resisting will only cause you more harm. It's not easy to have such a cultivation at such a young age, but unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your strength. This old master is willing to be a mediator and go with you to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to ask for forgiveness from the old pavilion master and resolve this grievance. What do you think?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, the young woman chuckled, "If you hadn't secretly used that secret art on me, I might have really thought you were a good person. Unfortunately, your methods are too despicable. Master was right, the people outside are all insidious and cunning. How hateful." Having said this, the young woman suddenly raised her finger and swiped it through the void. With a light poochie, the sound of something being cut rang out, and a burst of light appeared in the air. The old man with the rosy nose trembled and his face paled. Obviously, his secret technique had been broken and he had suffered some internal injuries. He was both shocked and horrified, not having expected that this delicate little girl would be able to break his secret technique so easily. He instantly gained a clear understanding of her strength and became extremely wary of her. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the woman. It was unknown when this man had snuck up behind this woman, but before this, he had not revealed himself at all. He had taken advantage of the moment when a woman had broken through Chubby Nose's secret technique to launch a sneak attack. This was the moment when the woman was most relaxed. So this man had grasped the perfect opportunity. His emperor chi surged as he raised his hand and summoned a large net-like artifact towards the woman. This large net flashed with 5 colors and was obviously a powerful emperor artifact, the kind that was specifically used to capture people. The huge net spread out and seemed to be able to envelop heaven and earth. It completely enveloped the space around the woman. The person who attacked laughed. "Haha, let's see where you can run to now." Although the woman's strength wasn't bad, she clearly didn't have much combat experience. When this unforeseen event occurred, she frowned and floated back. However, to her surprise, the net was like a maggot attached to her bones, and she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. What's more, the net was rapidly shrinking, trying to envelop her. If she was really caught by this emperor artifact, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong she was. After all, there were many people from the Emperor realm gathered here, so as long as they all swarmed her, they would definitely be able to capture her. The moment the woman turned around, Xianxia's expression froze as he stared blankly at this somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar face, unable to connect this woman to the person he knew. Is this really her? Xianxia wasn't sure. At that moment, the person from the Emperor realm who attacked suddenly formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Withdraw!" The big net suddenly shrank, completely wrapping around the woman. A look of panic appeared on the woman's face as she tried to escape from the net, but the space around her had already been sealed. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful eyes, as she knew she could only use her trump card to break this Emperor artifact. But at that moment, a strange force suddenly wrapped around her, and inexplicably, when the large net shrank, she found that she had actually escaped. The owner of the large net was obviously a little surprised and had a blank expression on his face, completely unaware of what had happened. Master said that if anyone hits me once, I will hit them twice. You have to take 2 of my punches, and if you don't die, I will let you go. After experiencing the sneak attack just now, the woman was obviously a little angry. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, but a beauty was still a beauty, so even if she was angry, she was still beautiful. Saying so, her tender body flickered and she rushed towards the man, her pair of delicate fists glowing as she smashed forward from a distance of more than 100 meters. The man was still wondering why his Emperor artifact didn't work, and upon hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Little girl, you are so arrogant. You don't put me in your eyes at all. This king doesn't know who your master is, but if he can teach a disciple like you, he obviously isn't a powerful person. Not to mention 2 punches, even 100. Zeke." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When the woman's delicate fists smashed down, the entire world suddenly froze, and he felt as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain. His chest felt stuffy, his breathing was labored, and all the blood in his body stopped flowing. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The cultivator from the Emperor realm was smashed to the ground like a meteor, vomiting blood in mid-air as his face turned extremely pale. Asterisk Pa. Asterisk, a huge crater appeared in the ground as cracks spread out from the center of the crater, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's eyes widened, stupefied as they stared at the seemingly weak girl. They never would have thought that this seemingly ordinary attack would actually be so powerful. The visual impact gave them an extremely unreal feeling, causing them to involuntarily wonder if they had seen wrongly. Xianxia was also a little dumbfounded, feeling more and more that this girl wasn't the person he knew. Although this girl was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, the strength she could display was extremely terrifying. If she was really the person he knew, she shouldn't be able to do this. Second punch. The girl flew down and arrived above the crater, punching down again as she spoke. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and could see more clearly. It was still a simple punch without any trace of secret technique, but it was this punch that made the crater more than 10 times bigger. The ground shook, and the First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was smashed into the crater let out a muffled groan before he stopped moving. Many people swept over with their divine senses, and everyone was shocked. Dead. That person was actually dead. He was killed by 2 punches from a delicate and weak young girl. Below the crater, that person's death was too horrible to look at, and it could be said that not even his bones remained. Who is your master? The old man with the chubby nose asked in shock. Even a fool could see that something was wrong at this time. The girl's strength was astonishing, and it was obvious that she wasn't cultivated by an ordinary person. If her disciple was so powerful, how could her master be any weaker? It was very likely that there was some kind of heaven-defying master behind her. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the girl again and seemed to see a figure standing behind her. For a moment, everyone felt that they had provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked. This girl dared to kill the young pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so it wasn't without reason. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion wasn't ordinary, there were still a few great forces in the Western Territory that could contend with it, not to mention the elusive Shadow Killer Hall. Why do you care who my master is? You just plotted against me, so I'll punch you twice. After the girl finished off her previous opponent, she turned her gaze to the old man with the chubby nose and raised her fist. The old man was shocked. Although he was quite strong, he didn't dare to say that he was stronger than the person who had just died. If that person couldn't take 2 punches from a girl, he definitely couldn't either. That raised fist was white with a tinge of red. Although it was beautiful, in the eyes of the old man, it was a lethal weapon that could take his life. Panicking, he shouted, "This girl is strong. Everyone, let's attack her together. Little girl's skin is really pretty. Let me dote on you." An angry roar was heard as a burly figure pounced toward the girl. Everyone was stunned, thinking that there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. With the lesson from before, they were all prepared to retreat. After all, they were not a single piece of metal. If everyone could work together, there was a high chance that they could take down the girl, but everyone knew that everyone had their own thoughts. If they really rushed forward, it would only give the girl a chance to take them down one by one. When that time came, there would be heavy casualties. Now that someone had rushed out, it undoubtedly changed the situation a little. After seeing the appearance and cultivation of this person, everyone was shocked. Big Bear, it's actually him. This is great. With him taking the lead, this matter may be a success. For a time, those from the Emperor realm who were preparing to retreat stayed and watched quietly. Big Bear had already rushed in front of the girl, his Emperor Chi surging. His fists, which were larger than bowls, were swinging rapidly, each punch containing enough power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. He was tall and sturdy, and when he attacked, his attacks were wide open and looked extremely fierce. Facing this incomparably violent attack, the girl pursed her red lips and silently countered it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two sides exchanged hundreds of punches in just a few breaths. Big Bear suddenly pulled back, a look of shock on his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The group was stunned. They saw that Big Bear's fists were a bloody mess while the girl was unscathed. Her enemy had retreated, but she didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue and instead just glared at him angrily. So strong, Big Bear lowered his head and looked at his fists in disbelief, but the facts were right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually lost to a young girl in a fist fight. This made Big Bear feel a little embarrassed. With a roar, he formed a series of seals, and the skull necklace that had been hanging around his neck suddenly unraveled. The white skulls flew out one after another, turning into giant skulls. Their eyes flashed with eerie, ghostly fire as they pounced towards the young girl. Chapter 2992. One after another, huge skulls flew through the air, spewing out extremely cold yin-chi from their mouths. This yin-chi seemed to be able to freeze one's Emperor Chi. Clearly, they all possessed great power. In a split second, the girl was completely surrounded, and her figure disappeared without a trace. Big Bear coldly snorted, There are always some young juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, this king will let you know that there is always someone better than you. As he continued to form hand seals, the power of the flying skulls became more and more astonishing. A loud explosion rang out, causing Big Bear's expression to change. Shock was written all over his face. When he raised his head to take a look, he saw the skulls flying in the air as they were blasted away by a powerful force. The girl's figure reappeared, standing in the void like an unstoppable god of war. "How dare you destroy my Emperor artifact?" Big Bear's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Those skulls were his biggest reliance. But one of them had a dim light in its eye socket at this moment. It seemed to be floating around uncontrollably. Apparently, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. He did not expect that his Emperor artifact would be blasted away by the girl's body. At this moment, the girl had 2 boxing gloves on her fists. These boxing gloves were completely black and gave off an extremely profound feeling. Judging from the aura emanating from her fists, it was obvious that they were also very good Emperor artifacts. It was by relying on the power of these Emperor artifacts that the girl was able to blast away the surrounding skulls. Shouting, Big Bear commanded the skulls to attack the girl again. At the same time, he shouted, "Are you all here to watch the show?" After exchanging blows, he no longer had the confidence to defeat the girl and could only pin his hopes on the others. As long as everyone present could unite, the girl would not be able to defeat them with 2 fists no matter how strong she was. The man with the chubby nose immediately echoed, "What are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to attack. With a flip of his hand, he summoned an Emperor artifact that looked like a wine gourd. The gourd's mouth was pointed in the girl's direction, spewing out monstrous flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. As soon as he made his move, the remaining cultivators from the Emperor realm who were still watching finally couldn't hold back anymore. They summoned their Emperor artifacts and attacked the girl. In an instant, Emperor artifacts and secret techniques flew everywhere, making the scene very lively. Although the young girl's strength was not bad, facing the joint attack of so many masters, she was unable to withstand it. In an instant, she became flustered, constantly dodging the various attacks. She wanted to break through the encirclement and attack them one by one, but she lost the initiative and was trapped in place. From this point, it could be seen that she was indeed lacking in combat experience. She thought that she was strong enough to lure these people here, but who knew that she would end up being tied down? However, she was also quite strong. Every time she swung her fists, they would burst forth with great power and were not inferior to an Emperor artifact. This pair of fists was almost comparable to an Emperor artifact. The fact that she was able to stand firm under the joint attack of nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm was enough to show her strength. To be able to achieve this with a body of flesh and blood, Xianxia only knew that the dragon race was capable of this. "Friend, why haven't you made a move yet?" Suddenly, someone turned to look at Xianxia and asked curiously. All the cultivators from the Emperor realm present had already made their moves, either rushing up or summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Only Xianxia was holding back, so naturally he was very conspicuous. Xianxia gently nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll make my move now." As he spoke, he pointed his finger to the side. "You?" The man was shocked, not expecting Xianxia to attack him at the slightest disagreement. He had not provoked this young man and had not even met him before, so there was no reason for him to suddenly be targeted. What the hell is going on? Suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, the man hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi to protect himself while at the same time trying to put some distance between himself and Xianxia. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he retreated, he could not escape the power of Xianxia's finger. As Xianxia's fingertip touched this man's body, a surge of power gushed out, and the Emperor Qi he hastily activated burst like a bubble, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as his aura abruptly weakened significantly. Xianxia slammed his palm down again, and a huge palm print covered the man's vision, causing him to faint. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to turn pale with fright. The man with the chubby nose shouted angrily. "This man is with that slut." Yang Kai chuckled. "Whatever you say." The reason why he had chased them here was to see if this girl was someone he knew. Now that he had probably mistaken her for someone else, he did not want to stand by and do nothing. These guys were obviously not good people and deserved to be taught a lesson. Saying so, the old man with the chubby nose waved his hand, and the huge gourd immediately flew back to him. The mouth of the gourd pointed at Yang Kai, and the world energy instantly became chaotic. Just as the gourd's mouth was about to spit out flames, the chubby-nosed old man's vision blurred, and a person appeared 3 inches in front of him. "See?" The old man was shocked and focused his gaze, only to find that the young man had somehow appeared in front of him. What kind of divine technique is this? He had not even left a trace. Panicking, the old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out an arrow of blood, a cold smile appearing on his face. He thought that his attack would definitely succeed, but unexpectedly, the arrow of blood seemed to have been pulled by an invisible force and brushed past the young man's ear. "How could this be?" the old man exclaimed. He had launched a sudden attack from 3 inches away. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would be hit. So how could he have missed? "Old dog, you're really sinister." Yang Kai nodded and slowly raised his hand and patted the old man's chest. The old man was scared out of his wits in an instant, but he quickly noticed that there was nothing unusual about him. Just when he was secretly rejoicing, a copious and irresistible force erupted from his chest, and his entire body was instantly sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Without control, the Gourd Emperor artifact reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. Yang Kai had crippled 2 of the Emperor Realm's cultivators in less than 3 breaths of time. Such terrifying combat power scared the hell out of the others. They thought that the girl was terrifying enough, but they did not expect an even more terrifying one to appear. Now, how could they still have the confidence to continue fighting? Everyone's complexion changed, and they scattered in all directions, wanting to escape this place. Only Big Bear was still entangled with the young girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but because no one cooperated with him, he lost the initiative and was unable to escape. This young master rarely acts chivalrously. "If I let you escape, where will this old man put his face?" Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, but his space principles fluctuated. With him as the center, an area of 1,000 feet in radius instantly turned into a cage. All the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who rushed to the edge of the cage were blocked by an invisible barrier and knocked into it. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out as the young girl who was suppressing Big Bear looked up towards Yang Kai, her head tilting slightly as a look of confusion appeared on her face. She vaguely felt that this person's voice was familiar, and when she looked at his back, it was also very familiar. Immediately after, a figure jumped out of her mind and called out, "Uncle Yang." This name made Yang Kai tremble, and his broken hopes were rekindled. Looking back at the surprised girl, he asked in surprise, "Little Yin, it's me, Uncle Yang. I'm Little Yin. Lin Yin cheered, her excitement overflowing. Perhaps because she had met an old friend in a foreign land, the girl was so excited that a layer of mist covered her eyes. "It's really you." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked Lin Yin up and down. "I almost didn't recognize you." Although he had some doubts before, Yang Kai really could not believe that this girl was Lin Yin. After all, many years had passed. When Yang Kai took Lin Yin into High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star, she was only a 5 or 6-year-old girl at that time. Later, when Yang Inflammation left Hung Luo Star Field to return to the star boundary, he did not take anyone with him except for Lin Yin. After many years, there was no news of them. In a flash, many years had passed, and the little girl back then had grown into a young woman. If that was all, Yang Kai would not have failed to recognize her. Although a woman would change 18 times as she grew up, there were still some traces of the past. The current Lin Yin had many similarities with the past. What Yang Kai guessed was Lin Yin's current cultivation. First Order Emperor Realm. Moreover, she could fight above her realm. A cultivator of the same cultivation would be as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of her. If not for this, Yang Kai would not have dared to recognize her. When Yang inflammation took her away, she was still young and her cultivation was pitifully low. Even if Yang inflammation brought her to the star boundary and she had her own opportunities, she should not have grown so quickly, right? After all, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master now. Lin Yun-er's strength was almost the same as his. What kind of situation was this? However, no matter how shocked Yang Kai was, the fact that the girl was Lin Yun-er could not be changed. The way she called him Uncle Yang was the best proof. Back on Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, the little girl had always called him that. While the two were talking, Yang Kai's space principles were also interrupted, and the imprisoned cultivators of the Emperor Realm finally regained their freedom. They used their movement skills to escape, running far away in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai turned his head to take a look, frowned, and raised his hand to send out a dozen moonblades. Space was cut apart, and a few screams could be heard in the distance. Obviously, some people were hit, but half of them still managed to escape. Big Bear also wanted to escape. The battle with Lin Yun made him feel the threat of death. Only now did he understand how terrifying this little girl was. Taking advantage of Lin Yun-er's distraction, he hurriedly called back his skull. His figure flashed, and he hid in one of the skulls to escape. Lin Yun also came back to her senses at this time. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Uncle Yang, I'll deal with him first. I'll talk to you later." Chapter 2993. Do you need help? Yang Kai asked with a smile. No need. The girl refused politely with a confident look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch at the skull Big Bear was hiding in. The surrounding space was squeezed out in layers of irregular fluctuations with terrifying power. Although Big Bear was fast, he could not outrun the power of this punch. With a loud bang, the skull was smashed to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. A crack appeared on the skull, and Big Bear's muffled groan could be heard from within. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he thought to himself, "This little girl must have obtained a lot of opportunities after arriving in the star boundary. She can actually display such powerful strength with just a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. I wonder how Yang Inflammation managed to unearth the potential in her body." Thinking of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai's heart moved again. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Yang Inflammation for the past few years, but he had no clue. He could only vaguely guess that Yang Inflammation was in a great forest called Starcourt. Now that he had met Lin Yun-er, perhaps he could inquire about Yang Inflammation's whereabouts from her. As long as he could find Yang Inflammation, he could find a way to return to Hung Luo Starfield and bring his friends and family here. He had spent quite a bit of time in the star boundary, and now that he had established his own foundation here, the huge High Heaven Palace was enough for those on Shadowed Star to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Little girl, don't be so overbearing. Don't be so overbearing. Big Bear's somewhat flustered voice came out. While Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, Lin Yun had beaten him into a corner. Countless cracks appeared on the huge skull he was hiding in, and the ghost fire in its eye sockets dimmed, on the verge of extinguishing. He had also noticed Lin Yun-er's strength and knew that he was not her opponent. So he wanted to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Unfortunately, how could Lin Yun-er do as he wished? He did not know where the little girl had been training all these years. Although her mind was relatively pure, her temperament was extremely stubborn. She completely ignored what he was saying and only pursed her lips, smashing fist after fist onto the skull. After a dozen or so punches, the skull exploded into pieces with a rumbling sound. Big Bear jumped out of it in a distressed state. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai watched with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Destroying an Emperor artifact with just her flesh and blood was an extraordinary feat now. This tyrannical girl was completely different from the little girl he remembered. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. With the skull destroyed, Big Bear's head and face were covered in dirt. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anger rose from his heart, and his evil intentions grew. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "If you don't want me to have a good time, then you won't have a good time either." Forming a seal with his hands, the remaining intact skulls suddenly flew up and burst into flames, releasing gloomy and cold flames that shot towards Lin Yun. Yang Kai's face changed as he vaguely realized how difficult these flames were to deal with. This kind of flame should be a kind of worldly exotic flame, and if one was accidentally contaminated by it, it would definitely not end well. Yang Kai wanted to warn Lin Yun, but he saw that she was not scared at all and simply faced these flames head-on. In an instant, the girl's body was wrapped in these cold flames, and she disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha! Big Bear laughed loudly. This little girl is really stupid. How could this king's netherworld ghost flames be so easily contaminated? Let's see if you'll die or not, hiss. His laughter came to an abrupt end as Big Bear's eyes bulged, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, his eyes filled with shock and horror. From the so-called netherworld ghost flames in front of him, a graceful figure walked out, the cold flames tumbling around her, but they were unable to harm her at all. At this moment, Lin Yun's body was blooming with a dazzling light that seemed to contain a mysterious power. It was this layer of light that blocked the netherworld ghost flames from harming her, allowing her to remain safe and sound. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as shock filled his heart. He could naturally tell that this light was not the power of a defensive emperor artifact, but rather some unknown secret technique that Lin Yun had used. What kind of secret technique could have such powerful defensive power? Master said that anyone who wants to kill me must be killed. Lin Yun whispered softly, a look of piety on her face, as if she regarded her master's words as the golden rule. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Big Bear. Big Bear sucked in a breath of cold air. His strongest divine technique had been broken so easily, so how could he still have the confidence to fight this girl? Seeing the girl rushing towards him so fiercely, he bit the tip of his tongue, burned his blood essence, and turned around to flee. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly noticed that the space around him had become extremely viscous, making it difficult for him to even move. "You!" Big Bear turned his head to look at Yang Kai, his face filled with grief and indignation, his eyes filled with blood and tears. He clearly noticed that Yang Kai had done something to cut off his hope of escape. "Have a safe journey." Yang Kai smiled and waved at him, as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. Big Bear only felt the blood in his chest tumble as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The next moment, Lin Yun slammed into his back and threw out 2 punches. The sky was filled with blood, blooming like a rose, and bones were scattered everywhere. But the girl was like a pure white lotus, untainted by the mud. Suddenly, the girl withdrew her aura and the pitch-black gloves on her fists disappeared without a trace. She flew into Yang Kai's arms like a bolt of lightning and cried out, "Uncle Yang!" This sudden turn of events caught Kai Yang off guard, causing him to be hugged by her. His whole body was pushed back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The girl's body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and her hair exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, and Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing elasticity. Yang Kai looked embarrassed, not expecting the girl to be so enthusiastic. Lin Yun buried her head in Yang Kai's arms and took a few deep breaths before raising her head, an intoxicated look on her face as she narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "It's this familiar smell. I can even dream of it." Looking at the girl's sincere face and listening to her heartfelt voice, Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Raising his hand, he patted her head and smiled. "Little Yun is also grown up." Lin Yun giggled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she took the initiative to open up some distance from Yang Kai. Looking him up and down as she nodded, "Uncle, you haven't changed at all otherwise. If everyone had changed, I might not have been able to recognize you." After saying this, she hugged Yang Kai again, as if she would never let go. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk while walking, Xianxia suggested. Wait a moment. Lin Yun did not move, as if she wanted to deeply remember this familiar smell and feeling. Since she did not move, Xianxia could not force her and could only stand there. A moment later, Xianxia suddenly frowned, clearly feeling a warm feeling coming from his chest. Looking down, he saw the girl's long eyelashes trembling slightly, and the corners of her eyes were moist. What are you crying for? Xianxia laughed involuntarily. I miss you. Lin Yun's tone was full of grievances. I miss Annie Yang inflammation, Annie Huang, Annie Yi, and you. I miss you so much, but I can't see you. I don't know where you are. I can't find you. Xianxia's nose was a little sour. Although the little girl's strength was amazing, she was still young, and it was normal for her to be sentimental. What's more, she was taken away when she was very young. Now that she finally saw someone from her homeland, her suppressed emotions were immediately vented. Raising his hand, he patted her back and enjoyed this rare warmth with her. Gulila, a strange sound broke the atmosphere. Xianxia was startled at first, but when he reacted to what this sound was, he almost laughed out loud. Lin Yun lowered her head, a blush climbing from her neck to her cheeks and spreading to her delicate earlobes. Hungry? Xianxia lowered his head and asked. Lin Yun nodded imperceptibly. For her, this seemed to be the most shameful thing. Xianxia was a little confused. Logically speaking, Lin Yun had cultivated to the First Order Emperor realm, so even if she didn't eat for decades, it wouldn't be a problem. At this level of strength, she could eat and drink, and the world energy was enough to satisfy her needs. So how could she be hungry? In the Emperor realm, eating was either to satisfy one's appetite or to cultivate. Xianxia hadn't experienced what hunger felt like for a long time. Without asking any more questions, Xianxia immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead to search. Although he didn't have any delicious food on hand, he had a lot of spirit fruits. There were so many exotic flowers and grasses in the sealed world bead's medicine garden, so it was easy to find a few fruits. Moreover, these fruits weren't ordinary spirit fruits. They were all extremely high grade. With a flip of his hand, 3 red fruits appeared in Xianxia's hand, each the size of a baby's fist. Do you want these? Uncle Yang, you're so nice. The girl immediately became spirited and forgot about her shame. She quickly took the fruit and put it to her mouth, biting into it with a satisfied look on her face. She seemed to be chewing slowly, but in fact, she was eating very quickly without losing her elegance. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but there was a smile on her face, looking quite carefree. Let's go, Xianxia called out. Wait a little longer, Lin Yun said before her delicate body flickered and she disappeared into the distance. Lying, there was a severely injured cultivator from the Emperor realm, who was the first to be injured by Xianxia. Xianxia was curious about what the little girl was doing, but he saw Lin Yun eat the spirit fruit while throwing a punch at the half-dead man, directly blowing him into pieces. This scene made Xianxia's eyelids twitch. Lin Yun turned around and went to another cultivator from the Emperor realm, doing the same thing. There was no hesitation in the whole process. For her, it was as if she wasn't killing 2 cultivators from the Emperor realm, but 2 insignificant insects. On one hand, she was innocent and naive, but on the other, she killed people without hesitation. Xianxia found that he couldn't understand this little girl anymore. Chapter 2994. Master said that if we don't remove the roots when cutting weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows, Lin Yun explained. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat, wondering who this master of his was to be so cruel and callous. Back then, when Yang Yin brought Lin Yun to the star boundary, who had entrusted her to? Lin Yun took the initiative to grab Xianxia's big hand and flew in a certain direction, chattering happily. Along the way, Xianxia spent most of his time listening. He wanted to ask her about her situation over the years, but he couldn't bear to interrupt her fun. Soon, Xianxia discovered a strange thing. Lin Yun was simply a foodie. His 3 spirit fruits were all emperor grade. Even if someone from the emperor realm ate them, They would need to refine them for a while before fully digesting them. But in the hands of this little girl, they were no different from snacks. After eating the spirit fruits, she even took out a lot of dried meat from her space ring. At a glance, it was obvious that the dried meat was refined from a very high-grade monster beast after its death and contained a great amount of energy. Is it okay for you to eat so much? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun'er replied matter-of-factly. Master said that only by eating can I have the strength to cultivate and fight. What kind of theory is this? Xianxia became more and more curious about her master. A day later, the two of them arrived at another city. This city was not inferior to Starting Point City in the slightest. There were so many people in the city that they were like carps crossing a river. In view of Lin Yun'er's performance along the way, Xianxia directly took her into the largest restaurant, asked for a private room, and ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes. These delicacies were not ordinary food. Each dish was accompanied by spirit herbs and monster beast meat. Even if a master ate them, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Yun'er's eyes lit up as she ate heartily. A gust of wind blew away the clouds, shocking the waiters who served the dishes. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl could eat so much. When she was full, Xianxia asked, Shaolin, where is your anti-yang inflammation? Lin Yun'er lay on the chair and touched her stomach with one hand. Even after eating so much, her stomach didn't grow at all. It was still flat. Her face was full of satisfaction and contentment. But when she heard Xianxia's words, she suddenly pouted and said, I don't know. You don't know? Xianxia was stunned. Wasn't she the one who took you away? Lin Yun said, Yes, but after she brought me here and handed me over to Master, I never saw her again. She also never came to see me. The little girl was on the verge of tears as she spoke. It was obvious that she was extremely sad. As she spoke, she grabbed a beast leg from the table and nibbled on it gently. It was as if she was trying to convert her grief into appetite. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued to ask, What about your master? Who is your master? Lin Yun didn't even raise her head as she said, Master is master. Xianxia said, There should be a title, right? Lin Yun raised her head and stared at Xianxia in a daze. After a while, she giggled and said, I don't know. I've always called him master. It's over. This girl is not only heartless, but also stupid. Xianxia couldn't help but worry about her future. How could she survive in the star boundary with this kind of character? No wonder she could provoke that wind and cloud pavilion and be hunted down all over the world. He didn't know how she had grown up all these years. But then again, since Yang Inflammation entrusted Lin Yun'er to that person must be extremely reliable. From Lin Yun'er's current growth, it could be seen that her master must also be a master. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the kind of person who could control the world. Unfortunately, Lin Yun knew nothing about the identity of that person, so even if Xianxia wanted to inquire, he couldn't find any clues. Xianxia remembered that Lin Yun'er's physique was somewhat special. Yang Inflammation said that she had a tyrant strength body, and the reason why he took Lin Yun'er away was because a friend of hers cultivated a secret art that was very suitable for this little girl. Now it seemed that Yang Inflammation's decision was the right one. Although the little girl had been separated from her family for many years, her growth was truly remarkable. If Lin Yun had stayed on Shadowed Star back then, she definitely wouldn't have had her current achievements. Can you take me to your master? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Why do you want to find him? Lin Yun was shocked and stopped eating as she stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, a look of panic filling her face. I want to ask him about the whereabouts of your Auntie Yang Inflammation. Oh, the little girl nodded gently before saying, If that's the case, you don't need to find him. Why? Xianxia frowned and asked. Because he won't tell me. I've asked him many times over the years, but he never tells me. Xianxia smiled and said, If you ask him, he may have his reasons, but it's different if I ask him. So if possible, I hope you can take me to your master. Lin Yun'er's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as she let out a dry laugh, her eyes darting around as she ate absent-mindedly. Xianxia asked curiously, Is there something inconvenient about you? The little girl quickly waved her hands. No, no, there's nothing inconvenient. Saying so, she lowered her head and frankly confessed, Uncle Yang, I escaped. Yang Kai was shocked. What do you mean you escaped? Where did you escape from? Who imprisoned you? Lin Yin'er lowered her head and said, No one imprisoned me. I escaped from my master's place. Yang Kai was stunned. Your master didn't treat you well? He even restricted your freedom? No. The little girl hurriedly denied. Master was very good to me. He said that I was his successor, so he gave me all the good things and gave me delicious food every day. Yang Kai sweated. Since he was very good to you, why did you escape? Lin Yun said shyly, I just wanted to come out and have a look. I've been staying in one place and never come out. I also miss Aunt Yang inflammation, so I wanted to come out and look for her. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai laughed, but he was relieved. Although he didn't know who the little girl's master was, since she said so, it meant that the person was really good to her. Lin Yun giggled again. Fortunately, I ran out, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see you, Uncle Yang. Girl, let's discuss something. Okay, you see, I'm not old, don't call me uncle. Lin Yun tilted her head and thought for a moment, then laughed heartlessly. But you are little Yun-er's Uncle Yang. Okay. Yang Kai looked helpless, then suddenly frowned and said thoughtfully, Your master should be very powerful, right? Lin Yun said with a smile of exultation. Of course, master is the most powerful. There is nothing in this world that he can't do. Yang Kai said, Since he's so powerful, how did you escape from him? I ran away when he wasn't paying attention. What's so difficult about that? This reason left Yang Kai speechless. Just as he was about to ask something else, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he shouted, Yin'er, don't eat it, it's poisonous. He suddenly noticed that Lin Yun-er's face had an abnormal color, which was clearly a sign of poisoning. Since it could poison a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, this poison was obviously extremely powerful. Yang Kai blamed himself. Although he had checked the food a little before it was served, he didn't find anything unusual, but he didn't expect the poison to be so well hidden, completely fooling his perception. So it's poisonous. No wonder it tasted a little strange. Lin Yun burped as she spoke, then stared at the food in her hand. She kept chewing. You? Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. She was clearly poisoned, and he had warned her, but she didn't take it seriously at all. Is this little girl's brain damaged? Just as he was about to take the food away from her, Yang Kai noticed another strange phenomenon. A green mist began to spread from Lin Yun-er's body, and this mist contained an extremely potent poison. How is this possible? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue. The poison mist was clearly forced out by little Yun-er herself. In other words, the poison in the food had no effect on her. Lin Yun-er obviously knew this, so she continued to eat without any scruples. Is the tyrant's strength body so powerful? Or was the inheritance of this little girl's master so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't figure out the whole story for a while, but he was relieved and exhorted, Don't run around. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai came to a place that looked like a kitchen. It was hot and rolling here, and many people dressed as cooks were cooking all kinds of delicacies. Yang Kai looked around, and his eyes immediately fixed on one person. This person's cultivation wasn't low, and he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. His whole body was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. You. The person was clearly taken aback when he saw Yang Kai appear. He raised his hand, and a 5-colored poisonous snake attacked Yang Kai. The snake's head was ferocious, and it opened its mouth, revealing several fangs that flickered with a strange light as it bit straight at Yang Kai. You're courting death. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a moon blade, which easily cut through the poisonous snake's body, cutting it in half and causing it to fall to the ground. The black-robed man didn't panic when he saw this. He formed a seal with his hand, and the two halves of the snake suddenly exploded, turning into a blood-colored poisonous fog that enveloped the surroundings. Taking this opportunity, the black-robed man retreated, directly breaking through the wall to leave. With a bang, the kitchen collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The black-robed man had already escaped 1,000 meters away. "Do you think you can escape?" Xianxia's voice suddenly came from the front. The black-robed man was shocked, and when he looked up, he found that Xianxia had unknowingly appeared in front of him. With a flick of his sleeve, poisonous creatures of different appearances rushed forward. Among these poisonous creatures, there were snakes, frogs, and spiders, all of which were brightly colored, and at a glance, one could tell that they were highly poisonous. There were hundreds of them, and all of them suddenly attacked Xianxia. Chapter 2995. Exile. A deep voice rang out as Xianxia opened his hand and slapped forward. The space in front of him instantly collapsed as all the poisonous creatures were sucked into it and banished into the endless void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Space divine technique," the black-robed man exclaimed. He originally wanted to exchange a few blows with Xianxia, but after seeing the power of this divine technique, he immediately gave up on the idea. With a shake of his black robe, his emperor chi surged, and his whole body suddenly became ethereal, as if he was about to melt into the surrounding air. This was obviously an escape technique that made it impossible for others to grasp his movements. The slightest carelessness would cause him to disappear without a trace. "Stay!" Xianxia coldly snorted, and space principles surged, wrapping the space around the black-robed man. The fading figure condensed again, and the pressure from the surrounding space instantly broke the black-robed man's secret technique, allowing him to reveal himself again. The black-robed man was really panicking this time. He had long heard that masters who were proficient in space principles were not to be trifled with, but he had never expected them to be so strong. Both he and Xianxia were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but the black-robed man did not have the confidence to fight against Xianxia. The black-robed man forcibly pushed his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of space principles. But in the next moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from in front of him and grabbed his neck. A ferocious, tsunami-like force rushed out from the big hand, shattering the black-robed man's strength. The black-robed man instantly lost the power to resist and was lifted into the air, unable to move. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a burst of energy tore through the air, tearing apart the black-robed man's head. A face full of pockmarks, as if it had been boiled in boiling water, was exposed. It was terrifying, and anyone who looked at it would shudder in fear. The battle between the two was brief, but it was inevitable that there would be some noise. When the divine technique was used, it attracted the attention of many residents here. As soon as the black-robed man's true face was revealed, the crowd below exclaimed, "Poison Senior Buhong! Why is he here? Damn it! Why did Wind and Cloud Pavilion let this monster out? Run! We can't stay here for long. With the Poison Senior here, I'm afraid this place will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Why are you running? Can't you see that Buhong has been captured? TSK. Who is that person? He's actually so amazing. Are you blind? How can a poison master be captured so casually? That kid is dead for sure. No, I have to leave quickly. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die without a burial place." The crowd was in an uproar. There were actually quite a few people who were running out of the city as if their lives depended on it. It was as if the black-robed man was some kind of scourge, and they would lose their lives if they ran a little slower. "Looks like you're quite famous." Xianxia looked ahead coldly. Buhong sneered. "Brat, you're dead. I have the myriad poison's body. If you hadn't approached me, I might not have been your match. But you didn't know the difference between life and death. You actually tried to capture me. You're courting death." As he spoke, a dark green aura spread from Xianxia's wrist to his arm, like a slithering green snake. Its speed was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into his sleeve. Kaiyang lowered his head to take a look, then casually said, "With your trash poison?" Buhong's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to say something more, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Xianxia's arm in disbelief. Xianxia had pulled up his sleeve, and the dark green aura was actually stuck at his elbow, unable to move an inch. A drop of cold sweat suddenly rolled down Buhong's forehead as he asked in shock, "How did you block it?" Xianxia replied indifferently, "As long as one's physique is strong enough, they will be immune to all poisons." "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Buhong's eyes trembled violently, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His entire body was in a bad state. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to resist his poison, but there was a first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him who was unaffected. Although he was poisoned, the poison was blocked by his elbow, preventing it from spreading to the rest of his body. He simply could not accept this. How strong did one's physique have to be able to resist his poison? Buhong finally panicked when his biggest trump card failed. Feeling Xianxia's murderous intent and the increasing pressure on his neck, he hurriedly said, "You may have a way to detoxify this senior's poison, but what about that little girl? If you want her to live, obediently let go of this senior. Maybe she will still have a chance to live." Xianxia snorted, "You don't need to worry about her. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia activated his Emperor Qi. With a soft pop, Buhong's neck was crushed. His head flew up, his eyes wide open, and his face filled with shock, as if he could not react in time. Even until his death, he could not understand why this young man did not care about the little girl's life. As his mutilated corpse fell from the sky, Xianxia reached out and took Buhong's space ring. When the crowd below saw this, they were all shocked into silence. Poison Senior Buhong was dead. Poison Senior Buhong, who had wreaked havoc in the Western Territory and killed more than a dozen cities, had been killed so easily. Moreover, he had died a miserable death, crushed by a young man with one hand. After a moment of silence, a burst of cheers came from below. Pairs of eyes filled with worship and gratitude looked up, as if Kai Yang had done something great that made them clap their hands in joy. This was indeed a good thing. In the past, the Honorable Poison Master, Buhong, in order to cultivate his poison arts, had made many attempts on the martial artists of the western regions. Often, in order to test the effects of his new poison, he would directly throw a lethal poison into a city and then hide within to observe its effects. He had slaughtered more than a dozen cities, and countless people had lost their families and families. When the people of the Western Territory mentioned the Poison Senior, they all hated him. Although this guy's cultivation was not very high, his poison secret art was unpredictable. Even a few second-order Emperor Realm Masters had died at his hands. Later, when a third-order Emperor Realm Master chased after him, he hid in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and had not shown himself for many years. Who would have thought that this time he would be defeated here? While the crowd cheered, Xianxia was silently circulating his secret art to force the poison out of his arm. Buhong's poison was indeed powerful. In the past, Xianxia estimated that no matter how strong his physique was, he would definitely be poisoned. But ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art and merged with the golden divine dragon source, his body had gained a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, greatly increasing his resistance to poison. The real dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies, and the masters of the dragon race were even more immune to poison. Although Xianxia could not compare to the real dragon race, it was enough to suppress Buhong's poison. He had the advantage of the dragon race's bloodline. A moment later, a drop of green poison was forced to his fingertip. Although it was a small drop, it seemed to contain enough power to destroy a city. Using his space principles, Xianxia banished this drop of poison into the void. His figure flickered as he returned to the private room, only to see the mess on the table. All the food had been eaten, and Lin Yun was carefully sucking on her 10 fingers. Xianxia was sweating profusely, thinking to himself that this girl's master was not easy. How much did he have to spend every year to feed this big eater? "Uncle Yang, you're back." Lin Yun glanced up at Xianxia and smiled. And Xianxia nodded and said thoughtfully, "Were you planning to go to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" "Yes." Lin Yun'er's pretty face sank when she heard this and said with a frosty expression, "Those people from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are too hateful. I heard from that young pavilion master that there are many imprisoned girls in his house. I want to rescue them." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed and she slammed the table and stood up. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I don't know where the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is." Lin Yun'er looked at Yang Kai innocently. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he asked, "Then how did you leave before?" Lin Yun'er grinned and said, "I just walked around randomly." Yang Kai immediately became worried and said, "Forget it. I'll go with you." Since he had nothing to do now, he wanted to chase after Zhu Qing and her brother. But now it seemed that Zhu Qing and the others had already left, so there was no point in continuing to chase them. In any case, he could meet them again when he returned to the Northern Territory. It was rare for him to run into Lin Yun'er, so he naturally had to prioritize her matters. Although this little girl was strong, there were always some existences in this world that she could not afford to provoke. With her naive temperament, there was no telling what kind of trouble she would cause, so it was better to follow her. Lin Yun'er's eyes lit up when she heard this and said, "Uncle Yang, you're so kind." Saying so, she rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pressing half of her body against his. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Yang Kai said earnestly, "Lil Yun'er, you've grown up, you're a big girl now." Lin Yun nodded repeatedly and said, In. Yang Kai then said, "Since you're a big girl now, some things can't be like before. In." Yang Kai opened his mouth but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and sighed slightly, knowing that this little girl had probably been protected too well and had not wandered outside in the past few years, so she had no idea what the difference between men and women was. Since she was a blank piece of paper, why should he use a secular pen to leave a mark on it? Abandoning the idea of educating her, Yang Kai was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and glanced around vigilantly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Do you feel anything?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Yes." Lin Yun nodded immediately. "Do you feel it too?" Looking left and right, Kai Yang's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Inexplicably, just now he had felt a trace of hostility towards him, but now there was no trace of it. He didn't know if he was hallucinating or not. "Yes, I feel very comfortable." Lin Yun'er giggled, ignoring him and hugging Yang Kai even harder. The two of them left the restaurant and asked for directions to Wind and Cloud Pavilion before Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and pulled Lin Yun'er inside. Soon, the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. Chapter 2996. As soon as the two of them left, a strange figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. He appeared out of thin air, as if he had always been there. Strangely enough, the passers-by did not notice him at all. This person was tall and sturdy, with a dignified appearance. He wore a black robe and had a thick stubble on his chin, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was currently staring in the direction the flowing cloud shuttle had left with a pained expression on his face. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, making his entire expression look somewhat sinister and terrifying. After a while, his figure flickered as he clutched his chest with his hand and sighed heavily. After sighing, he suddenly disappeared again. This startled the people nearby, and they all rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was considered a top sect in the Western Territory. Its status was equivalent to that of the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. The old pavilion master, Hua Xing, was a powerful third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was the backbone of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Even in the entire Western Territory, he was a famous figure. As a large sect, it was prosperous and had a heritage of more than 10,000 years. When its disciples walked the Western Territory, everyone had to give them some face. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were also proud of their sect. However, someone dared to slap such a powerful sect in the face. A month ago, the young pavilion master who had gone out to play, was killed in a city 300,000 kilometers away from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. When the news spread, the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion was shocked. The old pavilion master vomited blood on the spot and fainted in anger. If it wasn't for the old pavilion master's lack of cultivation, he was still a third-layer Emperor Realm master and was used to seeing great storms. Normally, even if the sky fell, he wouldn't frown, but this was something he couldn't bear. The old pavilion master, Huaxing, was obsessed with the martial Tao when he was young. He cultivated arduously and traveled the star boundaries for great territories. He faced many difficulties and narrowly escaped death countless times. After 2,000 years, he finally cultivated to the third-layer Emperor Realm. Realizing that his cultivation had reached its limit and that there was no possibility for him to improve in this life, Huaxing returned to the Western Territory and inherited the position of Pavilion Master. Huaxing had reached the end of his martial path and had given up all hope. He could only place his hopes on his next generation, hoping that there would be someone with aptitude far superior to him and who would have the opportunity to become one of the great emperors. He understood better than anyone that a third-order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in front of a character like the Great Emperor, even though he seemed to have infinite glory. A single thought from any of the great emperors was enough to sever the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10,000 years of heritage. After returning to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he developed the sect while taking in wives and concubines. In just 10 years, he had over 1,000 beauties in his harem. However, the way of heaven was to take away what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. The higher his cultivation, the lower the chances of him giving birth to a child. He spent his entire life painstakingly guarding his yang essence, avoiding women's charms. It was only when he reached the third-layer Emperor Realm that he began to work day and night, but the seeds he sowed showed no signs of sprouting. It wasn't until 30 years later that a concubine gave birth to a baby boy. Huaxing felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure and began to nurture him with all his might. He originally thought that this baby boy was his hope, but as he grew up, Huaxing discovered that this child's aptitude was far worse than his own. Even with the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion as his backing and his personal guidance, his cultivation was still bumpy. With such aptitude, it was already a miracle for him to reach the Emperor Realm, let alone aspire to become one of the great emperors. After realizing this, Huaxing immediately changed his approach and decided not to pin his hopes on this child. Instead, when the child reached adulthood, he would immediately marry many beautiful concubines for him and encourage him to go out and have fun with women. The young pavilion master wasn't a cultivation material to begin with. The heavy pressure from the old pavilion master when he was young made him instinctively reject cultivation. In addition, his aptitude wasn't enough. His cultivation was built on a pile of emperor artifacts, so after getting the old pavilion master's permission, he didn't have any scruples. He spent most of his time on women's bellies, so gradually he got tired of his concubines and wanted to go out and have some fun. The old pavilion master didn't object and even sent a second-order Emperor Realm Master to protect him. The first time he went out, something happened. The old pavilion master didn't really like his son that much. If he could leave behind an heir, it wouldn't be a big deal if he died. But the problem was that he didn't even leave behind an heir. This was tantamount to cutting off the Hua family's bloodline. Huaxing couldn't accept this. On one hand, he cursed his unfilial son for having eyes, but failing to see and provoking someone he shouldn't have. On the other hand, he hated the person who killed the young pavilion master and was determined to tear that person into 10,000 pieces to vent his anger. He immediately issued a bounty. The reward of 20 million source crystals did tempt many masters, but the news that came from outside made Huaxing's heart tremble. The woman who killed his son was actually quite strong. Recently, many masters who wanted to offer a bounty had died at her hands, and, judging from the direction she was heading, she was actually heading for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Huaxing was furious. If that woman really killed her way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the pavilion's face would be lost. He raised the bounty to attract helpers while sending out masters to hunt her down, but the effect was barely satisfactory. Not only were the helpers attracted by the bounty useless, but his own pavilion had also lost several members of the Emperor realm. There were also reports that the woman had found a companion from somewhere, and the two of them were traveling together. Wherever they passed, they were simply unstoppable. Wind and Cloud Pavilion, rear hall. Within the enormous hall, a pink aura suffused the air. Numerous beautiful figures lay there in disarray. Their gazes were blurred, and they breathed delicately without end. Waves of sounds caused one's face to flush red and their mouths to dry up. Although the old pavilion master was not young, he was extremely sturdy. At this moment, he was sweating like rain, plowing the bodies of beautiful concubines. Every time he thrusted, the woman under him screamed involuntarily. It was hard to tell whether it was pain or pleasure. A few other beauties were entangled around Huaxing like snakes, constantly begging and moaning. Lightning flashed as the wind blew and the clouds moved. The entire rear hall was a mess, and the air was filled with a thick aura. After an unknown amount of time, when all the women were lying on the ground, panting weakly, Huaxing let out a low roar and released his hope. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Huaxing glanced around coldly without the slightest trace of pity on his face and simply snorted before walking out. Opening the door, he saw a beautiful woman standing outside. Her head was lowered, but there was a hint of panic on her face. "What's the matter?" Huaxing glanced at her coldly, faintly feeling that something had happened. The beautiful woman trembled in fear as she replied, "Reporting to Pavilion Master, that pair of dogs has arrived at Long Cloud City." Hearing this, Huaxing's eyes flashed fiercely and he gritted his teeth. They really did come. They don't put this king in their eyes at all. These juniors have gone too far. As soon as his third-layer Emperor Realm aura surged, the beautiful woman's body went soft and she knelt on the ground. Huaxing glanced at her and reached out to press her head. The beautiful woman's face turned pale and she said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master," Huaxing said coldly. "What are you afraid of? This king isn't going to kill you." Saying so, he exerted a little force in his hand and pulled the beautiful woman closer to him. The beautiful woman relaxed, knowing that her life was not in danger. She quickly opened her mouth and cleaned up the filth. Judging from her posture and proficiency, it was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. Huaxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the coldness on his face deepened. Although he did not know the origins of that pair of dogs, from the information he had received these days, these two seemed to be extraordinary. These two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters had killed many Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters along the way. This was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. A few days ago, in order to kill them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had lost a lot of people, including several in the Emperor Realm. This made the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion extremely afraid of this pair. Huaxing was also a little afraid. The more he learned about them, the more he felt that this pair was extraordinary. Although he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were still people in this world that he could not provoke. Not to mention those mysterious great emperors. There were also Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters who were more powerful than him. If he really provoked them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would have a hard time. But how could he not take revenge for cutting off his retreat? Perhaps he could let that person test the waters. It would be better if he could see the origins of that pair of dogs. Even if he couldn't, that person could capture them. At that time, the one who would offend them would not be him. That person was stronger than him, not weaker. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. That person had just come to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a guest, like a helper sent by the heavens. Wouldn't it be stupid not to make use of him? That person had been a guest of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for a while, and Xianxia had entertained him with good food and drinks, as well as countless beauties. He should be able to help with this small matter, right? Thinking so, Huaxing made a decision in his heart. He waved his hand and pushed away the beautiful woman who was still panting under him. He strode out, and after a few steps, he had an extra set of clothes on his body. At the top of the mountain, there was a palace. At this moment, it was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 20 young women dressed in gauze were dancing in the palace. The gauze was almost transparent, and when the women danced, the beautiful places on their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible. They were even intentionally or unintentionally exposed to the big shots on the stage. Above them, a middle-aged man was squinting his eyes, his face full of pleasure and comfort. He was leaning against a large chair, holding 2 women in each arm. While enjoying the singing and dancing of the young women below, he was also enjoying the service of the beauties in his arms. He felt as if all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days had been vented, and he had regained his vitality. After all, this world was still a beautiful place. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so why did he have to act according to other people's wishes? Wasn't it better to seek pleasure like this? Chapter 2997. He was a member of the Emperor Realm and a Palace Master, so he should have this kind of life instead of following behind others like a lapdog and living a precarious life. He secretly decided that even if there was a knife to his neck in the future, he would not do such a thankless task. The 2 beauties in his arms had delicate figures, and their exposed skin was like the most exquisite porcelain. He fondled them up and down, satisfying his craving, causing the 2 women to pant and grumble coquettishly, but this caused him to laugh heartily, extremely pleased with himself. Thinking back to the desolation from a while ago and comparing it to the comfort now, he couldn't help but sigh, secretly feeling sorry for himself. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked outside, a smile appearing on his face as he stood up and laughed. "Brother Hua has come. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Outside the door, the neatly dressed Hua Xing strode in. When the young girls who were singing and dancing in the hall saw him, they all bowed and respectfully greeted him. "Greeting, the pavilion master." Hua Xing raised his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so courteous. Only then did the girls dare to continue their performance. Perhaps it was because of the pavilion master's arrival. These girls were even more diligent in their performance, becoming even more enchanting and charming. Their eyes flickered, obviously looking forward to something. "Brotherly, sorry to disturb you." Hua Xing cupped his fists and smiled. Li Jiao smiled when he heard this. What is Brother Hua saying? This should be the one disturbing you. This is your wind and cloud pavilion. You are the master. Come, sit here. As he spoke, he invited Hua Xing to the seat of honor. Li Jiao and Hua Xing hadn't known each other for just 1 or 2 years. Rather, they had known each other for over 100 years. Back then, when Hua Xing was wholeheartedly pursuing the martial Tao, he had once traveled to the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. When he arrived at the Northern Territory, he had some friction with Li Jiao. After a series of fights, not only did their enmity not worsen, but they even appreciated each other. It was at that time that their friendship was formed. Later on, they even explored a sealed realm together, so their friendship was quite good. However, ever since Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory to inherit the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the 2 had not contacted each other. After escaping from the reincarnation world this time, Li Jiao also came to the Western Territory. The place where he stayed was different from Yangkai and Zhuqing. It was closer to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so he had the thought of visiting his old friend. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 100 years, Hua Xing still wouldn't forget Li Jiao. He naturally warmly entertained him and allowed him to live alone on a mountain peak. He even sent him beauties to serve him, and he spent his days seeking pleasure and indulging his feelings. He was happy and carefree. Li Jiao had been sullen for a long time. Ever since he lost the bet with Yang Kai in the High Heaven Palace, his days had not been good. First, the sect encountered a financial crisis, causing many of the elders in the Fire Dragon Palace to be filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything. Then, before the matter was resolved, he was dragged to the frozen earth by Yang Kai as a creditor. What happened after that was simply unbearable to look back on. Every time Li Jiao thought about it, he had the urge to cry. He was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even the entire Star Boundary, he was a master among masters. As long as the great emperors didn't appear, a third-order emperor realm master was synonymous with the strongest, who wouldn't be respectful and courteous when they saw him. However, when he was with monsters like Xianxia, he didn't feel the slightest sense of superiority at all. The two dragon race were all pure-blooded great dragons of the 8th order and above. Just a little bit of their dragon pressure was enough to make him piss his pants. He had no choice but to serve them carefully. Even Xianxia had the bloodline of a great dragon. Although he was only a first-order emperor realm master, if they really fought, Li Jiao estimated that he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Those 3 were all his grandfathers. Li Jiao felt that he was no different from a grandson in front of them. Any one of them could order him around and order him around, but he didn't dare to complain or resist. The aura and confidence of a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master had almost been wiped clean. It was too humiliating. Just thinking about it made him cry. So, once he got rid of Xianxia and the others, Li Jiao didn't have any thoughts of looking for them. He only felt that from now on, he could fly as high as the sky, and, if possible, he didn't want to see them again in this life. Coming to this wind and cloud pavilion as a guest, Huaxing treated him well, allowing Li Jiao to regain his confidence. He was a dragon descendant, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, an ambitious and ruthless character. He had been indulging himself for the past few days, and the resentment that had accumulated in his body had dissipated. He felt that the wind and cloud pavilion was even more comfortable than his own mythical dragon palace. Although the mythical dragon palace was his own sect, he still had to face a huge debt when he returned, and it would take him several decades to repay it. Just thinking about the faces of those senior elders who had tried to shirk their responsibilities, Li Jiao felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare to the freedom of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? If possible, he could stay here for a few dozen years before returning. Presumably, Huaxing wouldn't mind. After all, Huaxing would be more than happy to have a master like him in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. So, when he saw Huaxing, Li Jiao was overjoyed. He was thinking about how to tell him that he wanted to stay here for a while. Is brotherly used to living here? Huaxing asked with a concerned expression. Li Jiao laughed and pointed to the graceful young women below. How could this not be used to Brother Hua's hospitality? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is worthy of being called a beautiful place. It is much better than this king's Fire Dragon Palace. Huaxing hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Li is too kind. My western territory is the most barren land in the star boundary. No matter how good the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is, how can it compare to your Fire Dragon Palace? Brother Li, don't forget that this Hua has also been to the Fire Dragon Palace in the past, so this Hua understands the situation there. These words were pleasing to the ear and even sounded like flattery. Li Jiao hadn't heard such words for a long time and immediately smiled, feeling comfortable in his heart. In this world, normal people are the majority. Those 3 monstrous existences are in the minority. Brother Hua doesn't need to belittle yourself. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is located in the Western Territory, and its scale and aura are already very good. It can be seen that Brother Hua has good management skills. This Li needs to consult Brother Hua about this. You flatter me. This Hua no longer has the heart to manage the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If this Hua goes to the Northern Territory one day, I hope that Brother Li can entertain this Hua. This Hua will be very grateful. Saying this, Huaxing showed a pained and disappointed expression. Li Jiao said in surprise, entertaining is not a problem. Brother Hua and I have been friends for many years. If you go to the Northern Territory, how could this Li not entertain you? But what does Brother Hua mean? I see that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is showing signs of prosperity. If it operates for another 300 or 500 years, it will definitely reach a new height. Why is Brother Hua sighing? Could it be that you have encountered problem? Hearing this, Huaxing smiled bitterly and grabbed the wine cup in front of him with a lonely face, drinking it in one gulp, and said with flagging interest, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Li Jiao's face sank as he said angrily, Brother Hua, you and this Li have been friends for hundreds of years. What dirty linen should not be aired in public? If you really encounter a problem, Brother Hua may as well tell me. If this Li can help, this Li will definitely not stand idly by. A light flashed in Hua Xing's eyes, but he hid it well and said with a bitter smile, "This Hua appreciates Brother Li's kindness, but this is the wind and cloud pavilion's matter." Li Jiao got up and said with a sullen face, "So, Brother Hua is treating me as an outsider? Since Brother Hua and I are so distant, this Li will not disturb you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Brother Hua, this Li will take his leave." Saying so, he strode out of the room, looking as if he was really going to leave this place. Hua Xing quickly stood up and grabbed Li Jiao's sleeve, saying, "Brother Li, please don't be angry. This Hua was wrong, okay?" Li Jiao looked back at him. He had originally intended to leave, so at this moment, he naturally stayed behind and said sincerely, "Brother Hua, you and I have gone through life and death together. Although we have not seen each other for 100 years, our friendship has not diminished. If you are in trouble, this Li is willing to help." Hua Xing showed a moved expression and said gratefully, "Brother Li is so righteous." This Hua was narrow-minded. After struggling for a while, he resolutely said, "Fine, Brother Li is not an outsider. I'm not afraid of losing face by saying this to you. Please sit down and talk." Li Jiao sat down again and personally poured wine for Hua Xing, then quietly looked at him. Hua Xing opened his mouth and sighed again. He downed his cup of wine and bitterly said, "Brother Li, I won't hide it from you. Wind and Cloud Pavilion has been trampled on by others. We've lost a lot of face recently." "What happened?" Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he had been here as a guest these days, he spent his days indulging in wine and pleasure. He didn't pay attention to the matters of the outside world at all. The young girls who came to serve him naturally wouldn't tell him these things, causing his news to be somewhat blocked. "Who dares to be so bold?" Li Jiao was furious and slammed the table, muttering in his heart. Hua Xing's cultivation was similar to his, and although he was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master because of his dragon race bloodline, even if he was stronger than Hua Xing, there was still a limit to his strength. Hua Xing's posture was as if he had encountered a strong enemy. He didn't know what kind of person the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had provoked to make him so helpless. Li Jiao secretly regretted acting so boldly just now. He should have taken the opportunity to leave. Now that he had gotten into trouble, it would be difficult to get rid of it easily. While he was on tenterhooks, he heard Hua Xing say, "It's just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She killed my child." As he spoke, the corners of his eyes became moist, and he grabbed the wine pot on the table and gulped it down, as if he wanted to avoid the pain and never wake up. "Little girl." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead as a face that terrified him involuntarily appeared in his mind, asking in surprise, "What did that little girl look like? Did she have red hair?" He was really afraid. If the woman who killed the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's young pavilion master was Zhu Qing, then even if he had to fall out with Hua Xing, he would leave this place quickly. Although he had some friendship with Hua Xing, only the two of them knew how reliable this friendship was. Offending a member of the dragon race, a ninth-order great dragon at that, because of this unreliable friendship, Li Jiao's brain wasn't damaged. Chapter 2998. Red Hair. Hua Xing was a little confused by his words and looked at him doubtfully, shaking his head. "Not red hair. That little girl has black hair." Although he didn't know why Li Jiao asked this question, he could vaguely guess what Li Jiao was afraid of. Is there someone he's afraid of? Hua Xing was puzzled. Black hair. Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. If it was black hair, then it definitely wasn't Zhu Qing. Just in case, he carefully asked, "What is that little girl's cultivation?" First Order Emperor Realm. Li Jiao was stunned. Just a trivial First Order Emperor Realm? This definitely wasn't Zhu Qing, so Li Jiao was completely relieved. Yes, that's why this Hua feels like he has lost face. Hua Xing took another pot of wine and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and complaining, "Brother Li, you know this Hua situation. After working hard for so many years, I only have one son. I was hoping that he could inherit this Hua's position as pavilion master, but who would have thought? Who would have thought? He choked up at this point. Li Jiao comforted him. Brother Hua must be sad to see his son die before him. Brother Hua, please restrain your grief. Hua Xing slammed the table and said with murderous intent, if this Hua doesn't get revenge, this Hua is not human. Li Jiao said, this kind of blood feud naturally has to be avenged. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, but this Li doesn't quite understand. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is extremely powerful in the Western Territory, and Brother Hua is a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Could it be that you can't do anything to that little girl? Hua Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. You don't know, but although that little girl's cultivation isn't high, she is extremely strong. This Hua underestimated her a few days ago and sent some of the pavilion's masters to capture her, but unexpectedly, they were all killed by her. There was even a second-order Emperor Realm Master among them. Oh, she can actually fight above her realm? Li Jiao raised his brow. It seems that this little girl is quite a tricky character. He then thought of Yang Kai and said solemnly, there aren't many people who can fight above their realm. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely become a great talent in the future. Hua Xing said, my Wind and Cloud Pavilion has lost a lot of face recently because of this. Please help me, Brother Li. Li Jiao said, Brother Hua is too serious. That little girl is indeed powerful, able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But if Brother Hua were to personally take action, I don't think she would be able to do anything. I also understand Brother Hua's strength. Although I would like to help, it's still better to personally avenge my son's death. Hearing this, Hua Xing smiled bitterly. How could I not understand this logic? Ever since my son was killed, this Hua has been unable to eat or sleep in peace these days. I wish I could pull out that lowly servant's tendons and skin her alive. If I could take revenge with my own hands, I would not be lenient. But what? Li Jiao looked at him curiously, not understanding why he would ask him for help. Brother Li, you'll know when you see it. As Hua Xing spoke, he extended his wrist. Li Jiao suspiciously stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on his wrist. A moment later, his expression changed as he exclaimed, Brother Hua is injured? Who did this? Hua Xing said dejectedly, when the news of my son's death reached this Hua was in secluded cultivation. Due to the shock to my mind, I almost became the demon race. Although I managed to restore the qi in my body, it was inevitable that I suffered some internal injuries. If not for that, this Hua would have taken action personally. How could I allow that lowly servant to be alive? So that's how it is. Li Jiao nodded slightly, a touch of sympathy appearing on his face. Hua Xing did not have it easy. He only had one son, so it was really difficult for him to accept that his son was suddenly killed. That lowly servant was able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so her strength is definitely not weak. This Hua is not in a good condition right now, so if I act rashly, it will be fine if I succeed, but it will be embarrassing if I fail. Brother Hua is right. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, I understand Brother Hua's meaning. Rest assured, leave this matter to this king. I will definitely teach that little girl a lesson. Hua Xing was overjoyed when he heard this. He stood up and bowed to the ground. Many thanks, Brother Li. With Brother Li personally taking action, that lowly servant will not be able to cause trouble no matter how strong she is. Li Jiao raised his head slightly and smiled. This Li has also been here for some time. Since Brother Hua is in trouble, this Li cannot just stand by and watch. And may I ask where that little girl is now? Hua Xing said solemnly, I won't hide it from Brother Li. That lowly servant is now in Long Cloud City, 50 kilometers outside of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. She actually dares to come here? Li Jiao's expression turned ruthless as he snorted lightly. Her courage is not small. Hua Xing gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, that lowly servant is relying on her little bit of strength to not put my Wind and Cloud Pavilion in her eyes. This time, I will have to trouble Brother Li. Li Jiao said, since she is not far away, Why don't we let her break into the wind and cloud pavilion before this king takes action? She will definitely not be able to return. Hua Xing smiled bitterly. If she really succeeds in killing her way into the wind and cloud pavilion and breaking into the sect defending array, then Li Jiao thought for a moment and understood Hua Xing's misgivings. He nodded and said, "It is indeed inappropriate." This Li did not consider it thoroughly. How about this? This king will make a trip to Long Cloud City and capture that little girl. This is exactly what this Hua wants. I will have to trouble Brother Li. This matter should not be delayed. This king will leave now. While speaking, Li Jiao got up and walked out. I await Brother Li's good news. Hua Xing cupped his hands and sent him off. On the mountain peak, Li Jiao soared into the sky and flew into the distance. When his figure disappeared, the smile on Hua Xing's face gradually faded. He stood in place with a frown and thought for a while before he coldly snorted and strode away. For him, being able to persuade Li Jiao to take action this time was enough. He had not been able to inquire about the origins of that man and woman, but since they had so blatantly attacked the wind and cloud pavilion, it was obvious that they had something to rely on. If the two of them really had a strong background, then offending them would be Li Jiao's doing and would have nothing to do with his wind and cloud pavilion. He just needed to wait quietly for news. In Long Cloud City, the air was full of the smell of blood. Broken walls and walls were everywhere, and the ground was covered with scarlet blood and broken limbs. Long Cloud City was only 50 kilometers away from the wind and cloud pavilion, and it was an important stronghold for the wind and cloud pavilion to communicate with the outside world. In other words, this city was one of the wind and cloud pavilion's properties. Yang Kai and Lin Yun had a clear goal on their way here. It was obvious that they wanted to go straight to the wind and cloud pavilion. So how could the wind and cloud pavilion not have made arrangements in Long Cloud City? The pavilion had a second-order Emperor Realm Master leading the team, hundreds of disciples, and many masters from the Emperor Realm who were attracted by the bounty and had already laid out a shocking spirit array, waiting for the two to walk right into it. So, as soon as the two stepped into Long Cloud City, they were recognized, and a great battle broke out in an instant. In just an hour, almost half of Long Cloud City was destroyed, and the hundreds of disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even the second-order Emperor Realm Master leading the team was blown to pieces by Lin Yun's punch. With the spirit array broken, the rest of the people scattered like birds and beasts. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were still alive hurriedly fled back to their headquarters. Those from the Emperor Realm who were attracted by the bounty either died or fled. The entire Long Cloud City was in a state of panic. Halfway through, Li Jiao rushed over and blocked the path of a group of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were covered in blood. What's going on? Li Jiao's emperor pressure made the group tremble in fear, not daring to act rashly. You are Master Li? The First-Order Emperor Realm Master in the lead recognized Li Jiao and looked at him with joy. Who are you? Li Jiao glanced at the man. The man from the Emperor Realm hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This one is Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 9th Elder, Kai Shi. Greetings, Master Li. You recognize this king?" Kai Shi hurriedly said, "When Master came to our pavilion a few days ago, this Kai had seen Master's elegant demeanor from afar." "Oh, so it's you." Li Jiao had some impression of this guy. When he went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he seemed to have seen this guy. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you all in such a sorry state?" Kai Shi blushed and said awkwardly, "I'm ashamed to say this, but the thief was fierce, and we were no match for her. The pavilion's masters suffered heavy casualties." "Is that little girl really that amazing?" Li Jiao raised his brow. Kai Shi said, "Even Second Elder died tragically at her hands. The 9-nether chain array we set up was broken in less than an hour." Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. "It seems that Wind and Cloud Pavilion has provoked an incredible person this time." Kai Shi said, "I'm afraid only the Pavilion Master can subdue her." Li Jiao raised his hand and said, "There's no need to ask your Pavilion Master to take action. He has already entrusted this matter to me. This king will deal with that little girl." Kaishur's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked in pleasant surprise, "Master Li wants to take action? Why else would this king come here?" Li Jiao responded proudly, "That's great. With Master Li taking action, that thief won't be able to cause any trouble." Li Jiao impatiently said, "Come with me. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return and report back." "Yes, yes, yes, please, Master Li," Kaishur repeatedly responded, the panic on his face disappearing. He had heard Huaxing say that this Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. So although they were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, Huaxing knew he was not his opponent. With such a master taking action, this matter would be much easier to handle. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and even their second elder had been killed. They had been worried about how to report back, but unexpectedly, a savior like Li Jiao had arrived. How could they not be happy? In his opinion, no matter how strong the man and woman in Long Cloud City were, they could not defeat Li Jiao. As long as they captured them and brought them back, they would be able to make up for their mistakes and save some face for Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, Kaishur was extremely attentive and took the initiative to lead the way. Not long after, the group of people returned to Long Cloud City. Li Jiao swept his divine sense and saw that the city was in a mess. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's people were also trash. A mere little girl could actually make them feel helpless. He really didn't know how Huaxing disciplined his subordinates. If this had happened in the Fire Dragon Palace, that little girl would have died countless times already. Where are they? Li Jiao couldn't find the enemy's aura for a while and asked with a frown. Kaishur said they should be in the City Lord's mansion. They killed many of the pavilion's people before directly breaking into the City Lord's mansion. They probably want to plunder some wealth. Chapter 2999. Then let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Li Jiao waved his sleeve. Kaishur hurriedly led the way. A few breaths later, the group arrived in front of the City Lord's mansion. Blood flowed like a river here. Many Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples disguised as cultivators had died here. Even the City Lord's mansion's gate had collapsed. Kaishur pointed over there and said, "Master, it's here." Li Jiao swept the area with his divine sense and found the aura of the Emperor Realm inside. But it was somewhat different from the information he knew. There were actually two people inside, not just one. The aura wasn't too strong, only at the level of a First-Order Emperor. "Wait outside. This king will be back soon." Li Jiao snorted, not worried about the change in numbers. His figure flickered, and he rushed into the City Lord's mansion, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Kaishur heard Li Jiao shout, "Bold Junior, how dare you offend the Wind Cloud Pavilion? This Li is here. Surrender immediately, and I can spare your lives." As soon as these words fell, a dense emperor pressure spread out like a tide, and with the City Lord's mansion as the center, the world within a radius of 1,000 meters buzzed. Kaishur's face changed slightly, revealing a look of admiration. A Third-Order Emperor Realm Master is indeed a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this attack is really different. It's not something a First-Order or Second-Order Emperor like me can compare to. Now, it seems that the Pavilion Master wasn't being modest when he said this person was stronger than him. He was indeed stronger than the Pavilion Master. This is good. With this masterly taking action, there shouldn't be any more changes. It's just a pity that the second elder and many of the pavilion's disciples died tragically at the hands of that adulterous couple. If this masterly had come earlier, perhaps it would have been a different ending. Thinking so, Kaishur sighed. His cultivation wasn't as good as the second elder's, but he was able to survive in the end. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. For a cultivator to cultivate in defiance of the heavens, wasn't luck also an opportunity and strength? Faintly, his narrow escape from death this time actually allowed him to gain a trace of enlightenment in his heart, and the bottleneck that had been there for many years actually showed signs of loosening. Realizing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and if he could break through, he would be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such strength was enough to rank him in the top 3 of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Elder Hall. He secretly made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would immediately go back and cultivate in seclusion. He would not come out until he made a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. As Kai Shi's mind was in turmoil, the City Lord's mansion began to rumble. These were the sounds of battle from the Emperor Realm, and the energy radiating from the battle seemed capable of overturning the heavens and earth, shattering the earth, and causing large swathes of buildings to collapse. Kai Shi couldn't take his eyes off him. His heart was pounding, and his respect for Masterly grew. The sounds of fighting came to an abrupt end, and the clamor died down. Solved? Kai Shi was stunned. Wasn't this a little too fast? He had fought with that adulterous couple before and knew how ferocious they were. He had never thought that Masterly would be able to deal with them so easily. A figure flew out from the ruins of the collapsed City Lord's mansion and galloped over. Kai Shi looked over. Who else could it be but Masterly? He greeted him with a pleasantly surprised expression and cupped his fist from afar. Thank you, Master, for taking action. Congratulations on your victorious return, Master. This Masterly didn't greet him with a smile as he had expected. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. What surprised Kai Shi the most was that there was actually a bruise on Masterly's eye socket. That was obviously caused by a punch. This punch was very heavy. Even someone as strong as Masterly actually had a crack at the corner of his eye. His eye socket was swollen, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. Master, you. Kai Shi was a little dazed. He didn't know what had happened to him. AI. Li Jiao sighed heavily. He raised his head to look at the sky, speechless and choking on his tears. After a long while, he tilted his head to look at Kai Shi. Who did I offend? What? Kai Shi didn't understand and looked at him foolishly. You're called Kai Shi, right? Li Jiao asked. Yes. Kai Shi nodded, feeling more and more that Masterly was acting a little strange. His previous high spirits had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a lonely and pained expression. What could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master show such an expression? This king wants to borrow something from you. Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Kai Shi's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a little uneasy. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked bitterly, what does Master want to borrow? I want to borrow your life, Li Jiao said as he suddenly reached out to grab Kai Shi. Although the two of them were both from the Emperor Realm, there was still a gap of 2 minor realms between them. Each minor realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. So how could Kai Shi resist his sudden attack? In a daze, Yang Kai felt his neck tighten as Li Jiao grabbed him. A terrifying surge of energy came from the large hand, which rushed into his flesh and meridians without any fear, causing his entire body to tremble. His mind was in chaos, and he was unable to summon the strength to resist. Master, why are you doing this? Kai Shi continued to struggle as he looked at Li Jiao in disbelief. Wasn't he the helper invited by the Pavilion Master? Didn't he say before that he would deal with that thief? Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye and turn from friend to enemy? Kai Shi felt that the world was changing too quickly and he couldn't accept it. It's Wind Cloud Pavilion's fault for provoking someone it shouldn't have. The person inside, this king can't afford to offend him. AI, let's not talk about it. You'll have so many companions on your way to the Yellow Springs, so you won't be lonely. What? Even he couldn't afford to provoke that person inside? Kai Shi even suspected that he had misheard. Just as he was about to say something, a violent force pressed down on him from all directions. With a bang, Kai Shi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving not even a corpse behind. The remaining Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Their original savior and hope had suddenly become an executioner, even crushing 9th Elder Kai Shi with a single hand. What was going on? Without time to think, they all scattered like birds and beasts. A huge cyan palm suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a large area and slamming down viciously. With several miserable cries, these Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all wiped out in an instant. Their cultivations weren't high, so how could they resist Li Jiao's attack? They were all turned into meat patties. Woof woof! Two dog barks came from behind. The indifference on Li Jiao's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless flattery. Turning his head, he bowed and said, "Hee, Palace Master Yang, I've already killed them all. Look, where was the prestige of a third-stage Emperor Realm Master?" The dignified Northern Territory Fire Dragon Palace Master was no different from a pug at this moment. "At least you know what's good for you." Yang Kai lightly snorted. Li Jiao sweated profusely, knowing that Yang Kai's anger had yet to subside, so he hurriedly explained, "Palace Master Yang, this Li is innocent. This Li didn't know anything about this. If this Li had known it was you, this Li would never have come here." He was already cursing Huai Xing in his heart. A while ago, he had just gotten rid of Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others. After a few days of freedom, he actually took the initiative to run into them again and was caught red-handed. This was the most sorrowful thing in the world. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "It sounds like you hate me very much." Li Jiao was sweating profusely as he hurriedly said, No. This means that if I knew Palace Master Yang was here, I would have come here immediately. How could I dare be your enemy? What happened just now was just a misunderstanding." "Enough." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I know what you're thinking. Tell me, what happened between you and the Wind Cloud Pavilion? Why are you working for them?" Li Jiao was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Yang Kai listened while glancing at Linya. The little girl was playing with the little black dog in her arms. She opened her small mouth and bit at the little black dog. She even made sounds. The little black dog also seemed to like this childish game, wagging its head and tail happily. Strangely enough, when Yang Kai and Lin united a few days ago, the little girl didn't care much about the little black dog, but after spending some time together, she actually loved it so much that she couldn't bear to part with it, sticking to it all day long. After all, this little beast's appearance was quite good, and it was always liked by women. After Li Jiao finished explaining, Yang Kai said, "So, you have a good relationship with the Wind Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" Li Jiao hurriedly said, "We just met by chance and nodded at each other. Moreover, we haven't contacted each other for 100 years, so even if there was some friendship, it has already faded. Not to mention that his friendship with Hua Xing really wasn't that deep. Even if it was, he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. He really couldn't afford to offend Yang Kai. Everyone was making a living in the Northern Territory, and he was also a big creditor. If he really offended Yang Kai, the Fire Dragon Palace would probably have no way to survive in the future. Not to mention that Yang Kai had an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In comparison, what did his little friendship with Hua Xing count for? If it weren't for Hua Xing, how could he have walked right into a trap and been caught by Yang Kai? Thinking of this, he actually felt some resentment towards Hua Xing. He felt that this guy was too unkind and gave him false information. Now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, it was all Hua Xing's fault. "Palace Master Yang, this girl is..." Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai was silent and hurriedly tried to find something to talk about, inquiring about Lin Yan. This little girl was incredible. Just now, when he was punched in the eye by her, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was a dragon descendant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a small injury. That punch was enough to make him dizzy. In a battle of life and death, that moment of absent-mindedness was enough to make him lose his life. This little girl had extraordinary strength. Could it be another dragon race? Li Jiao's heart jumped in fright. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Yang Kai. Not long ago, he had just dealt with a 9th-order red dragon, and in just a few days, he had already gotten himself another one. Li Jiao maliciously speculated in his heart that if Zhu Qing and this little girl were to meet, they would definitely have a fierce battle. Who would be stronger and who would be weaker? When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely be in a terrible fix. As these images flashed through his mind, Li Jiao's mood improved greatly. Chapter 3000. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Li Jiao instantly kept quiet out of fear. "Please do me a favor." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is too kind. This Li owes you a life-saving grace. So if you have any instructions, this Li will not refuse." Although he put on an extremely forthright expression, he was secretly feeling bitter. In fact, he had already guessed what Yangkai wanted him to do. It was nothing more than a grievance with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Now that he had arrived in Long Cloud City, it was obvious he wanted to kill his way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. Thinking to himself, "Hua Xing, oh Hua Xing, this king has no choice but to do this. Take us into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion." Li Jiao puffed out his chest. "No problem, leave this Li to me." After a cup of tea's time, Li Jiao flew over from outside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he wrapped Yang Kai and Lin Yun around him. Even the little black dog was not spared. The two people and one dog seemed to be under some kind of restriction and obediently followed behind him. "Is it Master Li?" A Wind and Cloud Pavilion elder stood behind the sect, defending array, and cupped his fists and asked. He had obviously received the news from Hua Xing, so he had specifically waited here. At this moment, with the sect defending array activated, Hua Xing obviously did not place all his hopes on Li Jiao and had made other preparations. "It is this Li," Li Jiao quickly responded. "Those two are?" the elder asked suspiciously. "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Is this woman the murderer of your young pavilion master? This king has captured them." The elder fixed his eyes on her and was overjoyed, nodding. "Yes, it's this lowly servant. Master Li captured her so easily. If the pavilion master knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the array. This king will hand these two over to your pavilion master to deal with." "Yes, yes, yes." The elder responded quickly before taking out a token and circulating his Emperor Qi to form a few seals. Immediately, a stream of light shot out from the token and hit the sect defending array. An opening appeared in the array, and Li Jiao flashed through. "Brother Li has returned victorious. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Hua Xing suddenly and strangely appeared, flying over from not far away. It was unknown if he had been hiding nearby, waiting for Li Jiao to return. "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Li Jiao chuckled. "You're that annoying guy's father?" At this moment, Lin Yun was suddenly frowned as she looked at Hua Xing and asked. Without waiting for him to answer, she said, "It's you. You two look similar." "You bitch." Hua Xing turned his head to look at Lin Yun, the flames of fury burning fiercely, and killing intent surged like a tide as he shouted angrily, "How dare you kill my son today? As he spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. This was because this young girl's power was actually surging. How did she look like she was being restrained? Just as he was feeling suspicious, he saw Lin Yun suddenly dash out like a bolt of lightning, a pair of pitch-black gloves appearing out of thin air on her pair of pink fists. Her fists became round and round as she fiercely punched towards him. Hua Xing was startled. Although the change happened suddenly, it was not enough to surprise him. What surprised him was the strength this young girl had displayed in an instant. Her small fist seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. If he were hit by such a fist, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not feel good. "You're courting death." Hua Xing was furious and immediately attacked. He wanted to torture this young girl and let her taste all the tortures in the world before killing her. But now, how could he care less? His Emperor Qi surged as he sent out a palm towards Lin Yun. In midair, a huge palm suddenly appeared, condensed purely from Emperor Qi. The palm formed a seal in midair and pointed its middle finger at Lin Yun, causing the world energy to become turbulent and principles to appear as if it could erase everything in the world. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. All the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion trembled under this palm and could not help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship it. Even the nearby sect defending Grand Array began to ripple, as if it would break at any moment. A third-order Emperor Realm Master attacking with all his strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Yun'er's fist smashed into the palm and involuntarily let out a muffled groan as her whole body was knocked down by a powerful force, like a kite with a broken string. Although she was strong, her realm was still too low, so she was lacking in comparison to a veteran master like Hua Xing and was at a disadvantage after one move. Asterisk pa, asterisk a soft sound rang out as Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and as the power of space principles surged, a huge moon blade flew up to meet the incoming attack. The moon blade slashed down, shattering the void. A cut appeared on the palm that was forming hand seals, and its power was greatly reduced. The pressure on Lin Yun'er, who was being pushed down, suddenly disappeared, and her feet tapped the void as she rushed out of the crack like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Hua Xing in an instant and punching out with both fists like dragons emerging from the sea. Hua Xing's expression changed as he opened his mouth and spat out a blue ruler. The ruler spun leisurely and instantly gave birth to countless ruler shadows that turned into a barrier in front of him. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Lin Yun'er punched out again and again, each punch filled with her full strength. The sound of explosions was deafening, and the violent power caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The ruler shadows were endless and firmly defended in front of Hua Xing, making all of Lin Yun'er's attacks useless. Chop! Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent moonblade after moonblade toward Hua Xing. Hua Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ruler phantoms in front of him flew out to meet the moonblade, accurately neutralizing it. Not only that, but a massive ruler phantom also descended from the sky and slammed down towards Yang Kai. Li Jiao coldly snorted and raised his hand, sending out a dragon phantom to meet the incoming ruler shadow, smashing it to pieces. Lin Yun'er floated back and returned to Yang Kai and Li Jiao's side, panting slightly. The round of fierce attacks just now had consumed a lot of her strength, but it did not cause any trouble to Hua Xing. This man and woman really had great backgrounds and could even threaten Li Jiao's life. If not for this, Li Jiao would not have said such words. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Li Jiao's betrayal had already upset him, and although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was not ordinary, there was still a comparison. If this man, woman, and Li Jiao really caused trouble here, it was likely that half of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Even if the Wind and Cloud Pavilion won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. When he thought up to here, the intention to retreat arose in his heart, and he sent a voice transmission silently. Brotherly, tell me the truth. Are these two people related to the Emperor? If this was really the case, even if he had to lose face today, he could not let the conflict worsen. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not afford to provoke people related to the great emperors. Li Jiao glanced at him, then at Yang Kai, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he casually replied, "No, no." Hua Xing could not help being stunned. The two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fought with their lives on the line. In the blink of an eye, their battle shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void and causing the world's energy to tremble. While the two of them were fighting, the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally did not remain idle. Relying on their numbers, they launched a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er. The effect was minimal. Most of these cultivators were only in the Dao Source realm. So how could they be a match for Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er? When the attacks came, the two of them swayed their bodies and disappeared from their original position, causing the attacks to hit nothing but air. Immediately after, screams rang out as the Wind and Cloud Pavilion cultivator exploded into a mist of blood. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 40 people died on the spot. The remaining people were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. They thought that even if Yongkai and Linyan were Emperor Realm Masters, they wouldn't be too strong. After all, their auras were still there, but after this fight, they realized that they were completely wrong. These two were simply humanoid meat grinders, and wherever they went, no one would be able to withstand a single blow. Their fellow brothers and sisters were cut down like straws. How could they fight? The cultivator, who was still alive, did not have the courage to fight the two at all. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. At this moment, shio 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 sounds came from afar. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this, they were overjoyed. Great Elder is here, and the other elders, and the other brothers and senior sisters. Save us, elders! Cries rang out one after another. Looking at the Great Elder of Wind and Cloud Pavilion, who was flying over, they were like drowning people who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. In addition to Huaxing, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were 2 second-order emperors and nearly 10 first-order emperors. This kind of foundation could not be described as weak. The 2 second-order emperors were the Great Elder and the Second Elder respectively. Unfortunately, the Second Elder was killed in Long Cloud City, causing the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to lose a master. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others had clearly received a message from Huaxing, so they led a team here. Behind him were hundreds of people, all of whom were at least in the Third Order Dao Source realm. They were obviously the elites of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It had been a long time since the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had used the power of the entire sect to deal with an enemy, but in this critical situation, there was no hope if they did not do this. The Great Elder's sleeves fluttered as he flew over. When he saw the scene of his own disciples being slaughtered from afar, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Junior, stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, a simple long sword appeared in his hand. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he slashed down at Yongkai. The sword flew through the air, and a sensational sword intent filled the air, causing people's skin to tighten as a chill ran down their spines. The sword light flew over and accurately cut through Yongkai's body, splitting him in two. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this scene, they immediately cheered. Great Elder is mighty. Great Elder is so strong. How could a trivial thief resist the might of Great Elder's sword? In terms of sword Dao cultivation, Great Elder can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Western Territory. Ha! Who told you to be arrogant? Now you know how strong I am. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had just been scared witless and were fleeing in all directions had their morale boosted, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Yun'er's pretty face instantly turned pale as she screamed, "Uncle Yang, HM." On the other side, the Great Elder did not show the slightest joy. He knew his own sword Dao very well and did not feel like he had cut anything at all. When he looked again, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to shiver all over. The figure that was cut in half was not a real person. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. It was clearly an afterimage. It was just that this afterimage was too lifelike, deceiving so many pairs of eyes. Where is he? Since it's just an afterimage, that little brat must be fine. Where did he go? I didn't even notice. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him. See, the Great Elder sucked in a breath of cold air and stabbed forward with a long sword in his hand without thinking. This long sword was definitely a high-grade Emperor artifact, exuding bursts of Emperor pressure. It had been refined by the Great Elder for many years and had long since become one with it. The sword stabbed down with incredible precision. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfectly grasped. The sword intent was condensed without dissipating, and the sword intent was hidden but not released. Yongkai was also a little surprised. He had encountered many second-order Emperor Realm Masters and had even killed some of them, but compared to this Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Great Elder, they were not even slightly inferior. This sword seemed simple, but in fact, it had sealed off all his escape routes. Yongkai found that he could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Holding the myriad's sword in his hand, a shocking sword light bloomed as Xianxia swung it forward. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the two exchanged countless moves in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Xianxia retreated and looked at the Great Elder in surprise. Not far away, the Great Elder's face was ashen, and the hand holding the sword could not help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What is this?" In terms of sword technique, this young man opposite him was not even worthy to carry his shoes, but with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was able to block his attacks. He was not relying on his sword Dao cultivation, but his ability to adapt and his terrifying strength, especially the latter, which made the Great Elder tremble in fear. Every time they exchanged blows, the power of his opponent's sword would cause his blood to boil. If it were not for his profound cultivation, he might not even be able to hold his sword. Too shameless. Absolute strength. Xianxia raised his brow and smiled, praising, "Great Elder sword technique is extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out from his arms and thighs, and even the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. In this exchange, he was the one who suffered a loss. Although the Great Elder was shaken by his strength, he was still injured. If he had not been wearing the flying Great Ink Dragon armor, he would have been injured even more. "Uncle Yang, you're fine." Lin Yun'er's voice came from the side. Wherever her two fists passed, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples would be killed. When she saw Kai Yang split into two halves, she thought he was dead. She was so sad that she almost cried. Fortunately, Kai Yang immediately reappeared, allowing her to understand that it was only her eyes that were playing tricks on her. Only then did she relax. "Of course I'm fine. Little Yun'er, be careful," Xianxia exhorted. In Lin Yun'er nodded repeatedly. "They can't beat me." This arrogant and careless attitude caused the Great Elder and the other elders to become furious. They could also see that Xianxia and Lin Yun'er were extraordinary, and if they were to remain in a state of disunity, they might really end up failing miserably at such an easy task. Turning their heads to look at the other side of the battlefield, Li Jiao and Hua Xing were locked in a fierce battle and would not be able to determine the victor in a short time. Naturally, they could not count on the Pavilion Master to come and help. A haze flashed across the Great Elder's eyes, but he made a decision in his heart and shouted, "Set up the Spirit Array." Five or six First-Order Emperor Realm elders and hundreds of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciple from the Third-Order Dao Source Realm also summoned their swords in unison. Forming different hand seals, they waved their swords and unleashed dazzling sword moves as they shouted, "Array!" The voices of hundreds of people converged into a single line, and even their auras seemed to be connected by some mysterious force. The world buzzed, and the void trembled. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know what kind of spirit array this was, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze towards the densest part of the crowd and whispered, "Million sword waves, moon swallows the wolf." The myriad's swords swung down, and an overwhelming number of sword waves appeared, bombarding the Dao Source Realm cultivator like a swarm of locusts. Under normal circumstances, even a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to easily block such an attack, and a Dao Source Realm cultivator would only be killed. But when the sword wave struck, the Dao Source Realm cultivator did not panic at all. He just watched indifferently, maintaining the circulation of his sword force and sword intent. "Withdraw." The Great Elder waved his sword, creating a sword flower in the air as he shouted. In midair, a strange spirit array appeared. This spirit array slowly rotated and turned into a barrier visible to the naked eye, blocking in front of the Dao Source Realm cultivators. Asterisk Hong 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 Hong. Asterisk all the sword waves hit the spirit array, but unexpectedly, these sword waves did not have any effect. Instead, they were all absorbed by the spirit array. Xianxia raised his brow, feeling that this was a little tricky. This spirit array seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Before he could finish his thoughts, the great elder shouted again, "Go!" The spirit array suddenly rotated in the opposite direction, and sword waves rushed out from it, attacking Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Yang, be careful!" Lin Yuner cried out. Yang Kai was already prepared. When he waved his myriad sword, he blocked the sword waves. He raised his brow and reflected. He realized that these sword waves were actually the ones he had just sent out. Thinking about the mysteries of the spirit array, he immediately understood. The spirit array that appeared out of thin air could not only absorb his attacks, but also release them back. This spirit array was heaven-defying. "Rotate!" The great elder on the other side used another set of sword force and shouted. In the next instant, the world changed. Everyone suddenly disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have changed greatly. Looking around, there were long swords with awe-inspiring auras standing in the void. Those long swords were both real and illusory, like stars in the sky. There were so many that one could not see the end of them. This was simply a world of swords. Sensational sword intent pressed in from all directions. An invisible sword chi cut everything in this world, causing Yang Kai to feel pain all over his body. A drop of sweat slid down from Yang Kai's forehead. He felt that something was wrong. Although he had not experienced the true power of this spirit array, Yang Kai still had some eyesight. How could he not see the strangeness of this spirit array? Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Junior die. The great elder's voice came from the void, ethereal and untraceable, making it impossible to grasp his position. Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and there seemed to be a shocking sword intent in their words, which turned into invisible sharp swords and rushed towards Yang Kai and Lin Yuner's minds. This was obviously a spirit attack, and it was a spirit attack that contained sword intent. Its power was unfathomable. Yang Kai only felt a pain in his head, and his knowledge sea was turbulent. His knowledge sea's defense was broken, and in his knowledge sea, a huge sword chi slashed towards his spirit. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly urged the power of the rainbow, soul-warming lotus, to turn into a shield in front of him. With a boom, the sword chi was blocked by the shield, and a rainbow light bloomed. Both sides were in a deadlock for a while before the sword chi dispersed. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look at Lin Yuner, only to see the little girl staring with wide eyes, clenching her fists, looking around for the four people, and was not affected in the slightest. This little girl is so heaven-defying. It was obvious that the divine soul attack just now could not have been aimed at him alone. Lin Yun must have been among the targets of the attack. However, the little girl was actually completely fine and did not even have any reaction. This was somewhat inconceivable. Lin Yuner's cultivation was the same as his, but Yang Kai felt that in terms of spiritual energy, she could not be stronger than him. His soul had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus for so many years, and it was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it would be unreasonable for Lin Yuner to be stronger than him. The reason why she was safe and sound was either because of her physique or because she was wearing some powerful artifact. Yang Kai was more inclined to the latter. The uniqueness of the tyrant body of strength was mainly reflected in one's flesh and blood, and should have nothing to do with one's soul. Without time to think about it, Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived beside Lin Yuner. Reaching out and hugging her, and urging his space principles, they disappeared. This spirit array was strange and unpredictable, and if they continued to stay here, they would most likely fail miserably, so it was best to escape from this spirit array as soon as possible. "Want to leave?" Great Elder coldly snorted, and a long sword suspended in the void suddenly trembled slightly before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the void. The next moment, the figures of Yang Kai and Lin Yuner staggered out from a short distance away, Lin Yuner holding a long sword in one hand, a look of anger on her face. This is not good. Kai Yang's expression changed slightly. The space divine technique was rarely broken, but when such a situation occurred, it meant that the enemy's strength was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Space principles? Great Elder was also a little surprised. Normally, with his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through Yang Kai space principles. But inside this sword diagram, he was the array eye and controlled everything inside, so he could grasp Yang Kai's movements and traces. It was by relying on this that he was able to force Yang Kai out of the void and ruin his plan. Yin'er, are you afraid? Yang Kai glanced around coldly. Although he pushed his divine sense to the limit, he was still unable to find where the people from Wind and Cloud Pavilion were. There were only swords, sword intent, and sword force here, nothing else. I'm not afraid, Lin Yun replied, and with a squeeze of her little hand, the long sword she was holding broke apart and turned into specks of light before disappearing. It was just an illusory sword, but it was lifelike inside this sword diagram. Good, Yang Kai laughed. Then let's break this bullshit sword diagram together with Uncle Yang. Shameless boasting, Great Elder shouted. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, don't even think about escaping from this spirit array. As soon as his voice fell, the countless long swords in the surroundings trembled and changed direction, their tips pointing towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er. Yang Kai's face sank as he was enveloped by the thick sword intent, causing his Emperor Qi to stagnate slightly. Die! With an angry roar, the sound of swords breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Looking around, countless long swords attacked Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er from all directions, each sword blooming with astonishing sword qi, as if they could cut through everything in front of them. The entire sword diagram world was filled with such attacks, and Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er had nowhere to hide. Yin'er, squat down, Yang Kai shouted. Lin Yun didn't even think about it, and directly squatted down with her head in her hands. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai roared again. When a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the sword diagram shook slightly, as if it had been impacted by something. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly swelled, turning into a 4.5-meter-tall behemoth with dragon horns on his head, dragon claws on his hands, scales all over his body, and a monstrous aura. He squatted down and curled up his huge body, protecting Lin Yun'er in his arms. Chapter 3003. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk swords rained down on Yang Kai's body, creating a dazzling splash of sparks. His huge body swayed from side to side from the attacks coming from all directions, as if he could fall at any moment. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi. Asterisk as blood splattered. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, making his already ferocious face even more terrifying. He stayed where he was, not moving at all. His entire body was curled up into a ball, exposing his back, protecting Lin Yun'er from any harm. Uncle Yang, Xiao Yun, raised her head and cried out, shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly change so much, but after feeling the attacks Yang Kai was enduring at this moment, her eyes turned red. Yang Kai grinned. I'll avoid them for now. I'll deal with them later. Lin Yun'er nodded, a fierce look flashing across her face. The endless rain of swords continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. This, Great Elder's voice rang out, obviously extremely surprised. He really didn't expect Yang Kai to survive the sword chart. This was the Yin-Yang 5 elements profound sword array formed by 100 people. With him, a second-order Emperor Realm Master acting as its array core and 5 or 6 first-order Emperor Realm Masters assisting him. The rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would be reduced to ashes after suffering such an attack, right? But not only was this guy alive, he had changed his appearance. There were 2 bulges on his head, his hands had turned into sharp claws, and his exposed skin was covered in scales. What the hell is this? Great Elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His mind raced as he urged the power of the sword chart again. Originally, after that round of sword rain, there were not many long swords left in the sword diagram. However, After this moment, sharp swords of different shapes and auras appeared one after another in all directions. It was as if there was no end to them. These swords were illusory, and it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In any case, each and every one of them was filled with sword chi. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his heart filled with anxiety. Both he and Lin Yun'er were trapped in this sword diagram, so if they did not find a way to break out or escape, sooner or later, their strength would be exhausted. After all, the enemy outnumbered them, so by relying on the might of this spirit array, they could exert their strength to the greatest extent. However, he and Lin Yun'er were alone, so even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on forever. However, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he did not find any loopholes in this place. He did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of array formations. He thought that if the Southgate army was here, they might be able to provide some advice. Just as he was frowning, Lin Yun said angrily, "Uncle Yang, buy me some time." In the past, she had killed many people, but she had always been calm and collected, as if she was not killing people, but casually kicking away small stones on the side of the road. Previously, she had been targeted and attacked many times, but she was not angry. This time, she was really angry. In order to protect her, Uncle Yang had suffered serious injuries. Yang Kai was stunned. "You can break the array?" Lin Yun said, "I have a trump card that should be able to break it." "That's good." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Don't worry. Uncle Yang will not let them disturb you." And after Lin Yun finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged, closed her beautiful eyes, placed one hand flat in front of her lower abdomen, and formed a strange seal with the other, her aura fluctuating. Even after taking so many sword chi attacks, he still hasn't fallen. If it was any other third-layer Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't be standing here, right? This little brat is going to turn the heavens upside down. A fierce light flashed in the Great Elder's eyes as he sent another sword chi towards Yang Kai. But this time, another sword chi silently attacked Lin Yun. "Even if I can't kill you, I can at least kill that little girl, right?" As soon as the sword chi was sent out, the Great Elder suddenly shivered, feeling like he was being locked onto by a powerful divine sense. Under this terrifying divine sense, it felt like the other party could kill him with a single thought. "Who is it?" the Great Elder exclaimed. No one answered. Strangely enough, that feeling just now had strangely disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. The first Elder frowned, not knowing what was going on. He secretly wondered if he was too nervous. He was now the eye of the formation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change mysterious sword diagram. He had merged with the hundreds of disciples and was integrated into the sword diagram. If someone really wanted to harm him, they would have to break the sword diagram to find his real body. That inexplicable killing intent couldn't have directly locked onto him, so it was probably just an illusion. The sword chi had already arrived in front of Lin Yun, but Lin Yun remained motionless, as if she didn't notice the approaching danger, silently casting her technique, preparing to use her trump card. He didn't know why this trump card of hers took so long to prepare. This made Yang Kai secretly curse little Yun, Er's master, for being unreliable, with such a long preparation time. So what if this trump card was powerful? In a real life or death battle, who would give you time to prepare? Although he was dealing with the Great Elder and the others, he didn't relax his attention on Lin Yun, so as soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai noticed it. As a last resort, he could only summon the Mountains and River's Bell. The small Mountains and River's Bell was held in his big hand like a child's toy. As it spun, the Mountains and River's Bell had already enveloped Lin Yun. The sword chi arrived as expected, but hit the bell. "This is..." The Great Elder was shocked again, his gaze piercing through the void and biting the Mountains and River's Bell like a leech, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With his eyesight, how could he not see the mysteries of this artifact? The aura it gave off seemed to come from ancient times, giving people the illusion that they had entered an ancient world. An ancient, exotic artifact. The Great Elder exclaimed, his eyes suddenly becoming greedy. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that this young man would have such a precious artifact. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had his own Emperor artifact, but Emperor artifacts and ancient exotic artifacts were two different concepts. At the later stages, Emperor artifacts were rare, but their power was unpredictable. If he could get his hands on one, it would be of great benefit to his strength. Looking at the bell again, it was extraordinary. Obviously, even among ancient exotic artifacts, this bell was a high-grade one, not something ordinary ancient exotic artifacts could compare to. Greed immediately rose in his heart, and he secretly decided that he must snatch this ancient exotic artifact. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such a treasure? It would be a waste for him to have it. If he could get his hands on this ancient exotic artifact, the Great Elder was confident that he could even exchange blows with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was simply too attractive to him. As the Great Elder's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, Xianxia wiped the blood off his face and took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have used the mountains and rivers bell. The suppressive power of this ancient exotic artifact was too strong. Although it could provide a strong protection for Xianxia, she was currently preparing her trump card, so the suppressive power would interfere with her. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Xiaoyun wouldn't be disturbed too much. For this reason, he had weakened the power of the mountains and rivers bell as much as possible. Now we can go all out and fight. Old dog, you better hide well and don't let this young master find you. If I find you, I'll skin you alive. Xianxia looked around coldly and sneered. Junior, how dare you be so arrogant? The Great Elder shouted angrily, flustered and exasperated. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, they had even summoned the spirit array, and with over 100 people working together, they should have been able to quickly get rid of Xianxia. But this guy was not only alive and kicking, he even dared to threaten them. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 3004. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, heaven and earth shook as the world energy surged. When the Yin-Yang 5 Elements' great, changing, profound sword diagram was activated, the world energy of the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion seemed to be drawn over to support the operation of the spirit array. The sword intent within the sword diagram tumbled and blurred, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Countless Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples heard the commotion and gasped. What kind of powerful enemy had come to the pavilion to actually use the Yin-Yang 5 Elements' great, changing, profound sword diagram? Although they wanted to help, the spirit array had already been activated. Even if they were Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples, they couldn't break in. If they overestimated themselves, they would only be turned to dust by the boundless sword intent. They couldn't see the situation inside the profound sword diagram, so they could only look at the other battlefield. It was a battle between two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. Every move was earth-shattering, and every move seemed to be able to dim the sun and moon. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples were dazzled and shocked. Li Jiao, those two juniors have already entered the sword diagram and will definitely die without a burial place. Why do you still want to risk your life for them? Hua Xing asked as he fought with Li Jiao. His cultivation was comparable to Li Jiao's, but Li Jiao wasn't human. He was a flood dragon, a descendant of the dragon clan. If they really fought, Hua Xing knew he wasn't his opponent. The reason he could fight with him until now was because he had the advantage of time and place. After all, he was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master and was connected to the fortune of this land. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he could display a little more than usual. Even so, he was barely able to fight to a draw with Li Jiao. A descendant of the Dragon Clan was indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He had only inherited a tiny bit of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, yet he could display such powerful strength. If he fought with Li Jiao outside, Hua Xing estimated he would have lost long ago. He hated Li Jiao's double-dealing, But he also knew that if he continued to fight, it wouldn't do him or the Wind and Cloud Pavilion any good. Two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters attacking with all their strength would destroy the foundation of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, he wanted to make peace with Li Jiao. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. In any case, those two juniors were definitely not injured, so there was no point in him continuing to fight with Li Jiao. So what if there was a winner were decided? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't say anything, Hua Xing could clearly feel that he had withdrawn some of his power. Hua Xing's Li Jiao was his Lord Realm Master, wasn't as if he had no choice but to become enemies with him. Li Jiao, and Li Jiao sect, we are Yang Realm Cultivator? Li Jiao's Yang, we sex. If and Yang are sex, Dragon Sword Sex Earth would be Redicto Realm Cultivators' to become a Heavens sect. Yang sect, great sect. Li Yang Realm, sect, Li Realm Great Young, true sect. Li Jiao didn't say anything, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. Hua Xing knew that Li Jiao's sect leader was losing face. After all, Li Jiao's sect leader was a bit capricious. Li Jiao's sect leader didn't stop because he was worried that those two juniors would come out of the profound sword diagram and see him slacking off. Sneering in his heart, Hua Xing didn't try to persuade him. As long as he didn't destroy the Wind Cloud Pavilion's foundation, Hua Xing would follow him. In an instant, he erupted with the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and it showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until Great Elder's face turned red, as if he would explode at any moment, that the rising aura finally stopped. At this moment, Great Elder's aura was so terrifying that even Hua Xing and Li Jiao couldn't compare to him. It wasn't that he had such a strong foundation, but rather that he had borrowed the power of the Spirit Array to support himself with the Yin-Yang 5 elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram. Great Elder's scarlet eyes locked onto Yang Kai as he suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as his words fell, he merged with his sword and turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was inside the sword diagram, also tensed up at the same time as an aura of death enveloped him, causing the Emperor Qi in his body to surge. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately sensed the source of the danger. In the void, a dazzling sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sword light was extremely dazzling, and its sword intent was so condensed that it seemed to be able to cut through all barriers in the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although such a terrifying blow couldn't compare to the great demon god's attack from afar, it was still not something a third-order Emperor Realm Master could produce. Yang Kai, who had transformed into a half-dragon, felt as if he was unstoppable. Before the sword light even reached him, he felt as if his body would be torn apart. As if facing a great enemy, Yang Kai quickly formed a series of seals with his hands and shouted, "Flowing Time, Great Emperor, Shuttle Art." Yang Kai thrust his palm forward, and the sword light tore through the void. The Flowing Time, Great Emperor's shuttle art actually exploded, and the sword light continued to slash down without losing any momentum. Yang Kai was startled. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could break through the Flowing Time, Great Emperor's shuttle art head-on. Even if he hadn't fully mastered the Flowing Time, Great Emperor's shuttle art, it was still a divine technique of the Great Emperor's. How could it be broken so easily? How could it be so fierce? Yang Kai was thinking about whether he should hide inside the sealed world bead and temporarily avoid the brunt of this attack when he suddenly heard a tender shout, "Uncle Yang." However, Lin Yun was already prepared, and her words were filled with confidence. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and the mountains and rivers bell, which had been protecting Lin Yun, turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky and enveloped him, disappearing without a trace. Damn you! Even though Great Elder had a good temperament and cultivation, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. He had already experienced just how strong the defensive power of this primeval exotic treasure was. Although he could use the power of the entire spirit array to display a blow far beyond his own cultivation, he wasn't confident that he could break through the protection of this ancient exotic treasure. In other words, he had used this move in vain. Encountering such an opponent was simply a stroke of bad luck. If it were his own sword technique, he could have changed his target and taken the opportunity to kill Lin Yan, but this power was beyond the scope of his control, so he could only release it, not withdraw it. Yang Kai watched helplessly as the mountains and rivers bell blocked his way and slammed into it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud explosion and a burst of light. The mountains and rivers bell shook violently, and Great Elder's figure was revealed. At this moment, Great Elder no longer had his previous demeanor. Although the force of the collision didn't kill him, it made him bleed from his 7 orifices and made him dizzy. He felt that his strength had dissipated, and he couldn't summon any Emperor Qi at all. Withdraw. Lin Yan didn't take the opportunity to attack, and instead called out tenderly. In the next moment, the dizzy Great Elder's face changed drastically because he suddenly felt that the Emperor artifact in his hand was pulled by a huge force and flew out of his hand uncontrollably. His face was filled with horror, and he hurriedly urged his divine sense to recall his Emperor artifact. For those who cultivated the Sword Dao, the sword in their hand was their lifeblood, let alone the Emperor artifact that Great Elder had cultivated with his life. If this sword fell into someone else's hands, it was equivalent to giving away half of his life. However, to Great Elder's horror, no matter how he urged his secret technique, the Emperor artifact that had followed him for thousands of years did not react at all, as if its 1,000-year bond had been directly cut off by an inexplicable force. Great Elder stared at Lin Yan with wide eyes and was dumbfounded at a glance. Before he could react, Yang Kai's huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light in front of him like a small mountain. Not good. Great Elder felt a chill run down his spine, and his figure flickered. Just as he was about to hide inside the sword diagram, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him, grinning. You came out and you still want to go back? Great Elder was frightened out of his wits in an instant. Cries of alarm rang out from the void, obviously from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were setting up the spirit array. Chapter 3005. Bastard, how dare you, Junior? Release Great Elder immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial. A burst of shouts came from all around as Yang Kai grabbed the Great Elder with one hand, his eyes sweeping across the void as he sneered softly. Ever since the formation was activated, he had been in a passive situation where he could not even find the shadow of the enemy. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. Now that he had finally found a flaw and captured one of the enemy's masterminds, how could he give up so easily? More than 100 people had set up a spear array to deal with him, including several Emperor Realm Masters and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master. They were chasing after him relentlessly, trying to kill him. Now that he had taken the initiative, he was so angry that he was threatening him. He even wanted him to release Great Elder. How could there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he glared at Great Elder and coldly spat out a single word, die. No. Great Elder's face changed drastically as he screamed. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of that big hand. A violent force squeezed in from all directions, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Great Elder's eyes widened, and blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. He could clearly feel his bones breaking and his internal organs being squeezed out of shape and exploding. Pung! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Great Elder is dead. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion exclaimed, unable to accept what they had just seen. What kind of character was Great Elder? In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, besides Pavilion Master Hua Xing, he was the strongest. However, such a powerful being was crushed by that monster with a single hand. Impudent Junior, avenge Great Elder. After a moment of shocked silence, the clamoring grew louder. The sword diagram began to revolve again as sharp swords appeared in all directions, and a murderous intent suddenly soared. The yin-yang five elements great change profound sword diagram was based on the sword and the cultivator who cultivated the sword Tao as the foundation. It was originally a killing array, and the death of Great Elder made everyone's murderous intent surge, greatly increasing the power of the spirit array. Unfortunately, even so, the power of the entire formation was weakening. The Great Elder who was supposed to be the array core had died, and the third elder who replaced him was only a first-order emperor realm master. With the array core's strength reduced by one realm, the power of the entire sword array weakened as well. The increase in power was not enough to make up for this loss. Xianxia laughed wildly. If this young master can kill one of you, then I can kill all of you. Wash your necks and wait for me. I will drag you out one by one and kill you. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The third elder, who was in charge of the array, shouted. He didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, the overwhelming sword light once again attacked Xianxia. Before Xianxia could do anything, Lin Yun shouted again, "Withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the countless sword beams seemed to have been summoned by something. They all changed directions and rushed towards a certain place, then disappeared into a certain location. Xianxia turned his head and raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At that moment, Lin Yun's hands were raised high. In her hands was an item the size of a wash basin. She placed it on top of her head. That item was pitch black in color and appeared very ordinary. It resembled an iron pot that ordinary people used to cook. Those who had formed the yin-yang five elements great change profound sword diagram were all cultivators in the third-order Tao source realm and above, so naturally, the quality of their artifacts would not be too bad, at least Tao source grade mid-rank, and many of them were emperor artifacts. However, at this moment, whether it was Tao source grade artifacts or emperor artifact swords, they all flew over one after another, disappearing into the iron pot. In the blink of an eye, the iron pot had absorbed dozens of long swords, and more were flying over. What the hell is this? Third Elder was extremely shocked. This iron pot actually had the magical effect of absorbing other people's artifacts. How was he supposed to fight against it? He had never heard of such a strange artifact in this world. The suction force coming from the long sword in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to control it. Third Elder did not dare to take it lightly and quickly immersed himself in controlling his Emperor artifact. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk in less than 10 breaths of time, more than 90 long swords were absorbed by the iron pot. After a while, even the long swords in the hands of Third Elder and the others could no longer be controlled and flew out of their hands. Third Elder exclaimed and frantically urged his secret technique. Try to recall his Emperor artifact, but what use was there? If even the Great Elder couldn't do it, he naturally couldn't do it either. When the last long sword fell into the iron pot, there seemed to be a collapse in the void. Figures suddenly appeared and gathered around Xianxia and Lin Yun, all of them looking inexplicably shocked. These people were all disciples and elders of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who participated in the arrangement of the profound sword diagram. The Great Yin-Yang profound sword diagram was based on the sword and the people. Now that all the long swords had been taken away, even if there were still people, the spirit array would break by itself, making it impossible for them to conceal themselves. How is this possible? On the other side of the sky, Huaxing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over in disbelief. The yin-yang five elements profound sword diagram had been broken. The yin-yang five elements great change mysterious sword diagram, which had saved the Wind Cloud Pavilion countless times, had actually been broken. Huaxing almost thought that he was dreaming. This was impossible. 10,000 years ago, only 5 people were needed to arrange this spirit array. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. This time, there were more than 100 people who were arranging this spirit array. This was already a huge scale, and the person in charge of the spirit array was their great elder, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a lineup, even if he fell into it, he would die without a doubt. How could it be broken by two unknown juniors? Where was Great Elder? Was he gone? He glanced around, but did not see Great Elder among those people. His heart thumped as he knew that things were not good. Great Elder was obviously the array core in charge of the spirit array, but now he was nowhere to be seen. There could only be one possibility. Great Elder was dead. How'd he die? Who killed him? Huaxing could not figure it out. He did not know what happened in the profound sword diagram, so he was naturally puzzled. At this moment, Huaxing's skin suddenly tightened as he instinctively felt a trace of danger. Not good. Only then did he remember that he was in the middle of a battle, and his opponent's strength was stronger than his. Normally, he would not have made such a low-level mistake, but the scene just now had shocked him too much, so it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This distraction gave Li Jiao an opportunity to make a move. A ferocious Emperor Qi squeezed him from the front and exploded on his chest. Huaxing's body shook as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old dog Hua, you dare to make an enemy of Palace Master Yang? Today, this Li will not rest until you die. As soon as he said this, Huaxing coughed up another mouthful of blood and shouted in grief and indignation. Li Jiao, I'll fuck your mother. Just now, the two of them were fighting as if they were playing a game. It seemed lively, but in fact they did not even use 10% of their strength. Suddenly, they began to go all out, catching Huaxing off guard. He also knew why Li Jiao was like this. He was obviously going with the wind, but he could not help but be angry. The boat of 100 years of friendship was capsized at this moment. Huaxing gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you think you've won? Today, no one can leave." After a pause, he shouted, "Summon the Saint Beast." Chapter 3006. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. The Yin-Yang Five Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was broken, revealing the figures of the 100 people who had set up the spirit array, causing the surrounding disciples to cry out in alarm. Especially Yang Kai's ferocious appearance and huge body, they were horrified. What kind of monster was this? You take the left, I'll take the right. Yang Kai coldly glanced around and ordered Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say a word and rushed out with the iron pot on her head. 3 Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples gathered in one place didn't even have time to react before they were blown apart by her fist. Yang Kai also moved, reaching out and grabbing the air. The third elder, who was several dozen meters away, was strangely caught in his palm. No one knew how he did it. A chill ran from head to toe. Before the third elder could say anything, he was crushed by a strong force and followed in the footsteps of the great elder. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and another elder, standing near the third elder, was directly swept away, vomiting blood mid-air. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead. In his dragon transformation, Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline was stimulated, giving him extraordinary strength. How could a few trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Masters be his opponent? Like cutting melons and vegetables, Yang Kai and Lin Yun left a trail of chaos in their wake. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples and elders suffered heavy casualties, with no one able to resist even half a move from them. In just 3 breaths of time, more than half of the 100 people had died. Only then did the rest wake up from their daze and flee in all directions. Facing these 2 monster-level opponents, and with their artifacts taken away, they didn't even have the courage to fight. Naturally, running for their lives was more important. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk crescent blades shot out from all directions. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had participated in setting up the spirit array all screamed miserably as they fell to the ground. Lin Yun circled around and killed a dozen people, but when she turned around, there was no one left. Blood rained down from the sky. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples, watching from afar, kept quiet out of fear, their faces ashen. What kind of enemy did the sect provoke? All the elites of the sect were annihilated just like that. From the great elder to the senior sister and brother of the third order Tao Source realm, they were all dead. At the level of the Emperor realm, only the Pavilion Master was left. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never suffered such a heavy blow. After this battle, it would be difficult for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to recover its Yuan Qi even if they could expel the enemy. Moreover, how could these two monsters be so easily removed? This was clearly the rhythm of their sect being exterminated. At this moment, Hua Xing's roar of grief and indignation resounded through the clouds. Summon the Saint Beast. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples changed drastically. They were even more frightened than when they saw Yang Kai and Lin Yun slaughter their fellow disciples. What did Pavilion Master say? He actually wants to release the Saint Beast? Run. What are you still standing there for? If you don't run now, you'll be dead for sure. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were watching from afar fled in all directions, as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the Saint Beast was some kind of plague. There were also some disciples who had just joined the sect who were at a loss. Although they knew that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had a mountain guardian Saint Beast, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know what the hell this Saint Beast was. They only knew that the Saint Beast was extremely powerful and was on par with Pavilion Master Hua Xing, seeing their brother, senior sister, and brother who had joined the sect earlier flee in all directions. They also panicked. No matter what the Saint Beast was, it was definitely not a kind creature. And just after Hua Xing's roar, a terrifying evil aura suddenly came from somewhere in the depths of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It was as if a sleeping dragon had awoken, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the aura. His blood faintly felt a burning sensation, as if it was being drawn by some kind of power, making him eager to fight. Xiao Yun also flew to his side, still carrying the black iron pot on her head. Her beautiful eyes looked in that direction, and her nose gently sniffed, her beautiful eyes brightening. Asterisk roar. Asterisk another roar rang out, followed by a huge figure that seemed to be a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast stepped on the air, its entire body emitting flames, and its aura was monstrous. This was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. He could not help but feel a trace of the aura of a divine spirit from this Saint Beast. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast was actually a divine spirit. This inevitably made people feel a little incredulous. But soon, a scene that shocked Yang Kai appeared. That Saint Beast did not fly straight towards them, but instead rushed towards some of the fleeing Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples. Like a bolt of lightning, it directly rushed into the crowd. In the next moment, a series of miserable screams rang out. Obviously, they were bitten to death by the Saint Beast. Hua Xing's heart bled. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had raised a mountain guardian Saint Beast for several thousand years. But this Saint Beast was a vicious beast that was captured by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10th generation old ancestor. When the 10th generation old ancestor was alive, the Saint Beast was still obedient, but after the 10th generation old ancestor fell, the Saint Beast's vicious nature was exposed. Although it did not leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was not under anyone's control. Only the Pavilion Master of each generation could communicate with it. Every time they asked it to come out, they had to pay a great price. If they were prepared, they would prepare a large amount of food in advance, and they could reluctantly ask it to come out once to defend against a strong enemy. But this time, they were not prepared, and the price they had to pay was the tragic death of their disciples. Even 100 years ago, when the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was in danger, the previous Pavilion Master did not ask the Saint Beast to come out because of this reason. But this time, with such a disaster, Hua Xing could not care less. Miserable screams rang out continuously as one Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciple after another was pounced on by the Saint Beast and devoured. What the hell is that? Yongkai narrowed his eyes and looked over, but unfortunately, he was too far away to see clearly. He only knew that this so-called saint beast had not done anything to them, but had slaughtered many of their enemies. It looked so delicious. Lin Yun's nose twitched even more. Yongkai's forehead was covered in sweat. Why did this little girl only know how to eat? After a cup of tea's time, perhaps because the saint beast had eaten its fill, it flew over, its 4 feet stepping on fire, its 2 eyes burning like flames. After getting closer, Yongkai was finally able to see the appearance of this saint beast. Dragon head, antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, bear's waist, snake's scales, horse's hooves, and ox's tail. It was a powerful and domineering creature. Fire Qilin? Yongkai's eyelids twitched. No wonder it had the aura of a saint spirit. It was a fire Qilin. There were many types of Qilins, but no matter which type, they were all ancient saint spirits. His dragon race bloodline was also the power of a saint spirit, and he was one of the best among saint spirits, so he was naturally attracted by the other party's aura. It's not a fire Qilin. Lin Yun'er seemed to be very knowledgeable about saint spirits, her eyes shining as she said, "It just has some Qilin bloodline. It's not pure." Yongkai turned his head and glanced at her, his face changing. "Girl, you're drooling." Lin Yun'er raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth, saying excitedly, "Leave this to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. "Don't be careless," Yongkai hurriedly warned. Although Lin Yun'er's performance was not bad, facing such a vicious beast with a saint spirit bloodline, Yongkai could not help but be a little worried, not knowing if she was a match for it. But Lin Yun'er's performance was so positive that Yongkai did not want to pour cold water on her, and could only make up his mind to be ready at any time. One person and one beast quickly approached. The Fire Qilin's descendant clearly understood human nature. Seeing Lin Yun'er boldly rushing over, it roared in anger, the flames on its body becoming more and more fierce. Lin Yun'er ignored it and directly rushed over. The Fire Qilin opened its mouth, and a huge fireball blasted over, its power terrifying. Lin Yun'er did not dodge, and instead pushed the iron pot on her head forward. That iron pot was clearly not big, only the size of a wash basin, countless times smaller than the fireball, but with such a simple push, it actually made the fireball disappear completely. Yongkai's body that was just about to move stabilized again, his eyes burning as he looked at the dark iron pot. Only one question in his mind. What the hell is this thing? At this time, Lin Yun'er had already rushed in front of the Fire Qilin, her feet tapping the air, and in an instant, she rushed to the top of the Fire Qilin's head and put down the iron pot. The Fire Qilin raised its claws to grab the iron pot, and wherever the claw passed, the surrounding space was squeezed out into irregular lines. Lin Yun'er twisted her body, barely avoiding it, but her lower abdomen was still cut, and blood immediately flowed out. But she completely ignored it, and directly put the iron pot on the Fire Qilin's head. In the next moment, a sensational scene appeared. The Fire Qilin, a vicious beast that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and possessed a divine spirit bloodline, allowed a mournful cry as its body swayed. The small iron pot on its head seemed to have grown out of its body as a terrifying suction force emanated from it. This great sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years had scattered overnight. From the pavilion master to the sect's elites, not a single one was left. Everyone was dead. Palace Master Yang really knows how to stir up trouble. Back in the Northern Territory, Palace Master Yang had already turned the world upside down. Yet in the Western Territory, he didn't hold back at all. However, looking at the girl over there, Li Jiao knew that even if Yongkai pierced through the heavens, nothing would happen to him. This girl, her background was not small. With a series of crackling sounds, Yongkai returned to his original appearance. The flying great ink dragon armor had excellent elasticity, and if not for this artifact armor, he would have been naked again. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog leisurely ran over. Just now, when the battle was turning the world upside down, it had hidden somewhere, but now that the dust had settled, it immediately appeared. Its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster was top-notch. Yang Kai glanced at it in annoyance, but didn't pay it any more attention. There were many wounds on his body, all of them caused by the Yin-Yang 5 Elements' great changing profound sword diagram. There were too many to count, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. However, he didn't care and directly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. He glanced at Li Jiao and said, "Look after that girl and clean up the battlefield. I'll be right back." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Palace Master Yang. This Li will do his best to protect that girl." Yang Kai nodded, and his figure flickered before disappearing. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was in chaos as countless disciples scrambled to escape. The Pavilion Master was dead. The Great Elder was dead. Everyone in the Elder class was dead. Even the elites of the Third Order Dao Source Realm were all dead. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was destined to be destroyed. No one was a fool. If they didn't escape now, would they be waiting to be killed? In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the thousands of disciples in the huge sect had fled. Every moment, there would be someone flying away without even looking back. Yang Kai searched for a while before he found the Wind Cloud Pavilion storehouse. Such a big sect would definitely have many good things in its storehouse, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Although he was now extremely rich, he still couldn't afford the consumption of the entire sect. Yang Kai also wanted to save up more cultivation resources for when his friends and family from Shadowed Star arrived. Those people were not a small number after all. After busying himself for half a day, Yang Kai finally returned with a full load. For a top sect like the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the amount of treasures in their storehouses was astonishing, not much less than that of the Seeking Passion sect. Just the number of high-rank source crystals alone was close to 1 billion, not to mention the countless cultivation resources. These were all indispensable treasures for High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai wandered around the Wind Cloud Pavilion again, collecting all the good things he could find. Only in the evening did he return. Lin Yin and Li Jiao moved to a nearby, small mountain peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he first smelled a tantalizing aroma. This aroma smelled like meat, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. As soon as it entered his nose, it aroused his appetite and gave birth to a feeling of hunger. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if little Yin'er was cooking. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai walked over and asked curiously, but after glancing around, he was dumbfounded. On the peak, Lin Yin had already started a fire and placed a black iron pot on top of the fire. A series of gurgling sounds came from the iron pot, as if something was being boiled. The aroma was actually coming from this iron pot. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Was she really cooking? And she was cooking with that iron pot. This Yang Kai felt a little dizzy. "Palace Master Yang, you're back." Li Jiao greeted him and handed over a bag of space rings. "These are the spoils this Li collected from the battlefield just now. Palace Master Yang, please check them." Whether it was Hua Xing or the elders of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, they definitely had some stock in their space rings, especially Hua Xing. As the Pavilion Master of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, how could his space ring not have any good things? Not to mention the hundreds of elites from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was a huge amount of wealth. Li Jiao had collected everything and didn't dare to keep it for himself, so he handed it all over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai casually accepted it and didn't count it, nor did he check the contents of the space rings. He simply looked at Lin Yin, who was squatting in front of the iron pot, his mouth twitching as he asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, Lin Yin was staring at her iron pot with sparkling eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly moist, obviously drooling. Noticing that Yang Kai had returned, she only greeted him casually, sucked in her saliva, and returned her attention to the iron pot in front of her. "This young lady probably wants to make something to eat." Li Jiao braced himself and replied, "Make something to eat? With what?" Yang Kai asked casually, but his face soon darkened as he looked at Li Jiao and said, "Could it be?" Li Jiao nodded with a cold expression. Yang Kai was shocked. Is that possible? Li Jiao hesitated. Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origin of this exotic treasure, do you? Li Jiao said, I've heard of it before. If this Li isn't wrong, this pot is called Return to One. Return to One. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this name before, but he was only concerned about one thing right now. He walked over and whispered, Little Yin Lin Yin didn't even raise her head. It's almost done. Uncle Yang, wait a moment. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Did you really cook that fire Qilin? Yes, that's a descendant of a divine spirit. I haven't eaten one yet, so it must be delicious. When Li Jiao heard this, his whole body trembled. He was also a descendant of a divine spirit and a descendant of a dragon. He didn't want to be cooked by this little girl one day. In an instant, he looked at Lin Yun with shock and fear, as if he had seen his natural enemy. Sure enough, there were no good days with Palace Master Yang. The dragon race was fine. At worst, it would just be bloodline suppression. However, this little girl was too terrifying. She took the pot, returned to one, and cooked a descendant of a divine spirit. Li Jiao felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed with Yang Kai, he would sooner or later be scared to death. Cherish your life and stay away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green. Little Yun you have to think carefully. This thing can't be eaten carelessly. That guy just swallowed a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples. Speaking of this, his face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was just a descendant of a divine spirit, it would be fine to cook it. With such a fragrant smell, it definitely wouldn't be bad. However, Yang Kai had seen that Fire Qilin eat a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples with his own eyes. At this moment, it was all in the pot. Thinking of this, how could he still have the mood to eat? It would be good enough if he didn't vomit it out. Lin Yun smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I've taken care of it. Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look at Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and said, I've indeed taken care of it. I've also put the long swords and artifacts that this girl took away in a ring. Obviously, Lin Yun had taken care of the Fire Qilin while he was away. He had heard that there was a divine spirit guarding that place. Palace Master Yang's courage was too big. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Xiaoyan was very happy. After lying down for a while, Yang Kai said, Where do you plan to go next? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was destroyed, and the little girl's goal was achieved. It could be said that she had vented her anger. I don't know. Lin Yun shook her head. She was just feeling annoyed and had run away from home. She did not have any plans. It was a coincidence that she had met Yang Kai. I see. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, Why don't you come with me to the Northern Territory? I've built a High Heaven Palace there. High Heaven Palace. Lin Yun was immediately interested. After all, she had stayed in Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect for a while. Hearing this name made her feel very familiar. She nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow. Yang Kai immediately made a decision. The matter with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was a little big. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If he and Lin Yun were cultivator in the Western Territory, it would be fine, but the problem was that neither of them was from the Western Territory. If they continued to stay here, they might attract the attention of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors of Night Shadow and Shadow Killer Hall were not easy to provoke. Li Jiao was also shocked when he heard this. It was not easy. After running out with Yang Kai, he finally saw hope of returning home. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Yang Kai began to arrange the space array. He originally wanted to find a hidden location in the Western Territory to set it up so that it would be convenient for him to travel in the future. If he wanted to come to the Western Territory again, he could just use the space array directly. However, he was not familiar with the Western Territory, so it would not be easy to find such a place. It might take him 1 to 2 months or even more. So, after careful consideration, he gave up on his original plan. It was better to go back first. If he really needed to come to the Western Territory one day, it would not be a big deal to make another trip. He directly set up the space array on the mountain peak of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao meditated quietly to the side, but in fact, he was secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. He was also a palace master and had good eyesight, so he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this territory space array. Lin Yun'er had nothing to do, playing with the little black dog. Half a day later, the space array was ready. Yang Kai called out, and Lin Yun immediately ran over with a little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also walked into the array base. The space principles fluctuated, enveloping the three people and the dog. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and when his emperor chi surged, the array lit up. "Rise!" Yang Kai shouted, and a dazzling light enveloped everyone, causing them to instantly disappear. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange power attack him. This power was not too strong, but it was extremely clever and actually interfered with his teleportation. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could figure out what had gone wrong, a voice suddenly rang out in his knowledge sea. "Boy, you've got guts, daring to kidnap this king's beloved disciple. Seeing that you have no ill intentions, I'll let you go this time. But if there's a next time, this king will kill you." The voice rang directly in his knowledge sea, clearly breaking through its defenses. But what shocked Yang Kai was that he did not notice anything strange at all. This was simply unbelievable. His divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so who could quietly break through his knowledge sea's defenses and send a voice into his head. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, his vision blurred, and he found himself back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Li Jiao standing beside him, his brow furrowed. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory, and the little black dog stood at his feet with a dull expression. Only Lin Yun was missing. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly wanted to teleport back to check on the situation. But when he poured his divine sense into the space array beneath his feet, he found that the connection with the Western Territory array had been cut off. Impossible. He and Li Jiao had just teleported here, so it was impossible for the connection to be cut off so suddenly. The space arrays he had arranged could all be connected to one another, so as long as he adjusted them properly, he could freely travel between them. After teleporting so many times, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with the array he had arranged. It was definitely not the kind of thing that would malfunction so easily. Thinking back to the words that had just echoed in his mind, Yang Kai's expression changed again. Little Yun should have been left behind by her master. Had Little Yun-er's master been following her all this time? If not, how could Little Yun have been left behind so quickly? The reason the connection to the array was cut off was clearly because someone had destroyed it. Needless to say, the one who had destroyed it was Little Yun-er's master. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This was the second time he had encountered such a thing. The first time was in the ancient land, where the array he had left behind had been destroyed by the Luan foam, and now he was encountering it again. Just who was Little Yun-er's master? She had been following him for so many days without him noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in cold sweat. No. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that some time ago, in that city, he had inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. That hostility had come and gone as quickly as it had appeared. At that time, he had thought it was some kind of illusion, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't an illusion at all. That hostility had clearly come from Little Yun-er's master. Why is she so hostile towards me? The words that had entered his mind just now clearly carried some prejudice, and the tone was very unkind. Yang Kai was baffled, thinking that he had not done anything to Little Yun-er. But after understanding this, Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the array that had prevented Little Yun-er from following him, it did not matter. Her master was definitely a master, and she probably had her own considerations for leaving her behind. Inferring from the words just now, this master was still very concerned about Lin Yun-er. Wind and Cloud Pavilion on a mountain peak. Eh. Lin Yun stood alone on the array, a blank expression on her face. Looking around, she could not find anyone, so she immediately called out, "Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang." No one responded. She shouted a few more times, but it was still quiet all around. "Stop shouting." A voice suddenly sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Lin Yun looked over and was pleasantly surprised. "Master, why are you here?" She ran over in a few steps and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man sighed. "If I didn't come, you would have been abducted. How could I not come?" Originally, he did not intend to show himself so early. It was not easy for him to find a successor, and he was extremely concerned about Lin Yun. After getting along with her for so many years, Lin Yun did not disappoint him, and her cultivation progressed extremely quickly. Therefore, he doted on this little girl in every possible way. Running away from home and secretly escaping was just Lin Yun's wishful thinking. Under his watch, if not for his indulgence, how could Lin Yun escape? Damn, why do I feel like I've lost? Why is this? Brat, you're called Xianxia, right? Just you wait. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master is back. Quick, quick, inform the head chief. Beside the High Heaven Palace's transmission array, several disciples were guarding the array were overjoyed when they saw Xianxia and shouted one after another. They were originally disciples of Thousand Leaves sect and were brought to the High Heaven Palace by Xianxia after the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. Although they still wore the Thousand Leaves sect symbol, as time passed, they became more and more attached to the High Heaven Palace. Today, not a single Thousand Leaves sect disciple felt that they weren't part of the High Heaven Palace. Cultivating here was too comfortable. Not only was the world energy many times denser than in Thousand Leaves sect, they also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The head chief didn't treat them differently just because they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. In just a short period of time, the cultivations of all the original disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had greatly increased. The original sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, had even entered seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. This was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. But everything changed after coming to the High Heaven Palace. Now, if anyone dared to say that they weren't disciples of the High Heaven Palace, they would definitely fight them to the death. Xianxia was Thousand Leaves sect's benefactor and the master of the High Heaven Palace. However, this master was somewhat elusive. He rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, he was running around outside. Occasionally, he would come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. Chief Steward Xianxia had already instructed that if Xianxia returned, he must be notified immediately. That was why these disciples were so excited. Li Jiao recovered from the after-effects of teleporting across territory. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's that girl?" The young lady was standing beside him just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Xianxia said, "She was asked to stay by her master. She couldn't come with us." Her master? Li Jiao's expression changed when he heard this, and he said in shock, "That master has appeared." Xianxia glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why does it sound like you know who little Yun's master is?" Li Jiao's expression changed for a moment before he honestly said, "I have a guess." "Oh." Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. "Who is that master? Tell me about it." Although he could guess that Lin Yun's master was definitely not an ordinary person and was most likely one of the great emperors, he didn't know who it was. There were only a few great emperors he had come into contact with, so it was unlikely that they were related to little Yun. However, Li Jiao being able to guess was beyond his expectations. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Palace Master Yang know anything about that girl's iron pot?" "This is the first time I've seen it. I've never heard of it before." "That's right." Li Jiao nodded. "Since Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origins of that iron pot, it's understandable that you can't guess it." "What is that iron pot called?" Li Jiao solemnly said. That pot is called Return to One. Palace Master Yang should have also sensed it. That pot is an ancient rare treasure. Once this pot appears, it can collect all the treasures in the world. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had seen the power of Return to One before. In the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Lin Yun had collected the artifacts of over 100 people, relying on this strange divine power. It could even be said that the divine spirit descendant being collected wasn't because of Liu Yun-Er's ability, but rather because of this ancient rare treasure called Return to One. As far as this Li knows, the previous owner of this pot was the famous Iron Blood Great Emperor. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. That's right, it was the Iron Blood Master. No one knows how the Iron Blood Master obtained this ancient rare treasure. Everyone only knows that it was in his hands, but that was a matter from 1,000 years ago. How powerful was the Iron Blood Master? Even among all the great emperors, he was one of the top existences. There's almost no one in the world who could be his opponent, so why would he need to use such a treasure? That's why Return to One has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. However, the older generation in the Emperor realm is no stranger to this ancient rare treasure. This Li is certain that the iron pot in the girl's hands is definitely Return to One. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. In other words, Liu Yun-Er's master is the Iron Blood Master. There's a 90% chance. Li Jiao nodded and said, Lord Iron Blood is elusive. There are only a few people who know him, but his cultivation path is very similar to that lady's. They both pay attention to the strength of the physical body. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Liu Yun-Er's master was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This was both expected and unexpected. It seemed that when Yang Yin left and took Liu Yun-Er away, he wanted to entrust the little girl to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And with the personal guidance of the great emperors, there was a reasonable explanation for Liu Yun-Er's rapid growth in cultivation. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had taught her everything, and with Liu Yun-Er's tyrant body of strength, it would be strange if her cultivation speed was not fast. Yang Kai suddenly remembered another matter. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, before the battle between the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Duan Hongchun, the great emperors of the secular world had casually said that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had accepted a good disciple. Now it seemed that the good disciple was Lin Yun-Er. Yang Kai was very happy for her. This little girl had found a good master. With such great emperors protecting her, who in this world would dare to provoke her? From the words of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, it seemed that he also valued Lin Yun-Er very much. It could even be said that he doted on her, causing him to have some prejudice against Yang Kai. Touching his nose, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected calamity. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in fear, The Iron Blood Master has been following us all this time? Probably, Yang Kai replied casually. Li Jiao's cold sweat became even more severe. Chapter 30:10. The Iron Blood Great Emperor. Xiao Yun-Er's master was actually the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a while before smiling. Although he regretted not being able to bring Xiao Yun-Er back, there was still plenty of time in the future. There was always a chance for them to meet again. Now that Xiao Yun-Er had a good master, her future path would not be as thorny as his. Hua Qingxi flew over and smiled from afar. Palace Master, you're back. She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and Bian Yuqing had come with her. Bian Yuqing was a little reserved when she landed, cupping her fists and greeting. Greetings, Palace Master. If not for Yang Kai's righteous help in the Spirit Lake Palace, she might not have had the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Things had changed with the passage of time. The guy who had been just a little brat in front of her back then was now her immediate superior, and had even provided her with shelter and a place to cultivate. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. However, she had adjusted her mentality well and knew how to be grateful. These days, she had integrated well into the High Heaven Palace and had become sisters with Xianxia. Xianxia nodded gently and looked at Xianxia. Long time no see, Sister Hua has become even more beautiful. Xianxia glared at him, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. You're the palace master, so don't be so frivolous. If someone who doesn't know heard you, who knows what they would think? I'm just speaking the truth. Xianxia turned to Bian Yuqing and said, Have you gotten used to living in the palace? Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, Many thanks for palace master's concern. This mistress has to thank palace master for being able to settle down in this place. Xianxia waved his hand. Now that you've entered the High Heaven Palace, you're a member of the High Heaven Palace. There's no need to be so polite. This will be your home from now on. Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment and then smiled. Xianxia said, Palace Lord, you've been running around outside all this time. There are many things in the palace that little Sister Qing has helped out with. When it comes to managing the sect, little Sister Qing is more experienced than me. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but I've already let little Sister Qing be the deputy chief of the High Heaven Palace. Sure, Xianxia nodded. From now on, Protector Bian will be our deputy general manager. He made the final decision. With his words, the title of Bian Yuqing's deputy director was confirmed. Although Bian Yuqing came from a small sect and her foundation was not as strong as Xianxia's, she was still a protector. When Blue Feather Sect's sect Master Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned, she and the other 3 protectors were in charge of managing Blue Feather Sect, so naturally they had accumulated a lot of experience. Xianxia had indeed learned a lot from her during this time. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace right now, and most of them were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect, the High Heaven Palace had a strong foundation and would become a top sect sooner or later. When that time came, there would be hundreds of thousands of disciples, so they would need someone to manage them. Now was the time to familiarize themselves with the situation so that they wouldn't be in a rush in the future. Bian Yuqing said in a panic, Palace Lord, I haven't been of much help. Being able to enter the High Heaven Palace is the greatest fortune of this mistress life. This mistress was born in the High Heaven Palace and will die in the High Heaven Palace. If there is a need in the palace, this mistress will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, but this mistress really can't take up the position of deputy general manager. This wasn't modesty, but the truth. When she first came to the High Heaven Palace, she didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking that it would be a good choice to live here in the future. Not to mention that she owed Xianxia a debt of gratitude. This precious land was something that the Blue Feather sect of the past couldn't compare to. Cultivating and living here was something that any cultivator yearned for. But as time passed, and she learned more about the heritage of the High Heaven Palace, she discovered that she had underestimated this incomplete sect. There were 3 monster kings, each of whom was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. The 5th disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors was the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, as well as an Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master. There was also the Heavenly Sound Palace and the 1000 Illusionary Dream Realm. It had a close relationship with the top sect in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley, almost like a family. The other 2 top sects, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect, still owed a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace. In the Southern Territory, there was a cross-territory space array connected to the Southern Territory, and it had a close cooperative relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Its annual income was several times that of the other top sects. It was said that Xianxia had an unclear relationship with a member of the dragon race. It was hard to imagine that a newly established sect could have such a heritage. And all of this was built by Xianxia alone. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. In such a sect, what right did she have to assume the position of vice chief? Not to mention that she had just advanced to the Emperor realm. Even if she was a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, she still wasn't qualified. So when she heard that Xianxia really wanted to take her position as vice chief, she quickly refused. She wasn't being modest, but she really didn't have the confidence. Xianxia knew what she was worried about, so she smiled and said, "In our sect, the status doesn't depend on cultivation. It only depends on whether you can help or not. Our palace master is a hands-off shopkeeper. Elder sister Hua understands your ability, so you really can't refuse the vice chief position." Bian Yuqing still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's settled." He turned to Xianxia and asked, "Is Zhu Qing back?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "No, didn't she go to the frozen earth?" Although Yang Kai came back once last time, he immediately left in a hurry, so Xianxia didn't know that he also went to the frozen earth and experienced many things. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. He had wasted a lot of time in the Western Territory. After all, it would take some time for him to kill his way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Linya and According to his calculations, Zhu Qing should have come back, but Xianxia didn't see her. Could it be that she was delayed on the way? Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, if Zhu Qing left the Western Territory, she should go back to the High Heaven Palace first. No matter what, he had an inseparable intimate relationship with her. She should at least come back to inquire about his news. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe Zhu Qing would come over in a few days. Palace Master, did something happen? Xianxia keenly noticed Yang Kai's strange look and asked. Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. Then, Palace Master, how long will you stay this time? I can't say. Do you want to gather everyone to meet you? That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. He also felt that he was a bit too much of a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally wanted to get in touch with everyone. After a while, figures appeared one after another in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall. Yang Kai sat at the top, and to his left was Pil Emperor Jiying. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, his identity was special. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pil Great Emperors, he was much higher than everyone else. Naturally, no one wanted to sit there. On the right was Monster King Xilei. The three Monster Kings had similar cultivation, but Xilei was stronger. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the savage, desolate ancient land, his ranking was very high. Below him were Ying Fei, Xia Wuwei, Chief Array Master Nenmen Dejun, and Weapon Master Hoyu. On the other hand, Xianxia and Bian Yuqing, who were the head steward and deputy head steward, sat below. In the conference hall, there were a total of 9 people from the Emperor Realm. 3 of them were level 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. The number of people from the Emperor Realm might be slightly less than other top sects, but in terms of quality, no top sects could compete with them. Qi Yu and the others weren't present. According to Xianxia, they had been training in the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. The Dream Realm Thousand Illusions' uniqueness and irreplaceable space-time distortion allowed them to grow rapidly. Everyone recognized the power of the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. It was definitely the foundation of the High Heaven Palace's future. He didn't call everyone over to discuss anything. Although the High Heaven Palace was huge, there weren't many people, so naturally, there weren't many things to discuss. Yang Kai didn't need to ask too much. Jiying had been refining pills all this time. Yang Kai had given him countless rare flowers and herbs. Most of them came from the savage wilderness ancient lands in the Eastern Territory. Many of them were spirit herbs that Jiying had only heard about. He had accumulated a lot of Emperor-level spirit pills, enough for him to squander for a while. Nanmen Dejun had also finished setting up the High Heaven Palace's array and refined the High Heaven Palace's mountain ripple diagram. Once the mountain ripple diagram was released, the entire High Heaven Palace's situation could be seen at a glance. Recently, there was almost nothing to do. Only Hoyu was busy all day. She wasn't a law-abiding person and wanted to escape every 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the 3 Monster Kings took turns to guard her, so she had no hope of escaping. This caused her to have deep resentment towards the Monster Kings. After chatting for half a day, everyone dispersed. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak and calmed his mind for a while before raising his hand. Countless high-rank source crystals filled the room. High Heaven Peak was the best spirit peak in the entire High Heaven Palace. The world energy here was extremely rich, so with so many high-rank source crystals, the density of the world energy increased by another level. Fortunately, this bottleneck broke out when he was in the First Order Emperor realm. Although it seemed difficult to break through now, it didn't mean that there was no hope. If it broke out when he was in the Third Order Emperor realm, it might be even more terrifying. After understanding this point, he calmed down. He knew that as long as he could break through this shackle, his future path of martial Dao would definitely be smoother than before. He stretched out his hand, collected the remaining source crystals in the room, got up and walked out. Since he couldn't break through even if he tried, it meant that it wasn't a matter of effort, but that the opportunity hadn't come yet. Xianxia naturally couldn't force it. Pushing open the door, the black puppy raised its head and looked at him. The black puppy didn't know how many days it had been waiting here, but hadn't changed much. When it saw him come out, it just glanced at him, then closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. Xianxia kicked it, but the black puppy didn't move at all and pretended to be dead. With a sneer, Xianxia's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak. Immediately, he heard a series of shouts. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Xianxia glanced around and saw the three Monster King shouting nonstop, their faces red as they stared fixedly at a dice cup. The dice cup was being held in Hoyu's hand and was shaking vigorously, a series of tinkling sounds coming from it. Not only was it clear and pleasing to the ear, it even had a calming effect. As the dice cup was shaken, ripples appeared in the air and spread to the surroundings. Towering Palace's chief Emperor Weapon Master, the Star Boundaries Master Monkey Hoyu, had already rolled up his sleeves to his arms, revealing his white and tender arms. He stepped on a stone bench with one foot. Although his long skirt fluttered, his calves were exposed, and his posture was extremely indecent. But she didn't care at all, her beautiful eyes smiling as she stared at the three Monster King in front of her, her hands moving faster and faster, an expression of victory on her face. When Xianxia arrived, the three Monster Kings didn't notice him at all. All of their attention was on the dice cup. Xianxia's expression darkened. He knew that Hoyu liked to gamble. In the past, because of gambling, she owed an unknown amount of source crystals. In the end, she was trapped on an island and had to rely on the array refined by the Southern Gate Army to avoid being tracked down. Until Xianxia came to her rescue, she would definitely still be trapped on that island. She was recruited into the High Heaven Palace because of her identity as an Emperor Armament Master. Facts proved that she didn't disappoint, as the flowing cloud shuttle was easily refined by her. Ever since she entered the High Heaven Palace, there wasn't a day where she didn't think of escaping. Unfortunately, with the three Monster Kings taking turns to guard her, where could she escape to? Often, before she could even leave the High Heaven Palace, she would be captured and brought back. But now, it seemed that this woman was just a piece of rat shit. What kind of status did the three Monster Kings have? She actually pulled them together to gamble. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the Monster Kings, they were clearly very engrossed and excited. Xianxia suddenly felt a little worried about his High Heaven Palace. He had a feeling that the future was uncertain. Was it right or wrong to recruit Hoyu? Taking a closer look at the dice cup, Xianxia's expression darkened even more. This was actually an Emperor-grade artifact. And it was an Emperor-grade artifact that could isolate divine sense. Thinking about it, the Monster Kings were all very powerful. If they couldn't isolate divine sense, then what was the point of gambling? With a sweep of his divine sense, the result came out. Chapter 30:12. When she said this, the three Monster King finally noticed Xianxia's figure. They hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted him, their expressions extremely awkward. Yingfei's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick. He quickly put away the dice cup and dice on the stone table. 3 monster kings and an emperor weapon master. Instead of doing proper work, they actually gathered here to gamble. They were even caught red-handed by Xianxia. It was truly outrageous. And I sense you guys here, so I came to take a look, Xianxia said casually. Shilei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, do you have any orders? No orders. Xianxia didn't mention anything about their gambling. He reached out and grabbed Hou Yu, who was trying to escape, and pulled her back. Palace Master, I won't dare next time. Hou Yu squeezed out a flattering smile as she was held in Xianxia's hand. Please let us go this time. I'll go refine for you. Didn't you bring back a lot of things a few days ago? Don't worry, leave them all to me. Xianxia released her and asked, What do you do when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation? What? Bottleneck? What bottleneck? The 3 monster kings looked at him in astonishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. Yingfei said, We've never encountered a bottleneck. Xianxia stared at him. Not even once? Shilei laughed. Young Master Yang, we monster clan pay attention to bloodline and birth. It's a little different from you humans. Bloodline and birth basically determine the highest achievement in a lifetime. Of course, there are some accidents and opportunities, but generally speaking, there are no bottlenecks in the monster clan's cultivation. Yes. Xia Wuwei also nodded. We monster clan's cultivation is innate talent. We don't have thousands of cultivation methods like humans, so the concept of bottlenecks is meaningless to us. I forgot, your monster clan. Xianxia nodded and looked at Hou Yu. What about you? Me? Hou Yu hadn't recovered from his shock yet, so when he saw Xianxia looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and said, Palace Master, I am an artifact refiner and don't pay much attention to cultivation. I don't know how I managed to break through to the Emperor realm, but for you to ask me this question is a bit too profound. You've never encountered a bottleneck? Xianxia looked at her in disbelief. I think so. Hou Yu recalled for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then how did you break through? I'll just wait. I'll refine my weapons and gamble. When the time comes, I'll naturally break through. Xianxia pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Young Master Yang, Yingfei looked at him, hesitating to speak. It's nothing. You guys can continue. Xianxia smiled faintly. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just like how he had come without a trace, he also left without a trace. Has young Master Yang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation? Shilei asked thoughtfully. It should be. Xia Wuwei nodded and said, I heard that he has been in retreat these days, but seeing that his cultivation hasn't increased today, he may have indeed encountered a bottleneck. Yingfei said, humans have the help of secret arts and secret techniques, so their cultivation may generally improve faster than a monster race. But if they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, they may be unable to advance any further. I hope young Master Yang doesn't stop at the First Order Emperor realm. Shilei said, he's still young. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't encounter setbacks? Young Master Yang doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. Don't worry, he will cross this hurdle. I hope so. Do you still want to gamble? Hou Yu looked at the 3 monster king eagerly, her hands itching for a bet. Shilei glanced at her and said, What else do you have to lose? Hou Yu thought about it and was speechless. Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Whether it was in terms of scenery or world energy, it was not inferior to High Heaven Peak. It was also where the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors, Ji Ying, the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, lived. When Xianxia arrived, he heard a gentle voice, as if someone was explaining the alchemic Tao. When he looked over, he saw a person sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and his mouth was like a torrent that flowed without end. Below him, more than a dozen cultivators with varying cultivations were listening attentively with thoughtful looks on their faces. These cultivators were all disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Presumably, they wanted to learn the alchemic Tao, so they came here to be apprenticed to a master. However, with Ji Ying's status, one of the few alchemy masters in the Star Boundary, it was naturally impossible for him to teach them. Even if Ji Ying wanted to, they might not understand. At this moment, the one teaching was one of Ji Ying's disciples. Xianxia had seen him before and knew that he was a Dao Source great alchemist with a solid foundation. "Brother Yang, you're here. Please come in." Ji Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Obviously, he had been discovered. Xianxia smiled lightly before his figure flickered and he entered one of the halls. Inside the hall, heat waves were rolling and alchemic flames were raging. A pill furnace stood in the center of the hall, with Ji Ying standing to the side with a smile. Seeing Xianxia arrive, he said happily, "Brother Yang, you came at the right time. I wanted to look for you before, but General Manager Hua told me that you were in retreat, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you." "Is something the matter, Brother Ji?" Xianxia asked curiously. "It's like this. This Ji is preparing to refine a furnace of 9 heavens nature pills. There are a few obscure areas in condensing medicinal liquid and inscribing pill arrays, so I would like to ask Brother Yang for advice." 9 heavens nature pills. Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about Emperor-grade pills. They were extremely difficult to refine, and even an Emperor-grade spirit master might not be able to successfully refine them. Although Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill-grade emperors, he was not at the level of the great emperors, so he was not confident that he could successfully refine such a pill. And in the entire High Heaven Palace, only Xianxia could discuss this with him. "I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so let's study it together," Xianxia said modestly. "That was my intention. With Brother Yang's help, this furnace of spirit pills should not be a problem." Ji Ying was overjoyed. 3 days later, Xianxia walked out of Medicine Pill Peak. Chapter 30:13. Just as he was about to walk forward, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his path. Kai Yang raised his head to take a look, and a cold and elegant face entered his eyes. Her figure was graceful and slender, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Along with the appearance of this person, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance was very natural. It was obviously the fragrance of a woman, and when it entered his nose, it made him feel relaxed and happy. "Junior Sister Yao, long time no see. I trust you've been well." Xianxia smiled at her. Ji Yao gently nodded, looking him up and down. Her red lips opened and closed, her words causing Kai Yang to vomit blood. "Senior brother is still alive." "Huh?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. "Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. Where have you been all this time?" Ji Yao asked. "I've been walking around," Xianxia replied casually, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of which, after destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he and Ji Yao had not seen each other much. After all, he had been running around outside. Occasionally, he would return to the High Heaven Palace and hear from Hua Qingxi that Ji Yao had come to find him. She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a while, but unfortunately, she had not seen him and had returned. Even when he returned this time, Hua Qingxi had mentioned it. There were many misunderstandings between him and Ji Yao. When she was wandering in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was delirious. For some reason, she had mistaken him for Bing Yun, which led to some embarrassing events. Xianxia still remembered the breathtaking scene he saw in the Luan Foam Palace. At this moment, after seeing Ji Yao, he couldn't help but think of that blood-curdling scene. Fortunately, Ji Yao saw the real Bing Yun later and finally recovered from the shock. But in any case, Xianxia felt a little guilty when facing her. He believed that Ji Yao remembered what had happened before, but since she had not mentioned it, Xianxia would not stupidly mention it. Ji Yao looked at him faintly and smiled. "How many flowers did you pick? How many stalks of grass did you provoke?" As she spoke, she actually took a light sniff and nodded. "And it smells very good." Xianxia felt even more guilty. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Junior sister, what are you saying?" As he spoke, he secretly sniffed his own scent. How could there still be the scent of Zhu Qing after so long? "Xianxia is here? Why are you standing outside?" Bing Yun's voice suddenly came from inside the house. When Xianxia heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He hurriedly walked inside while replying. Ji Yao fiercely glared at him. Her glare was like a knife, piercing into his flesh, making Xianxia feel as if he was being stabbed in the back. After entering the room and seeing Bing Yun, Xianxia quickly bowed. Bing Yun looked at him with a smile and then looked at Ji Yao, who followed him in. She said softly, "You're not an outsider. Sit down." Xianxia thanked her and sat down across from Bing Yun. Ji Yao half knelt on the side. Her expression was indifferent. She took out a tea set and started to brew tea without saying a word. She was very familiar with the process. She was clearly proficient in this field. "When did you come back?" Bing Yun looked at him warmly and asked. "I came back 2 months ago," Xianxia replied. Ji Yao's hand movements paused, and she looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Xianxia clearly saw a trace of blame in Ji Yao's eyes. She thought that Xianxia had just come back. Who knew that he had come back 2 months ago? She didn't get any news at all. Xianxia quickly withdrew his gaze and sat upright. "Senior, how have you been recently?" Xianxia had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, everything is good." These words were not polite, but the truth. Since Xianxia helped Iceheart Valley out of crisis, Iceheart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face. In the past, although Iceheart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Iceheart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, "I heard that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time." Bing Yun said, "The great emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time, you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the great emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life." Senior is right. Xianxia nodded gently. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the tea was ready. Ji Yao poured a cup for each of them, and then sat there quietly. Xianxia took a sip and praised, "Good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good." His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Xianxia coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, "Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Xianxia was startled and said with a wry smile, "Senior's eyes are like torches." Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind." Xianxia nodded and said, "I did encounter some problems." Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, "If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen." Xianxia said seriously, "Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck." "Oh." Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. "I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity." "And then?" Bing Yun asked. "And then?" Xianxia spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. "What is this?" Xianxia was speechless and thought to himself, "This is a big deal." Bing Yun smiled and said, "Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old." Xianxia nodded and said, "Pretty much." He didn't remember how old he was. Bing Yun continued, "For ordinary people, this age is indeed the sunset or even a handful of yellow soil, But for a cultivator like me, this age is just the beginning. You're so young, but you're already a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, you cultivated all the way from the Star Territory in the lower planes. It can be said that you have outstanding talent. Senior is too kind. Bingyan shook his head and said, I'm not praising you, but telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate to the First-Order Emperor realm? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, he raised a finger and said, 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. Compared to your achievements, my aptitude is simply insignificant. Xianxia blushed and said, How could this junior compare himself to senior? Bingyan pointed at Ji Yao and said, Then, do you know how long it took your junior sister Yao to become an Emperor Realm Master? Xianxia looked at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao raised her hand, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Bingyan, saying softly, Master, have some tea. Bingyan smiled slightly and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, You have such achievements at such a young age. I think you're used to having a smooth journey. Smooth journey? Xianxia thought about it and didn't feel that he had a smooth journey. On the contrary, he felt that his journey was bumpy. That's why when you encounter a bottleneck, you will take it very seriously. Bingyan smiled slightly, but in my opinion, it's not a big deal. Which cultivator doesn't have a bottleneck? Which person doesn't encounter setbacks on their path? A knife gets sharper the more you grind it, and so is a cultivator. Bottlenecks and setbacks are just tools to polish your tools. Senior is right. Xianxia nodded. Bingyan looked at him and suddenly said, No, you're not worried about your bottleneck. Xianxia looked at him in shock. Bingyan smiled and said, You already know what I'm talking about. You also know that you will break through this bottleneck sooner or later. You're worried about other things. What do you mean? Xianxia looked at him strangely. Bingyan smiled mysteriously and stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bingyan said, Follow your heart. After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like he was sending him off. Xianxia's eyes flashed. After pondering for a long time, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, Thank you, Senior. Bingyan didn't say anything else. Xianxia turned to Ji Yao and said, Junior sister Yao, goodbye. After saying that, he strode out of the room. Ji Yao stared at his back and didn't chase after him. After he left, she asked, Master, what happened to Brother Yang? I don't know. Bingyan slowly shook his head, but he's definitely hesitating about something. The bottleneck is just an excuse for him to avoid it. Then Brother Yang didn't encounter a bottleneck? He did have a bottleneck, but it's just that his opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The other thing isn't an issue of opportunity. Ji Yao looked out, curious about what Xianxia was hesitating about. In Ice Heart Valley, Xianxia summoned the flowing cloud shuttle and disappeared in a flash of light. He didn't return to the High Heaven Palace through the space array because his destination wasn't in the Northern Territory. His destination was the Eastern Territory, Dragon Island. Zhu Qing still hadn't returned. At first, Xianxia thought that she was delayed on the road, but it had been 2 months since he returned to the High Heaven Palace. Even if Zhu Qing was delayed on the road, she couldn't have been delayed for so long. In other words, Zhu Qing had definitely returned to Dragon Island. He had been hesitating whether to go to Dragon Island to find her, but he was also looking forward to Zhu Qing coming to the High Heaven Palace. After all, they were already husband and wife, and their relationship was inseparable. Unfortunately, there was no news from her, which made Xianxia a little disappointed. What does she mean? Does she want to be a married couple with me? How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? Little girl, just you wait. When I find you, I'll definitely spank your ass. Kaiyang secretly swore in his heart. He also recalled what Zhu Lai said to him before and sneered in his heart. He knew that Zhu Qing made this choice for him, but he wasn't convinced. He was a man. Why did he need her protection? He had been hesitating between waiting for Zhu Qing to take the initiative to come back and going to Dragon Island to find her. Now, he finally made a decision. These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. "Why are you still crying?" Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, "They all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Hong. Hong is so happy." Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. This is nothing. The days in the future are still long. Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, "Palace Master, I miss." Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, "Palace Master, you're so naughty." Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened, and he turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "Hey!" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever." Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Who are you? How can you be so unruly?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. "Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao was about to cry. "What did you come? Say something." If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. "I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Chapter 30:16. Just you wait. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened. After a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage, desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage, desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle's speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally, he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island with a 90% chance of death, but Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island, he couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by. The days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's pure yin qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the Eastern Sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. Chapter 30:17. Whether it works or not, we will know once we try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and channeled his Emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao stared with his eyes wide open, afraid that he would miss something. The Dragon Island medallion had been with Yang Kai for many years. When he first got this medallion, he also tried to test it out. He wanted to know what was the use of this medallion. However, no matter how much he channeled his Emperor's core, the Dragon Island medallion didn't react at all. This time was no exception. The Emperor's core was devoured by the Dragon Island medallion, but the simple and unadorned medallion didn't react at all. Yang Kai and Li Jiao's expectant gaze quickly turned into disappointment. Why didn't it work? Li Jiao felt a little guilty. Although what he said just now was just a guess, there was some basis to it. Who would have thought that the medallion wouldn't work at all after the test? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking that he came up with a bad idea. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his Emperor's core, something strange happened. The dragon statue on the front of the Dragon Island medallion suddenly blinked its eyes. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Li Jiao. He saw that Li Jiao was also looking at him with his eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Yang Kai said, "Did you see it?" Li Jiao said, "You saw it too?" Both of them were shocked and focused their attention on the Dragon Island medallion again. This time, they finally saw it clearly. The dragon statue was indeed blinking. Not only that, the entire dragon statue seemed to have been given life and was about to jump out of the medallion. The lifelike dragon statue stretched its body and seemed to have a life of its own. It was swimming in the palm-sized medallion. Of course, no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from the Dragon Island medallion's binding range. However, its movement did give people the feeling that it was swimming. Xianxia observed carefully. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the Dragon Island medallion horizontally and slowly turned it. The dragon statue didn't move. No matter how Xianxia turned the Dragon Island medallion, it was still facing a certain direction. The dragon claws moved as if it was riding the clouds in the sky. The dragon head is facing the direction of the Dragon Island. Li Jiao shouted, "Let's go!" Xianxia was overjoyed. He ran in the direction of the dragon head. Li Jiao also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hurriedly following behind. Flying forward, Xianxia no longer needed to pay attention to his surroundings. All he needed to do was follow the direction the dragon head was pointing. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the dragon's shape on the token suddenly changed direction. The dragon head was replaced by the tail, and the tail was replaced by the head. When Xianxia stopped, Li Jiao also stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia didn't answer, instead slowly retreating backwards. The dragon's head had disappeared, leaving only its tail facing Xianxia. Xianxia frowned, looked around carefully, then pointed to the sea. "Dragon Island is down there." "Are you sure?" Xianxia said, "If this medallion really has a guiding function, then I'm not wrong." He had been holding the Dragon Island medallion in his hand. At this moment, the Dragon Island medallion was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. How can this be? How can the Dragon Island be under the sea? Li Jiao couldn't accept it. Since the Dragon Island was an island, it should be on the sea. No matter what, it couldn't be under the sea. However, he couldn't explain the Dragon Island medallion's guidance. The Emperor Qi barrier around his body was slightly distorted by the pressure of the seawater, and he asked in confusion. Xianxia said, "We didn't find a wrong place." Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this. That's good. However, is Dragon Island really under the sea? Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's not under the sea." Li Jiao was a little confused. "What do you mean?" The two of them had run into the sea, and Xianxia didn't say that they were looking in the wrong direction. So where else could Dragon Island be? "The entrance to Dragon Island is up ahead." Xianxia raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Li Jiao hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anything. "A void corridor." Xianxia exhaled softly. "There's a void corridor here, but it's very well hidden. Take a closer look." With Xianxia's reminder, Li Jiao finally noticed that something was wrong. There were indeed traces of a void corridor somewhere. Although he had never cultivated the Tao of Space before, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had some experience and eyesight. So he asked in surprise, "Dragon Island is hidden on the other side of the void corridor?" "That's right." Xianxia gently nodded. If that was the case, then everything made sense. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island Command Medallion pointed to the sea before, but after discovering the entrance to this void corridor, he finally understood. Putting aside the specific location of Dragon Island for the time being, this entrance was obviously the entrance to Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island Command Medallion was pointing to the entrance. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and said, "We can enter Dragon Island through here?" His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, so Li Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had imagined what Dragon Island would look like countless times, and how he would feel after setting foot on Dragon Island. Now that this goal was suddenly within reach, he was a little worried about his gains and losses. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, you can go now. I can handle the rest by myself," Xianxia transmitted. Hearing this, Li Jiao really had the urge to leave this place and return to the Northern Territory, but this impulse only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. "I want to go in," Li Jiao said in a deep voice. Then, "Are you ready?" Xianxia turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Li Jiao's expression turned solemn as he took a few deep breaths to calm the tumbling emotions in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as a space force wrapped around Li Jiao, and they rushed into the void corridor. The surrounding space suddenly changed as a tearing force came from all directions. The space barrier was broken, and the two of them seemed to be able to enter a new world in the next moment. But at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came from the void in front of them. Immediately after, several huge dragon shadows rushed in from the front. They were overbearing and filled with murderous intent. When the dragon roar sounded, Li Jiao was startled. All the hair on his body stood on end as he felt the aura of death wrap around him. Yang Kai's expression also changed as he felt the terrifying killing power contained in those dragon shadows. Without even thinking, he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" Another resounding dragon roar sounded as a golden dragon shadow flashed behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Dragon race bloodline was stimulated, and with a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded to a height of 4.5 zhang. A short horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his whole body was covered in dragon scales. The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled slightly. Her future achievements will definitely not be below mine. The man in white clothes nodded and said, "In any case, I have to congratulate your phone clan for having another clansman." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled, looking very charming. At this moment, the man in white clothes suddenly frowned, revealing a surprised expression. "What's wrong?" The beautiful woman looked at him in astonishment. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for them to be surprised by anything, but the expression on the white-robed man's face clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. "You might not believe it if I tell you." The man in white clothes turned his head and looked at her, then said with a face full of disbelief, "Someone is trespassing on the Dragon Island." The beautiful woman was startled for a moment. Then she immediately chuckled. "Which guy is so reckless? He is really unlucky." She didn't ask how the man in white clothes knew about this matter, because she knew that the other party went to spy on the situation on the Dragon Island a few years ago and left a trace of his primordial spirit in that void maze. That maze was not easy to crack. Even the man in white clothes couldn't find a way out back then. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to leave behind a trace of his primordial spirit, mainly because he wanted to rely on the power of his primordial spirit to slowly crack the maze. More than 10 years had passed. Presumably, he already had a clue. Now that the man in white clothes knew about this information, it was obviously the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit. In other words, that primordial spirit left in the maze had already disappeared. "If it is really that guy, you know him too," the man in white clothes said with a strange expression. He also couldn't be sure whether the person who trespassed on the Dragon Island was the one he thought. After all, the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit was not very complete. He was only 60% to 70% sure. "I know him too." The beautiful woman in palace dress was stunned for a moment. "Who?" "It is related to the eldest miss." The beautiful woman in palace dress frowned. "It is related to her." The man in white clothes pointed at the small figure at the crater of the volcano. "It's him?" The beautiful woman in palace dress was dumbstruck. The man in white clothes' hint was so obvious. If she still couldn't guess who it was, then she would be an idiot. But she never thought that the one who trespassed on the Dragon Island was actually that guy. How could it be him? The beautiful woman didn't dare to believe it. What is wrong with him? He actually dared to trespass on the Dragon Island. The man in white clothes shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of "I don't know either." "You brought him in?" the beautiful woman asked. The man said, "It was not me, it was that trace of my primordial spirit that did it." The beautiful woman said, "Nonsense, what kind of place is the Dragon Island? With that little bit of strength of his, how can he get away with it? I'm afraid he will be beaten to a pulp very soon." The man said, "That trace of my primordial spirit was left behind more than 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't know him. The trace of my primordial spirit naturally wouldn't know him either. I only brought him in to stir up the Dragon Island and see if I can create an opportunity for the master to take advantage of. It would naturally be good if he can cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter if he can't. If something happens to him, Xiaoqi will definitely not let you off. It's not like you don't know how important he is to Xiaoqi. These few years, she has been clamoring to go to the southern territory to look for him. If it wasn't because the master grounded her, I'm afraid she would have run away long ago." The man sweated for a moment. "Don't tell her." The beautiful woman said, "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world." The man said, "Then what should we do now? He has already gone in. I'm afraid he would already be dead if he had to die." The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, "But this is indeed an opportunity. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Island, it might not be a bad thing. I will report to the master and see how he decides." The man nodded. The beautiful woman's figure swayed. She turned into a streak of flame and flew towards the distance as fast as lightning. "Were you guys talking about the master just now?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched. He lowered his head to take a look, only to see a 7 to 8 years old little girl standing in front of him since who knows when. The other party was staring at him with a pair of sparkling big eyes without blinking. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. One look, and one could tell that she would definitely be a great beauty who could bring disaster to the country when she grows up. But the white-clothed man knew this was not a little girl at all. He raised his head to look at the sky. He said with a face full of vicissitudes of life, "The wind today is really noisy." The two of them flew over spiritual mountains and great rivers, but they didn't even come across a single dragon race. Although the number of dragon race was very small, according to what Xianxia knew, there should be some dragon race on Dragon Island. It didn't make sense that there were no traces of them at all. Xianxia couldn't help but doubt if his guess was wrong. Could it be that this place really wasn't Dragon Island? He and Li Jiao didn't come to an inexplicable small world. If that was the case, then their situation would be very awkward. They did come across some monster beasts. Some were strong, some were weak. There were even some powerful monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Their aura was very frightening, and they were running rampant in the mountain forest. The appearance of these monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race increased Xianxia's confidence by a lot. However, there was still no sign of the dragon race. 2 days later, a huge city suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. The city was built on top of a huge plain. It occupied almost a third of this plain. Looking from afar, the buildings in the city were densely packed, and the streets of various sizes were crisscrossed. This kind of huge city could accommodate at least 1 million people. Xianxia and Li Jiao were instantly dumbfounded. An ominous feeling welled up in their heart. "Brotherly, is there a city on Dragon Island?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Although I have never heard of a city on Dragon Island, the population of the dragon race is so small. What's the point of making such a big city?" Xianxia thought the same. There was no need to make such a big city for the dragon race. Is this really not Dragon Island? Thinking until here, his face turned black. 2 days ago, he still vowed to Li Jiao that this was definitely Dragon Island. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face 2 days later? However, if this was not Dragon Island, then where was this place? After muttering to himself for a while, Xianxia said, "Let's go and take a look." No matter what kind of place this was, since they were already here, they had to take a look. The two of them didn't rashly barge into that city. After all, no one knew what kind of place this was and what kind of people lived in the city. Therefore, the two of them landed about 30 miles away from the city and found a concealed location to hide, preparing to secretly observe for a while. After taking a closer look, there were indeed many figures moving about in the city. Even if there weren't a million of them, there were still several 100,000 of them. This discovery made Yang Kai and Li Jiao even more disappointed. This really wasn't Dragon Island. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? Someone's coming. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and looked in a certain direction. When Li Jiao heard this, he hurriedly looked in that direction and saw several figures rushing over, quickly flying over their heads. It seemed that they were going to enter the city. After they passed by, Li Jiao said, "A few Dao Source Realm humans." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Those people were indeed humans, and their cultivations weren't high or low. Such existences could be found everywhere outside, so it wasn't anything new. Not long after these people left, another wave of people flew into the city. However, this time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao discovered a strange phenomenon. In this second wave of people, the leader actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. It was a man with a cultivation around the First Order Emperor realm. There were a few traces of dragon scales on his face, but other than that, he didn't have any other characteristics of the dragon race. However, this discovery surprised Yang Kai and Li Jiao. This man's situation was very similar to Li Jiao's. He should also be a dragon descendant, but his bloodline wasn't pure. He was even inferior to Li Jiao. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a bit unusual. For the next half a day, the two didn't move. From time to time, there would be figures flying over the sky, heading straight for the city. And the more they observed, the more shocked the two became. It couldn't be helped. The number of dragon descendants here was a bit frightening. During this half a day, at least 100 people had flown over, and among these 100 people, 10 of them were dragon descendants. This was a 1/10 ratio, which was impossible to find anywhere else. In the star boundary, although there were dragon descendants, there weren't many of them. But in this damn place, 10 out of 100 people were dragon descendants. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. These dragon descendants also had high and low cultivations. The lowest was at the Origin King realm, while the highest was at the Emperor realm. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon clan varied. Some had short dragon horns on their foreheads, some had dragon tails, some had nondescript dragon claws, and most of them had a few dragon scales on their bodies. Of course, the characteristics of the dragon clan on their bodies were completely incomparable to those of the real dragon clan. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rather than calling those dragon scales, it would be better to call them snake scales. In addition to the human race and dragon race, there were also monster race mixed in. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many dragon descendants here? Li Jiao was a little uneasy. Do I look like I know the answer? Yang Kai glanced at him. Li Jiao laughed awkwardly. He was just asking casually, mainly because what he had seen in this half a day was too unbelievable. It's easy to figure out. Just go in and take a look. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of the city. Li Jiao was silent for a while before nodding. After observing for half a day, they found that the city's defenses were not tight. It could be said that there was no defense at all. All the human race, monster race, and dragon race who entered the city directly rushed in. No one questioned them at all, and no one collected anything like an entrance fee. So, if Yang Kai and Li Jiao wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After finishing their discussion, the two immediately rushed out of their hiding place and swaggered towards the city. The distance of 15 kilometers was quickly covered. The two of them followed the example of the people from before and landed far away, walking towards the city on foot. When he arrived at the city gate, Kai Yang raised his head and looked at it. Above the city gate, there were 3 words written in bold calligraphy. Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 3021. Half a day later, in a tea house, Xianxia and Li Jiao sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air, but both of them were silent. Half a day of observation was enough for them to see a lot of things. This half-dragon city was too strange. Not to mention the incredible number of dragon descendants. Just the number of masters here was endless. At least 1 out of 1,000 people on the street was from the Emperor realm. The population of this city was about 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 people from the Emperor realm living in this half-dragon city. What kind of concept was this? This number was simply too terrifying. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were countless large and small cities, but there had never been a city with the number of the Emperor realm that could be compared to half-dragon city. Often, in a large city, it was already incredible to have dozens of people from the Emperor realm, and this was counting those who passed by, let alone hundreds or even hundreds. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and could help a cultivator's cultivation, this ratio was too frightening. It had to be known that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm. Compared with Half-Dragon City, this number was not even a fraction. In addition, in this half-dragon city, the dragon descendants with the bloodline of the dragon race seemed to have a higher status. Among the cultivator of the same level, the cultivator from the dragon clan would often follow the lead. Xianxia estimated that if the masters in such a city were to be taken out, they could sweep away any city in the star boundary and any top sect. Only the sects of the great emperors could compete with this half-dragon city. This was a gigantic city. However, whether it was Xianxia or Li Jiao, they both found another strange thing. Those dragon descendants, especially those with a slightly purer bloodline, seemed to be a little unstable. No matter how high their cultivation was, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to have hidden injuries. At the level of the Emperor realm, the higher the cultivation, the fewer dragon descendants there were. What was this situation? Xianxia and Li Jiao were confused. Logically speaking, those with the bloodline of the dragon race would have a unique advantage in cultivation. For example, if Li Jiao wasn't a dragon race descendant, he would have been stuck at the second-order Emperor realm for the rest of his life. However, because of his dragon race bloodline, he was able to break through to the third-order Emperor realm. However, in Half-Dragon City, the situation seemed to be reversed. The purer the dragon race's bloodline, the harder it was for a dragon descendant to increase their cultivation. The second-order Emperor realm was the limit, and most of the dragon descendants in the Emperor realm were only first-order emperors. On the other hand, those from the human and monster clans who did not possess the bloodline of the dragon race had third-level Emperor realm existences. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Xianxia and Li Jiao didn't hear anything too important. Only one person inadvertently spat out the 2 words Dragon Palace, which attracted their attention. Unfortunately, that person seemed to immediately realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic, making Xianxia and Li Jiao's hearts itch. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragon Descendants, all signs indicated that this place was most likely Dragon Island. However, the hundreds of thousands of people here made Xianxia unable to believe it. How could there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. This place was too different from what he had imagined, so different that he couldn't accept reality. After showing off his power, the malicious-looking man turned to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, "Do you know what to do now?" How could the girl not know what he was thinking? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug in her flesh, but she didn't notice. She raised her head and looked at her daughter, revealing a sad smile. She slowly knelt on the ground and prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the back of her hand, and said in humiliation, "This concubine is willing to serve this concubine, master. Please let this concubine go." The malicious-looking man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking sneer. This woman's humble attitude made him extremely satisfied, and his gaze lingered on her round buttocks for a while before he slowly walked forward. With a fierce kick, the woman fell to the ground. This kick wasn't light, and the woman rolled several times before she came to a stop. "Mother!" Seeing this, the girl cried out in grief. "Shut up!" The malicious-looking man slapped the girl's cheek, and with a light smack, one side of the girl's cheek immediately swelled up. Perhaps because she was frightened, the girl didn't dare to make another sound, and her pair of watery eyes widened. After kicking the woman, the malicious-looking man obviously wasn't done yet. He walked forward and stepped on her chest, immediately changing the shape of her full breasts. The woman's expression was painful, but she still said to the girl, "Close your eyes." She didn't want her daughter to see her like this. After seeing Li Jiao's face, the woman couldn't help but open her eyes wide and let out a low cry. Their eyes met. A trace of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but the woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao sighed and pushed the young girl again. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. Crying loudly, she walked forward and helped her mother up. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the malicious-looking man, but it was strange. Although he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was a little higher than his, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, "You actually dare to hurt this king. No matter who you are dead today." That's what I want to say, too. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at the malicious-looking man. Although his expression was indifferent, anyone could hear the anger he was suppressing. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes glanced over at the woman in the palace robe, and then back at Li Jiao, his expression changing as he understood something. On the other side, the malicious-looking man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said fiercely, "You have guts. In this half-dragon city, no one dares to talk to me like this." Now, there is. Li Jiao took a light breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before, and the raging anger in his chest was simply about to explode. He couldn't wait to vent his anger and crush this malicious man into smithereens. "You're courting death." The malicious-looking man was also extremely angry. He urged his aura, and the color of the dragon scales below his neck suddenly deepened. A faint dragon's might instantly filled the air. Among the onlookers, many of the dragon descendants showed uncomfortable expressions. There was nothing they could do about it. This was bloodline suppression. The malicious-looking man's dragon race bloodline was higher than theirs, and he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. When he pushed his aura to its limit, few of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City could resist him. Even the humans and monster beasts who were not dragon descendants had difficult expressions at this moment and quickly moved away. Li Jiao's expression, however, did not change. He remained as motionless as a mountain, simply staring coldly at the malicious-looking man. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the malicious-looking man's expression couldn't help but change. He felt that something was wrong. He also noticed that Li Jiao had a dragon race bloodline, which was why he was so unscrupulous. He was sure that Li Jiao's dragon race bloodline was not as pure as his. But when the dragon pressure filled the air, Li Jiao's performance surprised him. The other party was completely calm. How is this possible? Is the bloodline suppression ineffective? It's impossible for the bloodline suppression to be ineffective. This was also the first time Li Jiao had tasted the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he could only be suppressed. In front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, he would cower like a grandson. Now, he had finally become a grandfather. The anger in his heart did not subside. He raised his hand and swept a slap at the malicious-looking man's face. The malicious-looking man obviously wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength. When the slap came, he could not dodge at all. With a crisp slap, The malicious-looking man's cheeks swelled up, and a few of his teeth flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before landing heavily. It was obvious how powerful Li Jiao's slap was. Li Jiao turned his head, and his cold expression suddenly changed. He looked at the young girl with a pleasant expression and said, "He slapped you, so I slapped him back. Did you vent your anger?" The young girl was shocked. She did not know Li Jiao and did not know why he would stand up for her. Just now, she and her mother were bullied by the malicious-looking man, so she was full of grievance and fear. Now that she saw that evil was being repaid with evil, she was naturally full of joy. She also felt grateful towards Li Jiao, a person she met by chance, and nodded heavily. Li Jiao smiled and said, "If you think it's not enough, I'll slap him a few more times." The young girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Li Jiao said, "All right, I'll help your mother vent her anger." Chapter 3023. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned his head again, his face had returned to its cold expression as he approached the malicious man step by step. After being slapped hard, the malicious man felt dizzy. After calming himself down, he suddenly saw Li Jiao standing in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed, "You dare hit me?" Li Jiao's eyes drooped as he slapped out again. With a crisp slap, the malicious man's other cheek also swelled up. The dual suppression from his bloodline and cultivation made him unable to fight back in front of Li Jiao. He could only passively take the beating. "Bastard! You!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiao's fist landed on his face, instantly causing his skin to split open. "You!" Asterisk boom, asterisk another punch. The surrounding onlookers kept quiet out of fear as they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Jiao seemed to be furious to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and rode on the malicious-looking man's body. Both of his hands moved like a bow as he continuously slapped the malicious-looking man's face. Pa, 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 pa. The sounds of slapping rang out incessantly. The malicious-looking man didn't even have the time to speak. Although he was ruthless, he had a sense of propriety. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Although he wanted to help the mother and daughter vent their anger, he didn't kill them. Therefore, although the malicious man was beaten to a miserable state, his life wasn't in danger. "Friend, where it is possible to let people off, you should spare them. This person, you can't afford to offend." A voice suddenly floated into his ears. It should be someone secretly sending a voice transmission to Li Jiao. Li Jiao frowned when he heard the voice, and his hand movements became much lighter. After such a beating, he had vented a lot of his anger and wasn't as irrational as before. The woman who was saved by him finally came back to her senses at this moment and shouted, stop hitting, master, please stop." She wasn't pleading for mercy for the malicious man. After suffering such humiliation at the hands of the malicious man and being seen by her daughter, she wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge. Why would she plead for mercy for him? She was worried about Li Jiao. If this person was really beaten to death, Li Jiao wouldn't be able to survive. Her heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness. She felt that she had implicated Li Jiao. Li Jiao fiercely punched the malicious-looking man twice before stopping. He coldly snorted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" The woman took the opportunity to rush up and grab his arm. She begged, "Master, stop. Don't hit him anymore." Li Jiao took advantage of the situation to get up and coldly looked at the malicious man lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." The malicious-looking man's face was covered in blood and dirt. His face was almost deformed from the beating. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or because he was seriously injured. He lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked him again before turning his head to look at the woman. His expression was somewhat complicated as he asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She gently let go of his arm. She was also from the Emperor realm. Although she had been bullied and suffered some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. It's good that you're fine. Li Jiao nodded. The woman lowered her head and gently bit her red lips as she said, "Thank you, Master, for your help. Master, you should quickly leave. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City any longer." Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. About 300 years ago, this Li was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. This Li did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for this Li to intervene. However, at that time, a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third order Dao source realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger, and this Li saved her. After that, this Li became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sanyang of Rui sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but this Li is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, this Li was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, this Li felt that she had a good impression of this Li, so this Li personally went to Rui sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sanyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she lowered her head and said, "It was so many years ago. I can't remember clearly." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Jiao. He didn't care about pretending and immediately said with a sullen face, "So, you were just pretending to be affectionate to this lord back then? Good, very good." His face was filled with grief and indignation. If it was any other man who encountered this matter, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Thinking back to the romantic feelings of the past, Li Jiao only felt incomparably sullen. He wished he could slap this shameless bitch to death right now. How was that possible? Lu Xinyang suddenly raised her head and shook her head vigorously, tears flowing down her face again. Sanyang's feelings for Big Brother Li were not fake. Sanyang wanted to marry Big Brother Li. Her appearance made Li Jiao's heart soften again. He restrained the malevolence on his face and said in a deep voice, "This lord needs an explanation for what happened back then." Lu Sanyang still shook her head. Li Jiao's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. He directly stood up and said, "Fine, if you don't want to say it, then this lord won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. Palace Master Yang, let's go." Although what happened back then was a pity, even Li Jiao had come so many years ago. At this time, he was naturally able to let go. In any case, his cultivation wasn't bad, so he still had this kind of temperament. Just as he turned around, Lu Sanyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. Lu Sanyang sobbed for a while. After a while, she softly said, "Sanyang was caught by someone." Li Jiao's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving, nor did he mention anything about leaving. "Back then, when we set the wedding date, Sanyang was waiting for you in Rui sect. Later, she really wanted to see you, so she secretly ran out by herself. She wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you, but she didn't expect. Speaking up to this point, she couldn't continue. She was probably recalling what happened back then. She choked up so much that she couldn't even speak. Mother." Seeing this, the young girl also cried and raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. For a moment, the mother and daughter were filled with grief, crying until the sky turned dark. Li Jiao sighed. "All right, don't cry. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far." Lu Sanyang shook her head. She barely managed to maintain her emotions and continued. "Back then, Sanyang was only in the third order Dao source realm, and that person's cultivation was profound. Sanyang was no match for him and was captured. Later, there was no need to talk about what happened later. Lu Sanyang was such an outstanding beauty. How could she have a good ending after being captured? Li Jiao's expression was extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who was it?" Lu Xianyang didn't answer. She only continued, "Later, he brought me to Dragon Island." Dragon Island? Li Jiao and Yang Kai were both startled. They looked at her and said, "This place is really Dragon Island?" Lu Xianyang raised her head and glanced at them. She was a little curious. Since they were already here, why didn't they know where this place was? She nodded and said, "That's right, this is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other. Their expressions sank. Although Lu Xianyang didn't say who the person who captured her was, it was already very obvious. Who else could freely enter and leave Dragon Island other than the dragon race? Li Jiao clenched his fists and his hands trembled violently. No wonder Lu Xianyang wasn't willing to say. It turned out that it was the dragon race's doing. Who would have thought that the dragon race would actually appear at this time? Before the dragon race even came close, a monstrous power had already attacked from afar. The suppression from the bloodline made Li Jiao's flesh squirm nonstop. Many of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City also noticed this and stopped to watch. After a short while, a resounding dragon roar came from afar. Then, a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a green dragon, more than 10 zhang long. It rolled in the clouds and soon arrived in the sky above Half-Dragon City. The huge dragon coiled up and looked down with its head held high. The whole Half-Dragon City seemed to be trembling. All the residents were in a panic. On Dragon Island, the dragon race was the absolute ruler. The dragon race also rarely came to Half-Dragon City. Now that one suddenly appeared, it naturally made people feel apprehensive. They didn't know why this green dragon came here. The green dragon swaggered in the sky for a while, taking in the whole Half-Dragon City situation. Only then did it slowly transform into its human form. With a flash of light, a young man around 20 to 30 years old appeared. He was wearing gaudy clothes and looked like a butterfly swaggering through the city. All of a sudden, a figure flew up from the Half-Dragon City. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at the figure and were surprised. It couldn't be him. The guy flying towards the green dragon was actually the guy who was beaten up by Li Jiao. At this moment, the gloomy man carefully smiled and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon. He was shorter than the green dragon by a whole body. His previous injuries hadn't healed. His cheeks were swollen and a few of his teeth were missing. Combined with his current flattering posture, he looked quite funny. The green dragon glanced at him and slightly wrinkled his brows. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. "Greetings to Master Fu Qi. I don't know what orders the master has for me." He didn't immediately complain to this green dragon called Fu Qi because he knew that in the eyes of the dragon race, everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, was just an ant. Although he could talk to Dragon Island, in the eyes of the dragon race, he was no different from an ant. If he complained at this time, Fu Qi wouldn't pay attention to him, and it would be annoying for no reason. Fu Qi didn't look at him and just lightly said, "The dragon blood flower needs to be watered." When the gloomy man heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Understood, understood. This little one will do it. Like before, 200 is enough." Fu Qi gently nodded and said, "Master, please go ahead. This little one will immediately bring people to the Dragon Palace." Fu Qi said, "And 500 mortals." When the gloomy man heard this, he was stunned. 500 mortals? He was confused. He didn't know why Fu Qi suddenly made such a request. In the past, when a dragon race came to Dragon Island, it was basically for the dragon blood flower, so they only needed to bring 200 dragon descendants. There was never a time when they wanted to bring mortals. In the eyes of the dragon race, no matter how high your cultivation was, as long as you didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, you were still immortal. What was this for? The gloomy man couldn't understand. "Are you asking me?" Fu Chi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. The gloomy man was shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what the dragon race did, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't have the qualifications to ask too much. He immediately lowered his head and said, "I don't dare." "Master Fu Chi, please calm down." This little one misspoke. Scram! Fu Chi spat out a word, then closed his eyes and stood in the void. The gloomy man felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly turned his head and flew towards Half-Dragon City. Who would have thought that she would be kidnapped by the dragon race halfway and brought to Dragon Island? No one could have predicted this. Lu Xinyang definitely didn't want this to happen. From the fact that she didn't dare to recognize Li Jiao in the beginning, it could be seen that she felt extremely guilty towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's mood was extremely complicated. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became unstable. Lu Xinyang obviously knew what he was sulking about. So along the way, she just silently followed beside Li Jiao, not saying a word so as not to annoy him. The group of hundreds of people was silent. Everyone was anxious. The dragon descendants were fine. They knew what they were going to do this time, but the 500 mortals were extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent for Dragon Palace to gather mortals. This time, this matter came too suddenly. Some people clearly had good relations with Yuan Wu, and they were beating around the bush to inquire. Unfortunately, what could Yuan Wu know? He was only following Fu Chi's orders to gather mortals. He didn't know what he was going to do next, but facing these people's questions, he was vague and had an unfathomable appearance. This made these people angry, but they couldn't do anything. Along the way, Yang Kai found an opportunity and secretly gave Li Jiao a few bottles of spirit pills. Li Jiao was going to have his blood drained to nurture the dragon blood flower this time. If he didn't prepare early, it might affect his strength. With the help of these bottles of spirit pills, he should be able to safely pass this tribulation. Li Jiao clearly knew that Yang Kai would definitely take out good things, so he didn't refuse. He quietly accepted them and thanked him in his heart. The group left the Half-Dragon City and flew for half a day. Then a warm and humid sea breeze blew in their faces. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs entered their ears. Yang Kai looked up and saw an endless sea appear in front of him. At the end of his vision, the sea stretched endlessly. No one knew how big this sea was. This small world actually had a sea. This was out of Yang Kai's expectations. It seemed that this small world was much larger than the reincarnation world. The spirit energy on the sea was especially dense, and the further they flew, the more obvious this situation became. Another half a day later, in the evening, a small island suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Xinyang spoke at the right time. "That is the Dragon Palace." "On that island?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xinyang shook her head and glanced at Li Jiao with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that he didn't pay much attention to her, she sighed in her heart and said with a sad expression, "No, the entire Dragon Palace is made up of many islands. That is just the front of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is just a general name." Every dragon race has their own island. They don't live together. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He also understood that powerful holy spirits like the dragon race shouldn't be used to living in groups. Each of them was incomparably powerful. When they cultivated, their need for spirit energy was great. Naturally, they couldn't gather together. If that was the case, it wouldn't be good for their growth. Even in a large sect like the Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, not to mention the dragon race. Those spirit islands were their dragon nests. There seemed to be someone waiting over there. Flying closer, it was a woman and a young girl. At first glance, she looked only 15 or 16 years old. She wasn't much older than Lu Yuqin, but her real age was obviously more than that. The growth of the dragon race was extremely slow. Often, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to reach adulthood. So this 15 or 16-year-old appearance was just an appearance. She wore a purple dress. Her white arms were exposed. She was full and round and looked good. However, there was an impatient look between her brows. She had probably waited here for a long time. Seeing Fuqi come over, she shouted, "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for a long time." Fuqi frowned and said, "It will take some time on the road." Yuan Wu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Master Fu Ling." Fu Ling of the dragon race again? Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at the young girl and frowned. His first impression of this Fu Ling was not very good. There was no other reason other than that there was a trace of insidiousness between her brows. However, looking at Yuan Wu, it was clear that he had entered the Dragon Palace many times. He could even talk to this Fu Ling. It could be seen that he was not without support in Half-Dragon City. Fu Ling casually looked at Yuan Wu and said disdainfully, "It's you." Seeing that she remembered him, Yuan Wu was excited. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Ling did not give him a chance to speak. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Okay, since you are here, come with me. Huar needs you." When this was said, all the dragon descendants had bitter expressions, including Yuan Wu. Although everyone knew that they would encounter such a thing, when it really happened, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fuqi put his hands behind his back and snorted, "All bastards, come with me." Dragon descendants, it was just the title of the beings with the dragon race bloodline in Half-Dragon City. In front of the true dragon race, these so-called dragon descendants were just a group of bastards with impure bloodlines. They were the despicable products of the dragon race after venting their desires. Even if they were related by blood, no dragon race would care about their life and death or their face. If not, Lu Xianxia and her mother would not have been driven out of the Dragon Palace. After all, no matter what, Lu Yuqin's father was a dragon race, a pure dragon race. The 200 dragon descendants were clearly used to this title. No matter their cultivation, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They separated from the crowd and gathered towards Fu Ling. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy. He slowly moved while looking at Yang Kai. He did not expect that he would be separated from Yang Kai as soon as he came to Dragon Island. He was still hoping to rely on Yang Kai. If they were separated, what could he rely on? Also, compared to himself, he was more worried about Lu Xianxia. Even if he had some resentment towards her, that was in the past. Now that the truth was out, he hated the dragon race that had harmed Lu Xianxia even more. Yang Kai signaled him with his eyes, and Li Jiao understood and nodded subtly. He knew that he did not need to worry about the safety of Lu Xianxia and her mother. Little did he know that Yang Kai did not need him to help at all. Just as Yuan Wu did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? However, as a result, Yang Kai had a good impression of this half-monster. He felt that one really could not judge a book by its cover. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that this guy was gloomy and wretched. He was definitely not a good person. If you were to meet him outside, he would definitely stay as far away as possible, lest he accidentally fall into his trap. Chapter 3029. But who knew that he was such a warm-hearted person? He did not know Yang Kai, but was willing to take the risk to help. After all, He could easily offend Yuan Wu by doing this. Based on the present situation, would offend Yuan Wu bring any good results? This caused Yang Kai's impression of him to improve greatly. But it was strange. While this wretched man had interfered, it was unknown what he had said to Yuan Wu, but Yuan Wu did not have any intention of blaming him. Instead, they gathered together and communicated through voice transmission. The wretched man's face was full of flattery and fawning. Yuan Wu enjoyed this very much. In the following part of the journey, Yuan Wu did not make trouble for Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang. Looking ahead, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had been hesitating whether to directly reveal his identity so that it would be easier to find Zhu Qing. After all, he and Zhu Qing had already done the deed of husband and wife. It was natural for him to come and find her. Also, he had the Dragon Island token. However, after seeing Fu Qi and Fu Ling, he faintly felt that it was not a good idea to act rashly. If he really did that, not only would he not be able to see Zhu Qing, but it might also cause some unpredictable consequences. So he decided to act according to the situation. He would first find Zhu Qing. At night, a cool breeze blew. The sky was dotted with stars. An island suddenly appeared in everyone's vision. They couldn't see it clearly, but the island was definitely not small. Moreover, the spirit chi on the island was not only rich, but also incomparably pure. It was very suitable for martial artists to cultivate here. Yang Kai examined the island and was secretly shocked that the cultivation environment on Dragon Island was so outstanding. No wonder none of the dragon race he encountered were lower than the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Fu Qi and Fu Ling's dragon veins were high or not, their cultivation had reached the level of the Emperor realm. This was not strange. The dragon race were holy spirits, and they occupied such a good little world. It would be strange if they were not strong. Mother! Suddenly, Liu Yuqin's low voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. He found that Lu Sanyang's condition was not quite right. His whole body was trembling, and his lips were tightly pursed. His lips were pale and bloodless. It was obvious that Liu Yuqin had noticed her mother's abnormality, so she called out with concern. "Mother, what's wrong?" Liu Yuqin asked softly. "No, nothing." Lu Sanyang shook his head. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so cold?" "No, it's probably because of the wind." Lu Sanyang reached out and hugged her daughter tightly. Liu Yuqin looked at her mother in confusion, half believing and half doubting. She did not know what was wrong with her mother. She had been trembling so badly just now, and it was becoming more and more obvious. Yang Kai also realized that Lu Sanyang's explanation was obviously just an excuse. She was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she become like this just because of the wind? This explanation could only fool the ignorant Liu Yuqin. After silently observing her for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he looked at the island not far away. He could roughly guess why Lu Sanyang had such a reaction. She was captured by a member of the dragon race and imprisoned on Dragon Island for 200 to 300 years. It was only when Liu Yuqin was born more than 10 years ago that she was expelled. So, the place where the dragon race, who captured her, lived must be a nightmare for her. Along the way, they passed by several islands. Lu Sanyang did not have much of a reaction. However, when the island in front of them came into view, Lu Sanyang's state suddenly became a little strange. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Fu Ling to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, he had encountered a troublesome matter. It was more dangerous than cultivating the dragon blood flower. What a sin! Why was he so unlucky? Everyone had to act according to his mood. But now that he had been slapped in the face by Xianxia in front of everyone, how could he still have the face to order others around? Anger roiled inside, but he was not as skilled as the other. He could only swallow his words, his mouth full of bitterness. Master Yuan, Master Yuan, are you all right? But at this time, someone went to find him. Everyone looked and saw a person with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walk to Yuan Wu's side and carefully help him up. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the voice. He looked back and found that person was the middle-aged man who had helped him out. Even if we were discovered by the dragon race, it doesn't matter. Just now, 7 to 8 teams, more than 200 people flew out in different directions. They were all going to different spiritual islands to mine for materials to build the palace. It was a good cover for Yonkai. Even though Yonkai was used to seeing all kinds of things, he was still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Suddenly, the woman waved her hand and pushed away the male companions around her. Then, she pushed down the well-built man who had been standing behind her. She turned around and knelt on him. In the next moment, she raised her head slightly. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite body moved up and down. Her chest surged endlessly. A suppressed moan was heard. The woman's body trembled violently. At the same time, her tightly shut eyes opened a slit, revealing a look of ecstasy. Which one of the others wasn't desperately trying to complete the task assigned to them by the Dragon Clan within a month? After all, this matter was related to their own lives. If they did not work hard, they could only wait for death. Just as he was talking to Lu Sanyang, there was a sudden commotion. It seemed to be coming from the planning area of the palace. No one knew what had happened. Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang did not pay much attention, but very quickly, several people flew over and rushed towards them. She faintly felt that this young girl was familiar, as though she had seen her somewhere before. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.